Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. We all have that one story in our hometown you're not supposed to say out loud after dark. For us, it was the cabin out in Miller's Woods. They told us it was just a local legend, kids disappearing, hunters never coming back, a man who lived alone out there and did things. But by the time I was 17, all of that just sounded like grown-ups trying to scare us away from the fun part of the forest. So one late summer night, me and my best friend grabbed a flashlight, a couple of warm beers, and decided we were finally going to find it for ourselves. The deeper we walked, the quieter the world got. No highway, no houses, just the crunch of our boots and the beam of that flashlight cutting through the trees. And then, in a small clearing that shouldn't have been there, we saw it, an old wooden cabin, half rotten, exactly where everyone swore it had burned down years ago. We thought the old cabin was just a local legend until something inside called us by name. If you're listening to this alone tonight, maybe turn on a light, because I'm going to tell you exactly what we found in that cabin and why I still wake up at 3 a.m. certain that whatever was inside it never really stayed in those woods. 1.1. The boring, safe life. I'm 33 years old, married, and statistically, I should be the kind of guy who falls asleep on the couch halfway through a Netflix show. On paper, my life is painfully normal. I live in a cookie-cutter suburb outside Denver. I work a regular office job that involves spreadsheets, emails, and pretending to care about quarterly projections. I drive a 10-year-old Honda that still smells faintly like the fast food I swore I'd stop eating. I'm the guy who waters his lawn on Saturdays and waves at neighbors he barely knows. If you saw me, you'd never think. That guy has a story that keeps him up at night. But here's the part nobody sees. I still lock the front door, then walk back 10 minutes later just to check it again. I leave a light on in the hallway even when my wife is out of town. I make excuses every time someone suggests a camping trip. And I hate, actually, physically hate the way the dark feels in the woods. I wasn't born like that. I wasn't a scared kid. I used to love being outside after sunset. There was a time when the dark meant freedom, not whatever it means now. I didn't always used to be this way. Right now, it's just after midnight. My wife, Emily, is asleep in our bedroom at the end of the hall. One hand flopped over the edge of the bed like she dropped it there. The house is almost completely dark, just the soft blue glow from the microwave clock and the faint orange smear of a street lamp leaking in through the blinds. The kitchen is quiet in that particular way suburban houses are quiet after midnight. You only notice it if you're awake when you're not supposed to be. The refrigerator hums steadily behind me, cycling on and off with a little shudder. The AC kicks in with a low, mechanical sigh through the vents, then dies down again. Somewhere down the block, a car door thumps shut, followed by the distant whoosh of tires on asphalt. I sit at the kitchen table in an old t-shirt and sweatpants, hands wrapped around a mug that went cold an hour ago. I'm not drinking the coffee, just holding it. Something about the weight feels grounding. The ceramic is lukewarm, smooth under my fingers. If you've ever been up alone at this hour, you know every little noise hits different. The tick of the wall clock starts to sound louder, almost aggressive. The ice maker in the freezer clanks and your heart jumps before your brain catches up. For me, there's another layer to it. Certain sounds don't just startle me, they pull me backward. A board settling into the hallway, I hear the long, tired groan of old wooden stairs. A tree branch scraping the siding outside. My brain flashes on bare branches clawing at broken glass. The breeze shaking the back fence for half a second. It's something heavy pushing against a door that should have stayed locked. I wish I could say it's just anxiety, or an overactive imagination fueled by too many horror movies. But it's not. I know exactly where it started. I can trace it back to one night. One stupid game. One place in the woods I should have never stepped into. That's what this is about. That's what I'm finally going to tell you. I've told pieces of it before, drunk at college parties. Late night with coworkers when the conversation turns to creepiest thing that ever happened to you. But those were the watered-down versions. The joke-heavy ones. The ones where I skip over the part where I honestly thought I was going to die. There's only one person I've ever told the whole story to. Exactly as it happened, my best friend Mark. He was there. He lived it with me. In some ways. I think it might have ruined him worse than it did me. So, yeah. If you're listening to this, you're getting the full version. The one I haven't told in full to anyone else. No jokes. No smoothing the edges. Before that night, I was just a 17-year-old kid in a nothing town in Oregon, counting down the last days of summer and complaining about how there was never anything to do. You probably know the type of place I'm talking about. We had 3 churches, 2 gas stations, 1 Walmart, and more trees than people. If you wanted entertainment, you either drove 40 minutes to the nearest movie theater or made your own fun in the parking lot of the Dairy Queen. Most evenings, we ended up orbiting the same handful of locations: the Shell station by the highway exit, the Walmart lot, the faded basketball court behind the middle school. We'd lean on the hoods of old pickups, drink whatever cheap beer someone's older brother bought, and talk big about all the places we were going to escape to. There were 4 of us most of the time: me, Mark, Jenny, and Kyle. Jenny was the sarcastic one with the dark eyeliner and the permanent band tee. Kyle was the quiet kid whose dad actually had money. The only one of us who didn't drive something rust-colored and falling apart. And then there was Mark. Mark was my best friend, the kind of guy who was always one bad idea away from a broken bone. He was a year older. Had this crooked grin like he was perpetually in on some joke the rest of the world didn't get. And absolutely zero fear of anything, as long as someone else was watching. If there was a roof to jump off into a river, he'd be first. If there was a no trespassing sign, he'd be the one ducking under it. We'd been friends since elementary school, back when our biggest argument was over who got to be pitcher at recess. By 17, he was more like a brother, the kind you'd die for and kill for and also want to punch in the face at least once a week. Most nights that summer blurred together into the same kind of warm, lazy memory hum of cicadas, the chalk dust smell of hot pavement, headlights dragging slow arcs across empty storefronts, fireflies in the fields outside town. If you drove far enough, distant train horns around midnight if the wind was right. There was always this sense that nothing important could ever really happen there. Like the town was a waiting room, and our real lives hadn't started yet. Except there was one thing that cut through that feeling. One story that had real weight to it, even when people said it with a smirk. Miller's Cabin. Every place has its local horror story. Ours was about an old hunting cabin out in the woods past the creek, supposedly on land that used to belong to a guy named Miller, depending on who you asked. Miller was a drunk hunter who disappeared one winter, a widower who went crazy after his family died, or a straight-up serial killer who got away with it. The details changed every time someone told it, but a few things were always the same. You didn't go past the creek after dark. You didn't go near the cabin. And if you ever heard whistling out there when you were alone, you turned around and left. Adults talked about that part of the woods differently. They didn't make the same dumb jokes we did. My dad would shrug it off if I asked about Miller. But there'd be this tightness around his eyes, like he was remembering something he didn't want to think about. Old stories, he'd say. Kids making up crap to scare each other. Just don't be stupid and wander off too far. The forest doesn't care how tough you think you are. My mom was less subtle. Don't go past the creek, she'd say. Nothing good happens out there. By the time I was 17, Miller's cabin was basically background noise. The punchline to half the dares people threw around: bet you won't spend the night there. Bet you won't go knock on the door. That kind of thing. I filed it away with all the other small-town ghost stories, bloody handprints in the old school bathroom, the lady in white on the highway curve, the usual stuff you tell freshmen to freak them out. Back then, I thought it was just a story. I know better now. The memory of that night, the real one, usually stays buried under a lot of everyday noise. Work, bills, grocery lists. But every once in a while, something nudges it awake. A smell, a certain kind of silence, or a sound. Something small, like right now, sitting at the kitchen table, fingers loosening on the mug. I hear it, a dull, soft thump against the side of the house. Not loud, not dramatic, just enough to cut through the hum of the fridge and the ticking clock. For a second, everything in me goes still. My shoulders tense. My heart does this uncomfortable little stutter, like it's waiting for something else to follow. Whistling. Footsteps. Nothing comes. I force a breath out. I didn't realize I was holding and shake my head at myself. Old plumbing, I mutter under my breath. House settling. That's what I tell myself. Anyway. But some part of me is already gone, slipping backward 15 years. Into the dark. Into the trees. To the last summer night, when I thought the worst thing that could happen was getting grounded for coming home late. The night me and Mark decided to go past the creek. 1.2 Rules of the game. The night that ruined the dark for me didn't start out special. It started like pretty much every other summer night that year at the old gas station at the edge of town. It was one of those places that always looked tired. No matter what time of day you drove past, half the fluorescent lights in the sign were dead. So from the highway, it just read ELS instead of Fuel Plus. The concrete was stained with 100 different spills, and the air around the pumps always smelled like a mix of gasoline, burnt coffee, and cigarettes. That was our spot. Not because it was nice, but because the owner didn't care if we loitered as long as we didn't block actual customers. I was leaning against the hood of Mark's beat-up Ford that night, watching moths suicide into the buzzing lights over Pump 3. The sky was this hazy purple. Sunset long gone, but not full night yet. Cars hissed by on the highway, their headlights streaking briefly across the cracked pavement. Mark came out of the mini-mart with that grin on his face, the one that meant he'd gotten away with something. He tossed me a cold can. It hit my chest with a dull thud before I managed to grab it. Compliments of my idiot brother. He said. I looked down at it. Cheap beer. The same brand his brother always bought by the case. The condensation already beating on the metal made my fingers sticky. He just gave you these, I asked. Mark snorted, popping his own can open with a sharp psht. Yeah, totally. We had a heart-to-heart in there. He said, Mark, You've really proven yourself responsible and mature this summer. Please, take these underage beers and go reflect on your choices." I rolled my eyes and cracked my can. "So which was it this time?" I asked. "Distract him with sports talk? Or did you just walk out the back while he was flirting with the cashier again?" Mark raised his drink in a mock toast. A magician never reveals his tricks. We clinked cans and took that first sip. The bitter fizz hitting the back of my throat. It wasn't good. But it was cold. And it was ours. And at 17, that felt like enough. A car pulled in, blasting country music loud enough to rattle the window glass. A guy in a trucker hat got out, gave us a bored glance, and started filling up. Inside the store. The cashier, this tired woman who'd been there since we were kids, buying Slurpees, was staring at her phone. "So this is it." "Huh," Mark said after a minute, nodding toward the highway. "Last few weeks of freedom before senior year grinds us into dust. I think that's college," I said. "High school just warms you up." He snorted. "Please, this town is a black hole with a Dairy Queen. I'm not making it 4 more years here. I'll hitchhike out if I have to. You'd get murdered in, 2 days," I said. "They'd find you in a ditch clutching your skateboard." "At least I'd die trying," he said. "Better than dying of boredom at Fuel Plus." He said it like a joke, but there was an edge to it. The kind of restless frustration that hummed under everything we did that summer. The feeling that life was waiting somewhere else, and we were stuck on the wrong side of it. We didn't have much, but we did have our game. You probably had some version of it growing up. For us, it was flashlight tag. It started back in middle school. One of the neighbor kids got a big flashlight for his birthday, and someone had the genius idea to play hide and seek with it after dark. Simple rules: one person is it and has to carry the flashlight. They have to keep it on at all times, no turning it off, no putting their hand over it, no cheating. Everyone else hides. If the beam of light catches you, you're done. Tagged. It sounds stupid when you explain it like that. Kindergarten-level fun. But there was something about that game that just worked. The way the light sliced through the trees. The way your heart would slam into your ribs when you heard footsteps coming your way, and you couldn't tell if they were 2 feet away or 20. The thrill of holding your breath while the beam passed inches from where you were pressed into the shadows. We started playing it in the little strip of woods behind our subdivision. Back then, there were more kids around. Packs of us in oversized t-shirts and hand-me-down sneakers, shrieking and laughing while parents yelled from back porches to keep it down and watch for snakes. I still remember the soundscape of those nights better than I remember half my classes, kids shouting each other's names. Breathless. Leaves crunching and twigs snapping under running feet. The click of the flashlight being smacked against a palm to keep it working. Somebody's mom's wind chimes tinkling softly in the distance. Most of the other kids grew out of it by the time we hit high school. They got busy with sports, jobs, relationships. Tag in the woods wasn't cool anymore. But me and Mark kept playing. At first we acted like it was a joke, just for nostalgia, he'd say. Classic summer vibes. Man. But the truth is, it was our thing. The one piece of childhood we weren't ready to let go of. The game changed. 2. It stopped being about a dozen kids screaming and became something quieter, more intense. 2 or 3 of us slipping into the trees after dark, moving more carefully, hiding better, taking it weirdly seriously. Our parents pretended not to notice, or maybe they just didn't care as long as we were close to home. Don't go too far into the woods at night, my mom would say when I grabbed a hoodie and headed for the back door. I'd roll my eyes and say, "We're not 5. Mom." "Yeah, well," she'd reply, "the trees don't care how old you are." She had a way of saying things like that that stuck to your ribs. My dad's warnings were less poetic. "Creek's your limit," he'd say. "There's potholes and old fences out there. You twist an ankle. I'm not carrying you out." The creek became an invisible border in my mind. The line between our woods and the deep woods. The safe zone and the part adults talked about with that half-joking, half-serious look where the stories about Miller's cabin lived. Even as I got older and pretended not to care, I always felt weird when our game drifted closer to that line. The air felt colder there. Even in August, the trees seemed taller, crowding in more. Sound changed. Too like things didn't echo the same way. That night outside the gas station, I didn't know any of that would matter. I was just bored, a little buzzed, and watching a moth burn itself out against the humming light. Mark crushed his empty can and lobbed it into the overflowing trash can by the door, where it clattered against plastic and glass. "All right," he said, rubbing his hands together theatrically. "Walmart parking lot is dead. Kyle's working. Jenny's on some disaster of a date with that guy who smells like Axe body spray and regret. So what are we doing?" I shrugged. "Same thing we always do. Drive around. Talk about leaving. Don't actually leave." He made a face. "Depressing. Try again." I took a sip of beer, thought about it, and then the words were out of my mouth before I really decided to say them. "We could go play," I said. Mark's eyebrows went up. "Flashlight tag." "For real, why not?" I said. "One last game before you become a serious senior citizen." "Oh, screw you," he said, but he was grinning. "You're just mad you always get caught. That's because you cheat," I said. "You always flick the light off when you get close." He clutched his chest dramatically. "I would never. I am a man of honor." Right then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. Group chat. Jenny's name, then Kyle's, stacking up over each other. "Jenny, sorry dudes. Can't make it tonight. I owe this guy a chance, Kyle. I'm stuck closing. Boss is on a power trip." I showed Mark the screen. He groaned. "Of course. Lovers and wage slaves. Traitors. The lot of them. So it's just us," I said. He thought for half a second, then nodded like he'd decided something important. "Good," he said. "Then we can actually make it interesting." There was a tone in his voice that made the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "What do you mean?" I asked. He jerked his head toward the road that led back into town, toward our subdivision and the woods behind it. "One last big game," he said. "No babies, no quitters. Just you, me, and the trees. Old rules, old grounds. We do it right." I pretended to check my watch even though I wasn't wearing one. "It's already late," I said. "My mom will freak if I stay out too long." "Then don't tell her you're playing tag in the woods at midnight," he said. "Tell her we're studying. Tell her we joined a Bible group." "Come on, man. You really want to spend another night watching dudes in lifted trucks drag race in front of Walmart?" I didn't. I really didn't. I tossed my empty can into the trash and sighed. "Fine," I said, "but I get to hide first." We drove back toward town, the gas station shrinking in the rearview mirror, taking that humming fluorescent island of light with it. The farther we got from the highway, the darker the world became. Streetlights took over from headlights. Houses began to cluster closer together, porch lights glowing like low, warm stars. By the time we turned into our subdivision, the sky above the roofs was deep black, scattered with a few stubborn stars that hadn't been drowned out by the town's light pollution. We parked in front of my house long enough for me to run in, grab a hoodie, and suffer through my mom's usual questions. I lied smoothly, the way only a teenager can. Yeah, Mom, we'll stay close. No, Mom, I'm not driving. I'm with Mark. Yes, I'll text you. She looked past me, out toward the tree line behind our street, where the woods began. The glass in the back door reflected the faint glow of the kitchen light, turned it into a dark mirror. I couldn't see much more than my own outline and the shadow of our yard, but I shivered anyway. "Don't go past the creek," she said, like she always did. "I know." I replied, like I always did. We met back at the end of the cul-de-sac, where the manicured lawns gave way to a more wild strip of land, a narrow path, worn into the dirt by years of kids' sneakers and neighborhood dogs, led between two skinny trees like a gate. Past that, the familiar little woods that had raised us. Mark popped the trunk of his car and pulled out his pride and joy, a heavy black maglite that used C batteries and could double as a blunt weapon. "You're it first," he said, tossing it to me. I caught the flashlight, feeling its weight, flicked it on, watched the beam slice a bright tunnel through the darkness. Little bugs spun through it like dust in a projector beam. "Old rules," I asked. "Old rules," he said. "Light stays on. No covering it with your hand. No turning it off. If I see you, you lose. And we stay. In the usual area," I added, already half knowing I wouldn't like his answer. He hesitated just long enough for me to notice. "Mostly," he said. "Look, we've got the place to ourselves. Man, Jenny's not here whining about her shoes. Kyle's not here making us wait for him. We can push it. Just a little. Make the boundary bigger. Live a little before school starts." I swallowed. "How big?" He grinned. That crooked, reckless grin that always meant trouble. "If you're not a coward," he said, "we'll use up to the old cabin as the boundary for a second." I just stared at him. "Miller's cabin?" I asked, trying to keep my voice flat. He shrugged. "If it even exists," he said. "It's probably a pile of boards by now. We'll just call that the line. I'm not saying go knock on the door. Just, we don't chicken out if we get close." I laughed. It came out thinner than I wanted it to. "Yeah, sure," I said. "Whatever. Up to the cabin. Inside." Though, something twisted. A tight little knot formed low in my stomach. The same feeling I'd get standing too close to the edge of a high roof, looking back. That was the moment. That was where I should have said no. Left the maglite on the ground, gone back inside, watched dumb TV and fallen asleep on the couch like a normal kid. Instead, I raised the flashlight, closed my eyes, and started counting. 1.3. Crossing the line. We did one short round close to the houses, just to warm up. I was it first, the maglite heavy in my hand, swinging its cone of light between trees I knew like the back of my hand. Mark darted around, laughing, dodging behind trunks. making stupid noises to throw me off. It felt almost comforting, like rewinding to being 13 again. I caught him after a few minutes, his hoodie glowing in the beam as he tried and failed to belly crawl behind somebody's shed. "Rusty," he said, a little breathless, both of us. Then he took the flashlight from me, spinning it once in his hand like a gunslinger. "All right," he said. "Real game this time." He backed up to the edge of the trees, feet at the lip where neatly mowed grass turned into wild undergrowth, and leaned against a pine. 100, he said. "Old school. You better use the big field. Man, don't make it easy." He held the maglite straight up, then covered his eyes with his arm in a showy flourish. The beam punched a pale circle into the branches overhead. I took a breath, turned my back on the houses, and stepped into the woods. One Mark yelled behind me, like a kid on a playground. The first few yards were nothing. This was the part of the woods that lived in my sneakers, the worn-down path. The familiar tree roots that had tripped me 100 times before. Porch lights from the backs of the houses leaked through the first line of trunks, laying a soft orange glow on the ground. 5. I slipped past the old fallen log we used to climb on as kids. Someone had spray-painted a crude smiley face on it at some point, now half peeled away. A plastic grocery bag was snagged in the underbrush, fluttering weakly like a ghost that couldn't commit. 10. I kept walking. I wasn't running yet. No point. The game didn't really start until I was out of sight of the houses. As I moved, the sounds of the neighborhood softened around me. Sprinklers ticking rhythmically. Someone's TV laugh track drifting out through a cracked window. A dog barking twice, then going quiet. 20. The path bent right, following the gentle curve of a shallow ditch. I stepped off it, pushing through knee-high ferns that hissed against my jeans. The air felt different already, cooler on the skin, carrying the damp smell of earth and old leaves. Behind me, Mark's voice boomed again, faintly louder than it needed to be. 30. I glanced back once, through the trunks. I could still see bits of our world porch light halos, the faint yellow square of somebody's kitchen window. Mark was a dark shape at the edge of all that, arm over his eyes, flashlight beam held at attention. Then I turned away and kept going. The deeper I went, the more the human sounds peeled off, layer by layer. The sprinklers faded first, then the TV echo, then even the distant rumble of a car passing through the subdivision. 40. Instead, other sounds slipped in to replace them. The soft, damp crunch of my sneakers on leaf litter. The quiet shiff of my jeans brushing against bracken. The tiny crackle of twigs snapping under my weight. Every one of them sounded too loud. I told myself I'd grab a spot just a little further in than usual. Make Mark work for it, like he'd said. It was ridiculous to still feel weird about the creek at my age. The cabin was just a story. If it even existed, it was nowhere near where I was going. 50. I reached the shallow dip where rainwater collected in the spring. Now a dry, cracked patch of mud ringed by moss. 2 options: stay in the low ground, or go up the faint incline on the left, where the trees grew closer together. One more rise, I thought. I'll just go up over that and find a good spot to duck behind. He'll never check this far on the first round. I took the incline. The roots here were thicker, knotted and exposed like veins under thin skin. They caught at my toes, made the ground uneven. I had to watch where I put my feet. The rich earth smell got stronger, laced with the sour tang of decaying leaves. 55. Mark's voice was thinner now, the trees catching and softening it. It was still there, but it was like listening to someone shout through a closed door. I kept climbing. The incline wasn't steep, but it kept going, longer than it ever felt when we were younger. My breathing got a little heavier. I could feel my heartbeat starting to tick faster in my chest. Part exertion, part something else. Some quiet, nagging awareness that I was further from the houses than we usually went. 60, 1, 2, 3. His counting blurred a little, going from clear numbers to a stream of sound. I wasn't sure if he was actually losing track or just messing around. I glanced back again. This time, I couldn't see the porch lights. The trunks and undergrowth had knitted themselves into a solid wall of darkness. The only sign of the world I'd stepped away from was the faintest pale smear above the trees, where the neighborhood's glow reached up into the sky. Mark's flashlight beam flickered between the trunks far behind me just for a second, like a lighthouse blink, then vanished as he turned or shifted. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. Just a little further. I told myself, you wanted to make it interesting. Right. I crested the top of the rise and started down the other side. The ground changed. The leaf layer under my shoes felt deeper here, less compacted. The earth was softer, giving slightly with each step, like a sponge. The air cooled by a few degrees. A faint breeze threaded through the branches overhead, and for the first time since leaving the houses, I felt a genuine chill skate down my arms. My own sounds grew sharper in the new quiet. The snap of a twig underfoot sounded like a gunshot. My breath, which had been a background rhythm, suddenly felt too loud, like I should hold it before something else heard. Somewhere off to my left, an owl hooted. The sound was low, rounded, and for some reason it made the hair on my arms stand up. 70. His voice was distant enough now that the number almost didn't land in my brain. It just washed through the trees and was gone. I adjusted my path, angling a little to the right, trying to keep some sense of where the creek would be, even if I couldn't see it. I didn't want to literally trip over it and soak my shoes. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just wrongness, something off in the pattern of vertical lines and tangled branches. The trees in front of me thinned just enough to give me a view into a small clearing ahead, maybe 50 yards away, in the half-dark. There was a shape there that didn't belong, blocky, squat, too straight. I squinted, letting my eyes adjust. The longer I looked, the more the shape resolved itself. A roofline, sagging on one side like a shrugging shoulder. A slant of wall, boards gone gray and warped. A dark square too perfect to be a gap in the trees where a window used to be. Miller's cabin. My stomach dropped so suddenly it made me dizzy. I hadn't expected to actually find it. Some traitorous part of me had always assumed that if it was real, it would be farther out, deeper in than anyone we knew had ever gone. It was supposed to be theoretical, a story attached to a dot on the map you never actually reach. But there it was. The cabin crouched in the clearing like it had grown there. Roots sunk under the foundation. The roof sagged more than the stories made it sound. Shingles missing in jagged chunks. The chimney on the far side listed slightly. Bricks pushed out of line by time and neglect. The front steps were half rotted away. The bottom one broken clean in the middle so the two halves tilted outward like a splintered jaw. Grass and weeds had grown up through the cracks, tufts of green pushing aside splinters. The front door hung crooked on one hinge, the top corner leaning inward, the bottom scraping the porch. It moved gently whenever the breeze picked up, a slow, tired sway that made a soft tap, tap, as it kissed and pulled away from the frame. The windows were broken out, jagged glass teeth still clinging to the frames in places, catching the faint light. Behind them, nothing but darkness, not the soft gray of unlit rooms, but the kind of black that feels thick. To the right of the cabin, half swallowed by tall grass and blackberry vines, something rusted jutted up at an angle. An old truck, maybe. Its cab collapsed, windshield gone. A couple of busted-up plastic lawn chairs lay overturned nearby, their once white surfaces stained green and brown. Every instinct in me screamed to turn around, to back away, to pretend I'd never laid eyes on it. Instead, I stood there, breathing hard, heart pounding in my ears, and started making excuses. It's just a stupid cabin, I told myself. It's closer than going all the way back to the houses. Mark will never look here. You'll win. You'll finally shut him up about always catching you first. The little knot of fear in my gut loosened just enough when I framed it that way. I clung to the idea like a lifeline. Wind slipped through the gaps in the cabin's broken boards, threading between the slats. It made a soft, breathy sound, almost like someone exhaling through their teeth. For half a second, it edged into something that sounded like whistling, a tuneless, high, thin line of air. Just the wind. I thought, it's old wood. It's going to make weird noises. The front door shifted again in the breeze. That faint tap, tap, as it rocked against the frame. From somewhere inside the cabin, something small shifted with a dull thump like a loose board settling, or maybe an animal startled by my presence. I swallowed. 85, Mark's voice drifted through the trees, warped by distance. It sounded too far away and too close at the same time, like it was coming from over my left shoulder and straight ahead simultaneously. I realized I'd been standing still too long. If I was going to commit to this as a hiding spot, I had to move. I stepped into the clearing, every exposed inch of my skin prickling. The line between the tree line and the cabin felt like crossing a border I couldn't see, but definitely felt. The air seemed denser here, like I was walking into water. My sneakers brushed through long grass that grabbed at my ankles. I could smell the sharpness of it, the damp rot underneath. Mosquitoes whined near my ears. 89. 90. I put my foot on the first step. The wood flexed under my weight with a long, low groan, like something waking up after a long sleep. That's when I heard Mark call my name. It wasn't just counting now. It was my name. Stretched out. Hey, your name. You out here or what? The thing that made my blood run cold wasn't the fact that he was shouting, it was the direction it came from. The sound didn't roll out from the clearing in front of me. It didn't come from the cabin or the trees around it. It came from behind me, way behind me, back in the direction of the subdivision. I froze. One foot planted on the step, the other still on the ground. Body caught between going in and backing away. Dude, he called again. Closer this time, but still wrong somehow. As I turned my head toward the sound, something flickered at the edge of my vision. A quick, thin streak of light cut through the trees on the far side of the clearing, near the cabin. Not the distant, hazy glow of town, but the sharp, focused beam of a flashlight. It slid across a trunk, jumped to another, then vanished as if whoever was holding it had snapped it away. For a second, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that it was just after image, or my brain stitching together light and shadow. But Mark's voice called from the opposite direction again, muffled and real and totally out of sync with where I'd just seen that flash. Either the woods were screwing with sound, or someone else was in those trees with us. 2.1. Entering the rot. For a second, I just stood there with my foot on the step, frozen between the cabin and the trees, between Mark's voice and that stray beam of light that hadn't come from him. The sensible part of my brain whispered, "Go back. Call it. Tell him you twisted your ankle. Tell him you don't feel good." Literally anything but this. The other part, the stupid, 17-year-old part that cared way too much about not looking like a coward, kicked a little louder. "It's just a house," that voice said. "An old, empty house. Some other kids are probably out here with a flashlight. That's all. If you bail now, Mark will never let it go." I swallowed hard and made the decision that, in hindsight, might be the worst one of my life. I lifted my other foot and stepped fully onto the porch, up close. The wood looked worse. The paint, if it had ever been painted, was long since peeled away, leaving gray planks rough with splinters and dark with old water stains. Moss crawled along the seams between boards in thin green veins. The front door loomed in front of me, hanging slightly crooked. The gap between the top of the door and the frame was just wide enough to show a thin, black line of nothingness inside. My hand shook a little when I reached for the doorknob. I told myself it was just the leftover adrenaline from hiking farther and faster than usual. The metal was cold and slightly tacky under my fingers, like it had been touched a lot but not cleaned. Ever. I took a breath, turned the knob, and pushed. The hinge did not like that. It let out a long, keening scream that made my teeth ache. The sound scraped through the stillness, echoing faintly in whatever space lay beyond the threshold, somewhere in the trees behind me. A bird startled and flew off, leaves rustling like something fleeing. The door stuck halfway open, the bottom edge dragging against the floor. I leaned in with my shoulder and shoved harder. It scraped along, then suddenly gave, swinging the rest of the way with a jerky, reluctant lurch. Heavy, stale air flowed out to meet me like a physical thing. It smelled old. That was the first impression. The thick, damp musk of rot and dust. Under that was mold, sharp and sour. The scent of wet drywall and carpets that never fully dried. Threaded through both of those was a third note. Faint but unmistakable, a metallic tang, like rusty metal and something else I didn't want to name. It hit the back of my throat and made my tongue feel coated. I gagged once, swallowing bile. "So much for the murder palace," I muttered under my breath, because if I didn't say something, I was pretty sure I'd just turn and run. Just smells like piss and beer. Talking made it feel smaller, manageable, normal. Almost. It was a lie, but it helped enough to get my feet moving again. I stepped over the threshold. The floor inside was bare, rough wood, worn down by years of feet, and God knows what else. My sneaker soles made a faint thump with each step, like the boards were damp a few layers down. The first room was some kind of living room. What was left of a couch slumped against the far wall, its springs sticking up through ripped fabric like rusted ribs. Mildew stains bloomed across the armrests in irregular gray shapes. The cushions had been torn to shreds, stuffing pulled out and strewn across the floor. The walls were a mess of graffiti, layer over layer of spray paint and marker band logos, crude drawings of naked bodies, pentagrams, upside-down crosses, tags in blocky letters, dates. Some of them were old enough to be faded almost to nothing. Others looked fresher, the colors brighter, the edges sharper, like someone had been here not that long ago. I ran my eyes over a few 2010. We survived Miller's E+T4 ever. A badly drawn skull with XS for eyes and a speech bubble that said, "Get out, teenage bullshit." A history of kids trying to scare each other or prove how brave they were. It should have made the cabin feel less special, less dangerous. If all these people had been in here and walked out, what was the big deal? And yet, under the layers of names and jokes, the original walls still showed through in places. Old, dark wood, deep scratches that weren't from spray paint, long parallel grooves dug into the timber, some low, some high. The kind of marks that made you think of something clawing or something being dragged. Water dripped somewhere in the house with slow, patient regularity. I couldn't see where it was coming from, but I could hear it plink, 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 hitting something hollow, maybe a bucket or pan left behind. I took another step forward. The board beneath me let out a short, high creak, different from the long moan at the door. I felt it vibrate up through my legs. The sound traveled out into the house and came back to me in faint echoes, like something testing how big the space was. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed movement at the edge of the room. A fat, gray rat scrambled along the baseboard, its body hugging the wall, tail flicking. It disappeared through a gap where one plank didn't quite meet the next. A second later, I heard faint scuttling inside the wall itself. I told myself it was good to see something alive in here, a sign that this was just abandoned, dirty, not some movie set where time had stopped. From the living room, a doorway without a doorframe led into what had to be the kitchen. The tile, what I could see of it under the muck, was cracked and yellowed. A rusted metal sink sat under a small window clogged with spider webs and grime. The faucet was coated in lime deposits and brown streaks. One of the cabinets above it hung open, door hanging low on a single hinge, revealing shelves lined with mouse droppings and nests made of shredded paper and fiberglass insulation. An overturned chair lay in the middle of the floor. Its legs were splintered at weird angles, like someone had either smashed it deliberately or put too much weight on it all at once. Another chair lay on its side in the corner, one back slat missing. In the far corner, an old white refrigerator squatted like a tombstone. The door was almost shut, but not quite a 2-inch gap of darkness showed between the seal and the frame. Rust streaks ran down the sides like dried tears. There was something crusted and unidentifiable on the handle. I stopped a few feet away from it. Every horror movie I'd ever watched flashed through my head at once. The don't open the fridge scene is practically a cliché. I stared at that dark gap and imagined a dozen terrible things inside black. Rotting ooze, cloudy jars like the ones upstairs, something that used to be an animal, something that used to be a person. I took a step closer anyway, breath held, heart in my throat. Then I forced myself to look away. No, not yet. I wasn't ready to pull on that thread. Later, I muttered to myself, if Mark doesn't get me first. The joke didn't land, even in my own ears. I backed out of the kitchen and into the living room again, my footsteps mapping the creak's low moan here, sharp squeak there. Each board had its own voice. In the silence of the cabin, it was like walking on an old, complaining choir. I moved slowly, partly to stay quiet, partly because the last thing I wanted to do was put a foot through a rotten plank and end up in the crawl space with whatever lived down there. Dust motes floated in the twin beams of moonlight slipping through the shattered windows, drifting lazily like they had all the time in the world. As I made a slow circuit of the room, something in the corner caught my eye. Near the ceiling, above a patch of graffiti where someone had drawn a lopsided pentagram and written Hell House under it. A pair of metal hooks jutted from a crossbeam. They were old, the iron dark with rust, the curve of them thick and utilitarian. There were stains on the wood beneath them, dark, uneven patches that had seeped into the grain and stayed. I squinted up at them, swallowing against the sudden dryness in my mouth. Deer hooks, I told myself, for hanging game, that's all. It's a hunting cabin. Remember, people probably dressed elk in here back when Miller was still alive. That's it. The story felt flimsy even as I thought it. Still, I clung to it like a life raft. A breeze found its way in from somewhere and moved through the house in a slow exhale. It slid past me, cool and slightly damp, and stirred the dust. The broken glass in the window frames rattled, a faint chiming sound that made it easy to imagine a hand on the panes instead of wind. Somewhere deeper in the structure, something wooden shifted and settled with a low, hollow thunk. The water kept dripping, plink, 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 steady as a metronome. I realized I was listening too hard. Every noise felt like it might mean something. Like if I just paid enough attention, I could decode whether I was alone in here or not. My heart had settled into a fast but manageable rhythm. The initial spike of fear had turned into a kind of electric hum under my skin. For a wild moment, I almost forgot that this was a game, that Mark was out there somewhere, flashlight in hand, counting, hunting. He wouldn't expect me to actually come inside. I was sure of that. Not right away. Anyway. Which meant I had time to find a spot. A good one. Maybe upstairs. Somewhere I could see him before he saw me. I turned toward the doorway that led deeper into the cabin, where a narrow hall disappeared into shadow. As I moved, something tugged at the edge of my awareness. A flicker, a whisper of movement. I glanced back. Just a quick check. Toward the front door. For a heartbeat. I saw someone walk past the open doorway. Just a shape. A shadow darker than the surrounding darkness. Crossing from one side to the other. The outline of a shoulder. A head. The brief suggestion of legs mid-stride. I stopped so suddenly the floor complained under my feet. The cabin felt like it held its breath with me. I stared at the doorway, eyes straining against the low light. The rectangle of the front porch beyond was just a paler shade of black, framing the inked-out yard and trees. Nothing. No more movement. No sound of footsteps on the boards outside. No rustle of clothing. The only sound was that damned drip and the tiny patter of mouse feet inside the walls. I swallowed, my throat dry. Mark. I tried to call, but it came out too soft, like I was afraid to commit to the word. No answer. After a moment that stretched too long, I forced my feet to move. I walked carefully toward the nearest front window instead, crunching over bits of glass. Up close, The frame was a mess of splinters and jagged shards. A torn, sun-faded curtain hung in strips, barely clinging to the rod. I used 2 fingers to pull it aside and leaned in, peering out. The porch was empty. The clearing beyond lay still. The tall grass shifted slightly in the faint breeze, making soft brushing sounds against itself. But the low hedge and undergrowth along the edge of the clearing, near where the tree line started again, was still trembling. Leaves and thin branches shook like something heavy had just pushed through there and disappeared into the dark. I stared at that spot until my eyes watered, waiting for another flash of movement, a beam of light, anything. Nothing came. My skin crawled. The hair at the back of my neck stood up, prickling like it was trying to fight me out of my own body. Maybe it had been a trick of the light. Maybe my brain was stitching shadows together into a person because that's what it expected to see. Or maybe Mark had swung by, seen the front door open, and decided to mess with me by circling around the cabin. I clung to that last idea as hard as I could, because the only other option was that I'd just watched someone else walk past the doorway of an abandoned hunting cabin, deep in the woods, at night. Two. Upstairs, where it's wrong standing at that broken window, watching the undergrowth shiver for no good reason. I had a choice. I could walk back out the front door, step off the porch, and head toward the sound of Mark's voice like a sane person. I could shout, "Okay, you win. I'm done." And we'd probably spend the rest of the night telling each other how stupid this was. Instead, I backed away from the window and turned toward the hallway that led deeper into the cabin. There was a staircase tucked just beyond the living room, partially hidden by a half-fallen wall. The first few steps were visible from where I stood, a narrow run of dark wood leading up into shadow. Going upstairs felt like doubling down on a bad bet, and I knew it. But part of me was already planning ahead. A second story meant height. Height meant vantage points. If I could find a window up there that looked out over the clearing, I'd see Mark coming from a mile away. He'd never think I went that far the first round. I'd own him. That was the logic. Anyway, the staircase groaned as soon as I put my weight on the bottom step. A long, low creak that vibrated through the wall. Dust shook loose from somewhere overhead and floated down in lazy spirals. "Sorry, old man," I muttered, as if apologizing to the house could keep it on my side. I went up slowly, not just because I was trying to be quiet, but because every step felt like a question. Will this one hold? How about this one? The third step answered with a sharp, protesting squeal that made me flinch. The sixth emitted a weird double creak, like something flexing twice before settling. By the time I was halfway up, the sounds had started to form a kind of pattern, each board with its own tired complaint. The noise echoed in the hollow space under the stairs, filling the cabin with a low, wooden groan that almost sounded like breathing. I grabbed the banister with my right hand to steady myself as I climbed. I regretted it instantly. The wood was sticky, not wet. Exactly, just tacky. Like it had absorbed years of sweat and grease and never been wiped down. My palm slid over it and picked up a thin layer of grime. I made a face and let go, wiping my hand on my jeans. A sharp sting flared in my finger. I looked down and saw a small, dark splinter embedded in the pad of my thumb. A tiny thorn of old wood sticking up, a bubble of blood welled around it, bright red against my skin. The pain was small, stupid, but real, grounding. For half a second, It snapped everything back into focus. This wasn't a movie. I was not a spectator. I was here, in this place, leaving traces of myself on the wood, just like whoever had grabbed that banister before me. I dug the splinter out with my front teeth and spat it onto the step, then kept going. At the top of the stairs, the air felt even heavier. Still, like it hadn't moved in years. The smell of mold and dust from downstairs was stronger here, under the pitched roof. Trapped. A narrow hallway stretched out in front of me, the walls closing in on either side. The floorboards were narrower here, running lengthwise down the hall. There were 2 doors. The first was on the left, hanging slightly open, a dark gap showing where latch and frame no longer met. The second was at the very end of the hall, dead ahead. Warped in its frame. That one was closed in the way only old doors can be, not quite flush, swollen and stuck, but trying, holding something in or out. My skin prickled as soon as I saw it. I made myself look into the nearer room first. If I rushed straight to the closed door, I knew exactly how my brain would criticize me later. You skipped the obvious thing for the creepy one. Of course you died. I nudged the open door with the toe of my shoe. It swung inward with a tired sigh. Inside, the room was what you'd expect from an abandoned upstairs bedroom in a hunting cabin. An old mattress sat in the middle of the floor. The springs broken on one side so it sagged in a pathetic half-arc. The fabric was torn open, stuffing spewing out like guts. There were dark stains on it that could have been water, or mold, or something worse. I didn't look too closely. Chunks of plaster had fallen from the ceiling in one corner, exposing the wooden laths beneath like ribs showing through thin skin. Raccoon droppings peppered the floorboards, clustered around a broken dresser pushed up against the wall. One of the drawers hung halfway open, empty except for a nest of shredded fabric and dry leaves. A bird's nest clung absurdly to the curtain rod over the window, abandoned now. The twigs and bits of yarn coated in dust. The window glass here was mostly intact, but so dirty it was like looking through wax paper. Nothing supernatural, nothing impossible, just decay. The ordinary kind. The kind time does to everything when people stop caring for it. I closed the door gently, as if there was something in there that might wake up if I slammed it. Then I turned to face the end of the hall. The second door sat in its frame like a bad tooth. The wood around it was a shade darker, stained by something that had run down over time. The paint, if it had ever been painted, was long gone, leaving just raw timber gone gray with age. The top left corner didn't quite meet the frame, leaving a thin sliver of blackness like the one I'd seen at the front door. I couldn't explain why, but everything in me locked onto that sliver. It felt like an eye, watching. For a moment, I just stood there, listening. Silence. Then, faintly, from somewhere above or within the walls, came the soft skitter of tiny claws, mice or rats moving through the structure. A board creaked somewhere else in the house, responding to temperature or weight I couldn't feel. I stepped closer. The doorknob was an old metal sphere, dulled and mottled from years of touch. When I wrapped my fingers around it, it felt tacky, like the banister, but worse. The grease felt thicker here, like it had been gripped hard, often, by hands more desperate than mine. I swallowed and turned it. It resisted at first, sticking in place like it didn't want to move. Then it gave with a wet little jerk, like something sealed had broken. The latch released from the frame with a low click. I pushed. The door didn't swing open smoothly. It dragged at the bottom, wood catching on wood, scraping out a slow, drawn-out that set my teeth on edge. I had to put my shoulder into it again, pushing harder until the gap widened enough for me to slide through. As soon as the opening was big enough, the smell hit me. Downstairs had smelled old and sour. This was different. This was concentrated. Rot slammed into me like a tide. The heavy, suffocating stench of decomposing meat layered thick over the chemical sting of something artificial bleach. Maybe, or some kind of solvent. It burned my nostrils, coated my tongue, made my eyes water instantly. My body reacted before my mind did. My stomach lurched. I staggered back a step, one hand flying up to cover my mouth. For a second, I thought I was going to throw up right there in the doorway. I forced myself to breathe shallowly through my nose, air barely trickling in. After a few seconds, the initial shock dulled just enough that I could function. I blinked away the tears and stepped inside. Moonlight knifed into the room through a single cracked window on the far wall, cutting a harsh beam across the center and leaving the rest of the space in syrupy shadow. Dust swam in the light, turning slowly, the particles catching on each other. Right in the path of that beam sat a table. It wasn't a dining table. It was lower, thicker, more solid. The legs were stout and squared off, braced with crossbeams. The surface was scarred with deep cuts and gouges, some straight, some curved, as if different kinds of blades had kissed it over the years. Those grooves were filled with a dark, flaking substance, caked into the wood in irregular lines. Dried blood looks almost black in low light. The edges of the table were darker than the middle, as if liquid had run off the top many times and soaked into the border, saturating the grain. In a few places, the wood had split along those lines, warped from whatever had been spilled and scrubbed, and spilled again. Above the table, anchored into a heavy beam that ran across the ceiling, hung more hooks like the ones downstairs, but bigger. There were 3 of them, spaced evenly, iron thick and curved. Chains dangled from 2. Links rusted together in places. The 3rd hook was bare, the wood behind it sporting a pale, circular scar where something like a ring or loop had rubbed over it repeatedly. Dark stains trailed down the wall beneath them, running in thin, ugly lines that spread wider as they went, like something had dripped, then splashed, then seeped. The floor around the table was a patchwork of textures. Some boards were sticky under my shoes, my soles making a faint pulling noise when I shifted my weight. Others were smoother, worn down by boots pacing back and forth. Scuff marks crisscrossed the wood, some circular like someone had pivoted hard, others linear as if something had been dragged. It took a second for my eyes to adjust beyond the bright cut of moonlight. The corners of the room slowly resolved themselves from formless black into shapes. In the far corner, half hidden in shadow, was a heap of junk covered with old tarps. For a moment, that's all it looked like, random shapes piled together, cloth humped and sagging. Then my vision sharpened, and the contours underneath the tarps started to make sense. Curved forms, rounded ends, long, pale arcs, bones. Not all of them, at first glance, screamed human. Some looked like deer legs or animal ribs. This was Oregon, after all. Hunters dumped weird stuff in weird places all the time. That's what I told myself. But then I saw it. Near the top of the pile, Between two jutting chunks of something long and white was a fragmented, curved piece of bone the size of my hand. The outer surface was smooth. The inner surface was rougher, a faint wavy line cutting through it. It was the shape that did it. The curve. The thickness. I'd seen enough diagrams in science class to recognize a piece of human skull when I saw one. The air in the room seemed to thicken around me. My ears rang faintly. For a second, everything got a little too bright, then dimmed at the edges. I forced my gaze away from the pile and toward the wall under the window, where a narrow wooden shelf had been bolted into the studs. Jars lined the shelf. Most were glass mason jars, the kind your grandmother might use for jam. A few were smaller, mismatched things, the kind you'd get pre-filled with pickles or peppers. They were cloudy with age, labels peeled or half-hanging, lids crusted and dull. In the dim light, I could see that each one held liquid. Most of it was the color of weak tea, brownish, yellowish, opaque. Suspended in that liquid were shapes, small, pale shapes that floated or pressed against the sides. I stepped closer. I don't know why. Some terrible magnetism pulled at me, compelling and nauseating at the same time. It was like standing on the edge of a high place and looking down even though you know you shouldn't. The first jar I focused on was nearly full. Dozens of small, white things jostled gently against each other inside. Irregular shapes, some more pointed, some flattened. Teeth. They weren't cleaned. Not really. Some still had bits of root attached, brown and ragged. On a few, there were clumps of something grayish-pink clinging near the base, like the ghost of gum tissue that hadn't been scraped off entirely. The jar next to it held longer shapes, thin, jointed pieces arranged in messy clusters, finger bones. Some of them were still loosely articulated, curling in on themselves like tiny, skeletal claws. Another jar was more opaque, the contents less distinct, just a mass of something pale and folded, like tissue preserved in amber-colored syrup. For a moment, I thought I saw the suggestion of an ear. Or maybe that was just my brain filling in blanks it didn't want to leave empty. I realized I'd stopped breathing. My lungs burned. But the idea of inhaling anything from this room made my skin crawl. When I finally dragged a shallow breath in through my nose, the combined stench of rot and chemicals clawed at the back of my throat and made my eyes sting again. Animals, I whispered to myself. Even though the room was so quiet, I was basically shouting in that silence. Hunters are weird. People do weird stuff with trophies. This could be deer, or something. But it wasn't. I knew it. Deep down, in that place in your gut that recognizes danger long before your mind is willing to sign the paperwork. I knew what I was looking at didn't belong to animals. It belonged to people. My own breathing sounded absurdly loud in my ears, short, shallow, ragged. The house seemed to press in around it, amplifying each inhale, each exhale, as if it were listening. The structure itself let out a long, slow groan somewhere in its frame, wood settling or protesting. The dripping I'd heard downstairs was louder up here, too. Closer. I still couldn't see where it was coming from, but the sound plink, plink, plink was sharp and hollow now, like liquid hitting metal. Each drop landed in its own, most tiny silence, then echoed faintly. I tore my gaze away from the jars and back toward the table, because as horrible as the shelf was, I couldn't stand to look at it any longer. The table's surface was a chaos of marks, long cuts, deep gouges, scrapes where something heavy had been dragged. The dark stains between them were cracked in places, like dried mud in a drought. In the grooves, something flaked when the breeze from the broken window stirred the air. My eyes tracked across those ruined lines, not really wanting to see more but unable to stop. That's when I noticed it. Near the far edge of the table, half caught in a split in the wood, something small glinted faintly in the moonlight. Not big, no bigger than the tip of my thumb, just enough shine to stand out against all that dark, dried chaos. I stepped closer, heartbeat thudding in my ears. It was a necklace. A thin silver chain lay tangled in one of the cracks, the metal dulled but still catching light in a way nothing else in the room did. The pendant attached to it was tiny and delicate, the shape instantly recognizable even under the smear of dried brown clinging to one side. A maple leaf. It was such a normal thing, such a pretty, harmless little charm, lying there among the blood and scars and horrors, like it had simply fallen off someone's neck mid-conversation. Just a bit of jewelry, I told myself. Just something someone dropped. Some girl, some guy, some kid who thought it would be hilarious to come out here and carve their name into the walls. That was the story I tried to tell myself. But the way it was half wedged into that crack, the way the dried stain clung to it, the way it was the only clean, human thing in a room that was otherwise nothing but evidence of violence. It felt wrong. More wrong than the bones. More wrong than the jars. Because it meant someone who wore that necklace had been here, recently enough that it hadn't been swallowed by dust. And whatever had happened on that table, they'd been close enough to leave a piece of themselves behind. 2.3. Under the table. For a long moment, I just stood there in that room, caught between the table and the door. The stink of rot and chemicals pressing in on me like a physical weight. My brain couldn't decide which part to focus on. The hooks, the skull fragment, the jars, the little silver maple leaf, stuck in a crack in the wood like the house itself had bitten it and refused to let go. I needed to leave. Every instinct I had was screaming it now. This wasn't creepy. It wasn't haunted house fun. It was wrong. It was crime scene wrong. It was call the cops and throw up on their shoes wrong. But I didn't have a phone in my hand. I had a game I was technically still playing. A best friend somewhere out there in the dark. And the feeling that if I stepped into the hallway, the cabin might shift around me and I'd never find the front door again. A sound cut through my spiraling thoughts, a faint echo from outside, muffled by walls and distance. Someone shouting my name. My heart jerked like a fish on a hook. I moved toward the window, careful not to step on anything that looked like it might once have been attached to a skeleton. Glass crunched under my sneakers, tiny shards tinkling against the floorboards. I braced one hand on the sill and leaned to the side, trying to see past the angle of the wall. Through a gap in the grime-coated pane, I caught a narrow slice of the clearing and the trees beyond. There. A thin beam of light sliced between the trunks, bouncing slightly with each step. It bobbed up, then down, then swung in a lazy arc as whoever held it moved their arm. Mark's flashlight. His voice came again, thinner now, the trees and walls stealing some of its power. Dude! You seriously go this far? Relief flushed through me so fast, it left me dizzy. For a second, the horror of the room shrank to the edges of my awareness. The game snapped back into place like a rubber band. He was out there. He was close. This was still, technically, about hiding. He didn't know where I was, but I knew exactly where he was. An advantage. I looked back at the table. It was a terrible idea. Obvious. Stupid. Straight out of a slasher movie. But there was nowhere else in the room that offered cover like that. The corners were too cluttered with remains. The walls were bare. The only place that would put a solid piece of furniture between me and the doorway was right there in the center of everything. He'll never check under the table, I told myself. And even in my head, it sounded like famous last words. He wouldn't think I'd actually come all the way inside, let alone up here. I'll wait him out. Let him wander around like an idiot. When he gives up, I'll just walk out. No big deal. I tried to ignore the image of that skull fragment as I crouched and slid under. The underside of the table was a forest of rough beams and old nails. The wood was cold and slightly damp where my shoulder brushed it. Dust and cobwebs clung to my hair as I wriggled farther in, trying to get my whole body tucked into the darkest space. There wasn't much room. My chest almost touched the floor. The boards cool through my shirt. I had to twist a little to fit my legs, bending my knees awkwardly. One of the table legs dug into my side. I planted my palms on the floor to steady myself. My right hand landed on smooth, bare wood. It felt solid, scratched, familiar. My left hand landed on something else. It gave way under my fingers with a soft, unpleasant yield. Not liquid, not solid, something in between. The texture was wrong slick and slightly rubbery, like meat left in the fridge too long. My fingertips slid over it, then bumped into something hard underneath, smooth and curved. I jerked my hand back so fast my elbow smacked the underside of the table. A spike of pain shot up my arm. I bit down on a curse and lay there, frozen, breathing fast, palm tingling with ghost sensations. I didn't look to see what I'd touched. I couldn't. My imagination filled in too many answers, a hunk of muscle that had fallen off the table, an arm, the top of a severed thigh, something's ribs. Instead, I pulled my hand tight against my chest, fingers curling in on themselves like claws. Dust tickled my nose. I fought down a sneeze, eyes watering. From where I was, the world compressed into slices, directly ahead, through the narrow gap between the table edge and the floor. I could see the doorway, a crooked rectangle of deeper darkness. The hall beyond only a suggestion. Any movement there would register as a silhouette, if I turned my head just right, pressing my cheek into the board so hard it hurt. I could see a slice of the window and the clearing beyond a slanted view of grass and the lower edge of the broken frame. Outside, the trees seemed impossibly far away, even though I knew they were just a few strides from the cabin walls. Mark's light bobbed between them again, briefly cutting through my limited view. His beam slid across a trunk, then disappeared as he turned or the trees swallowed it. Dude, if you face-planted in a ditch, I'm not hauling your ass out, he called faintly. I almost smiled. Almost. This was working. As screwed up as everything in this room was, I had the high ground, the perfect ambush. I could stay here until he either got bored and called it, or until he walked right into the clearing, and I could see him from my little cave and decide when to reveal myself. Outside, the forest soundtrack played on, oblivious. Crickets chirped in uneven rhythms. Something rustled in the underbrush, then scampered away, probably a rabbit or another rat. A distant owl hooted again, that same slow, rounded sound as before. I focused on those noises, tried to let them lull me into something like calm. Then the cabin reminded me that the woods weren't the only thing alive out there. From downstairs came the sound of the front door. At first, I thought it was just wind catching it again, a shift at the hinge, but the noise wasn't the aimless creak from before. It was heavier, more deliberate. Squeak. Wood against wood. Hinge complaining. A brief pause. Then the soft, unmistakable thump of a door hitting a wall or being caught by a hand. My heart slammed so hard it rattled my ribs. Someone had just opened the front door. For a second, I clung to denial like a drowning man to driftwood. It's Mark, I told myself. He doubled back. He circled around while you were watching his light. The sound was bouncing weird. That's all. He found the cabin and he's trying to scare you, but even as the thought formed, I knew it wasn't right. Mark's flashlight beam was still out there, moving between the trees. I could see it, faint but real, flickering in my thin slice of view. He was nowhere near the clearing. He was still at the edge of the woods, calling my name, which meant the weight I heard crossing the threshold below me, the floorboards answering with deep, resonant groans. That wasn't him. The steps downstairs were different from the ones I'd made earlier. Mine had been tentative, testing, light compared to this. Whatever was moving now had confidence, familiarity. It walked like it owned the place. Each footfall hit with a dull thud, followed by the long, low creak of old boards shifting under real weight. The sound carried up through the bones of the house, into my chest. I could feel a faint vibration through the floor pressed against my ribs. They crossed the living room. I could trace the path without seeing it from door to couch, from couch to the bottom of the stairs. There was a pause, like whoever it was listening or choosing. Then the stairs began to complain. The first step let out a heavy groan. The second protested in a different pitch. By the third, the sound had settled into that same pattern I'd mapped with my own weight. But the notes were deeper, thicker, like hearing yourself speak on a recording and realizing your voice sounds nothing like you thought it did. The climbing rhythm was slow, not cautious, exactly more like steady, measured, someone who didn't feel any need to rush. My mouth went dry. I swallowed, but it didn't help. Still Mark. Some desperate part of me insisted. He found a second flashlight. He's messing with you. He's doing a voice. Then I heard the breathing. It came in on the tail end of each stair creak, riding the sound up the hall, a wet, rattling inhale, followed by a slightly wheezier exhale, like air dragging through something it shouldn't have to pass phlegm. Fluid. Scar tissue. Mark was a cross-country runner. I'd never heard him breathe like that in my life. Whoever was coming up those stairs was older, heavier, and wrong on the inside. I pressed myself flatter against the floor, as if I could sink into the boards and disappear. My chest barely lifted with each shallow breath. Every inhale felt like a risk. The footfalls reached the top of the stairs. They stopped. The house fell into a silence so complete it roared in my ears. The dripping had stopped. Or maybe I just couldn't hear it over the blood pounding in my head. For a few long, endless seconds, nothing happened. Then the steps started again, this time moving down the hall. Each one mapped the distance between the staircase and the door to the room I was in. 1, 2, 3. They got louder. closer, until they were just on the other side of the wall that separated this room from the hall. The doorknob turned, slowly, deliberately, metal squeaking faintly against metal. The door to the room where I lay under a butcher's table, surrounded by bones and jars and old stains, eased inward. The hinge exhaled a tired moan as it swung. From my vantage point, the doorway appeared as a shifting block of shadow. The light from the window caught the edge of the frame, outlining it in a faint gray line. I saw the first boot before I saw anything else. It stepped into the room and onto the edge of the moonlit strip across the floor. It was a hunting boot, thick, heavy leather, laces frayed, eyelets dulled. Mud caked the sides, dried in thick clumps. Darker stains freckled the surface above the sole. Some of them were old and brown. Others, in tiny flakes along the seams, looked almost red, even in this low light. The other boot followed, toes pointing slightly outward, like its owner walked with a bit of a waddle or a limp. They moved further into the room, the soles grinding grit into the floorboards. They stopped just shy of the table. I stared at them from the shadow, every muscle locked, my lungs already screaming for air. Something heavy thunked onto the tabletop above me. The whole structure vibrated, a tremor running through the beams over my head. A second later, I saw a sliver of metal at the edge of my vision. The blade hung just over the side of the table, its broad edge glinting in the moonlight. It was a large knife, the kind hunters use to dress big game. The steel was scratched and nicked, the curve near the tip stained a darker, mottled color, the kind of patina you don't get from rust alone. Dried blood maps its own history. The handle was wrapped in what might once have been leather, now dark with oil and age. A thumb, thick and calloused, rested on it for a second, tapping lightly. The sound soft, rhythmic, was unbearable in that silence. The boots shifted. One moved back a half step. The boards creaked accordingly. Then, slowly, something bent into my field of view. A knee. Denim stretched over it, worn shiny at the joint, frayed at the hems. Then thighs. Then the bulk of a torso, plaid pattern ghosting through the dark. And finally, a face. He leaned down, like he was checking under a bed for monsters. Except the monster was me. From this angle, he was upside down, his head lowering into the narrow gap between table and floor, dangling above me. His hair was short and uneven, like he'd cut it himself with a dull knife. His skin was the color of old wax, pale and sickly under the stubble peppering his cheeks and jaw. His eyes were the worst part. Even before his breath hit me, they didn't quite line up. One was slightly lazier than the other, drifting a hair off center, so his gaze never seemed to rest anywhere natural. The whites were yellowed, spidery red veins webbing out from the irises. One pupil was wider than the other, swallowing more of the color. A thin, pale scar tugged from the corner of his mouth up toward his left cheekbone, twisting his face into a permanent half-sneer even when his expression was neutral. Not that it was neutral now. Now, he was smiling, not wide, just a slight curl of lips that didn't reach his eyes at all. His breath washed over me in a hot, humid wave. It smelled like stale coffee, cigarettes, and something rotten fermenting between his teeth. It was so strong my eyes watered. I clamped my mouth shut and refused to inhale, chest burning, every instinct screaming, "Don't breathe, don't move, don't exist." His gaze slid lazily under the table, passing over my face, my shoulders, the outline of my curled knees. For a fraction of a second, it seemed like he didn't see me at all, like I was just another shadow in a room full of them. Hope flared small, pathetic, desperate. Maybe it was too dark. Maybe my black hoodie was doing me a favor for once. Maybe he was drunk, or high, or half blind. His eyes drifted past me, toward the far edge of the table. Then they snapped back. Just a tiny adjustment, a microscopic shift in focus. They locked on mine. We stared at each other for a heartbeat that felt like an hour. My lungs spasmed. A choked, involuntary little gasp tore itself out of me as my body fought to drag in air. His smile widened almost imperceptibly. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and ragged, the sound scraping up out of his throat like it had to fight through gravel. "You're breathing too loud, boy," he murmured, like he'd been listening to me do it the whole time. 3.1 Phone, teeth, and first escape for a second after he spoke. I forgot how to be a person. "You're breathing too loud, boy." The words slid under the table and wrapped around my spine like fingers dipped in ice water. My lungs seized up completely. My body wanted to inhale, to gasp, to scream. But it was like the rest of me had cut the power. He knew I was there. Not suspected. Not guessed. Knew. We stared at each other in that cramped slice of space. My cheek pressed against the filthy floorboards, his upside-down face hanging inches above me. His eyes flicked lazily over my features like he was cataloging me. Then, without breaking eye contact, he pulled his head back up out of view. For a heartbeat, all I could see were his boots and the underside of the table again. I heard the faint rustle of his clothes as he straightened, the low crackle of joints popping. The blade above me shifted slightly, metal scraping wood with the softest shunk. He didn't say anything else. That almost made it worse. My heart pounded against the floor so hard, I half expected the boards to thud back in time. My lungs burned, begging for air. I forced a shallow sip in through my nose. The smell of him in the room hit me at the same time, stale sweat and rot and chemical sharpness. My stomach lurched. He took a step back from the table. The floor creaked in response. I heard him move around the room, slow, unhurried steps, boot soles grinding grit, the faint clink of glass as his hip nudged the shelf of jars, the heavier clunk of something solid being shifted on the far side of the room. He wasn't rushing. He wasn't alarmed. He was, what deciding thinking, letting me marinate in my own terror. I swallowed against the dryness in my throat, feeling my tongue stick to the roof of my mouth. Outside, through the sliver of window I could still see. Mark's flashlight beam slid through the trees again, a distant, oblivious presence. His voice reached me a second later, muffled. "Seriously, man, where are you?" It sounded like it was coming from another planet. I was just starting to think. Maybe he'll leave the room. Maybe I can crawl out the other side. Maybe when my pocket buzzed, it was such a stupid, normal sound. Bzz, bzz, against the pressed-down silence under the table. It was deafening. The vibration rattled my thigh, the plastic edge of my phone digging into my leg. The hum traveled straight into the floor, a tiny electric insect chewing at the quiet. Everything in the room stopped. The footsteps, the faint clink of something being moved. Even the house seemed to freeze. its constant groans biting down mid-sigh. The buzzing stopped, then started again almost immediately. Whoever was calling wasn't giving up. In my pocket, the screen lit up, the glow haloed faintly through the thin fabric of my jeans. A tiny, stupid rectangle of modern life thrumming away in a room that felt like it belonged to some older, uglier century. Above me, the boots turned. He took one step back toward the table, then another. Each one sank into the floor with slow, deliberate weight. I didn't dare move, not even to grab for the phone. My hands were locked into claws against my chest. My fingers were slick with sweat. I could feel my pulse beating in the delicate skin of my wrist. The buzzing cut off. For half a second, I thought maybe the call had rolled to voicemail, that maybe that was it, the end of it. Then I saw his hand. It slid under the table slowly, fingers groping through the dark, thick. Blunt fingertips brushed along the boards, seeking. They bumped into my shoe, then my calf. I flinched, muscles jumping, but there was nowhere to go. He kept feeling around. The backs of his knuckles dragged against my thigh as he hunted for the source of the vibration. The sensation crawled up my nerves. Goosebumps rose on my skin. His fingers closed on the hard rectangle in my pocket. The pressure of his grip dug the phone into my leg before he yanked it out with a practiced jerk. The fabric of my jeans scraped against my skin, pulling hair, making my eyes sting with reflex tears. The phone cleared the edge of the table and disappeared from my line of sight for a moment. Then the space under the table lit up with a cold, bluish glow as he flipped it over and the screen shone down. From where I lay, upside down relative to him, I could just see the bottom edge of his face again, his chin, the line of that twisted scar, the dark stubble on his jaw. The light made his skin look sickly, flattening all the hollows and darkening the creases. "Mark," he read aloud, sounding out the name slowly. His voice had a hint of amusement in it now, like he'd found a joke he enjoyed. "We got ourselves a friend." Seeing my best friend's name in that man's hand did something to me. I can't completely explain. It made everything suddenly feel more real and more surreal at the same time. The world that had existed up until tonight, gas stations, school, group chats collided face first with this one in the worst possible way. For a heartbeat, it looked like he was actually considering answering. His thumb hovered over the screen, which was still lit with the cheerful, oblivious incoming call Mark banner. Then the call rolled to voicemail on its own. The screen dimmed, then flicked off. He let out a soft, almost disappointed grunt and tossed the phone onto the table with a careless flick of his wrist. It hit the wood with a hard crack that made me flinch and bounced once before coming to rest. I heard, rather than saw, the spiderweb fracture of glass. Silence again. Then he kicked the table. Not a tentative nudge, a full, sudden, explosive strike of his boot against the side support. The whole structure jumped. The crossbeam over my head slammed into my shoulder and cheek, driving my face harder into the floor. Pain sparked across my jaw. Dust and dried flakes of God knows what rained down into my hair and eyes. My teeth clacked together, the tip of my tongue catching briefly and flooding my mouth with the hot taste of blood. The impact knocked the wind out of me. A rough, involuntary grunt tore out of my chest. He laughed, a low, ugly sound. I didn't think, I didn't plan. My right hand shot out. searching blindly for anything I could use between me and him. My fingers scrambled across rough wood, flaked stain, and then crashed into something smooth and rounded. A jar. It was wedged near the edge of the table leg, one of the ones he or someone else had left within reach. My palm closed around cold glass slick with condensation or residue. I could feel the slosh of liquid inside, the faint bump of something solid hitting the inner walls. Adrenaline made me stronger than I should have been in that cramped position. I grabbed it, twisted my body just enough to bring my arm up, and swung. The jar exploded against the underside of his face with a wet, crystalline detonation. Glass shattered in all directions, shards ricocheting off beams and floorboards. The jar's contents thick, brownish liquid and a flurry of hard, pale shapes sprayed outward in a foul-smelling storm. For a split second, the world became sound and sensation. The crash of breaking glass, his startled grunt of pain, the sharp pip-pip-pip of teeth, actual teeth, bouncing off the floor and skittering into the dark. The smell hit me a half-second later, stronger, richer, layered over the room's background stench, metallic, sour, like a dentist's tray left out in the sun to spoil. He staggered back with a snarl, one hand flying to his face, blood fresh, hot, unmistakably red even in the low light spattered down, hitting the boards next to me in fat drops. I rolled, desperate to get out from under the table before he could recover. I rolled the wrong way. My outstretched left hand plunged into something that wasn't wood. The texture was all wrong. It yielded under my fingers with a nauseating glorp. Layers giving way at different rates, first mushy, then more resistant, then slick. My fingers slid through something that tore, then slipped over something hard and curved beneath. For a fraction of a second, my mind refused to interpret it. It just logged sensations, warmth, wetness, an obscene slipperiness. Then the smell arrived so much stronger up close. Sweet, cloying rot. The odor of meat that had been dead long enough to become something else. My brain finally caught up and supplied the awful truth. I was elbow deep in an open chest cavity, somewhere in the dark under that table, hidden by angle and shadow, and my own refusal to look. There was or had been a body, or what was left of one. My hand had found it, sinking past peeled-back flesh into a hollow where organs used to be. Something stringy clung to my skin as I jerked my arm back. There was a wet slurp as parts of it tried to come with me and then broke. My fingers skated across exposed rib, smooth and wet and slick with fluids that didn't belong anywhere near a living person. A choked scream tore out of me, raw and embarrassingly high. I couldn't stop it. It burst free on its own, part horror, part sheer animal revulsion. The man recovered faster than any human had a right to. I heard him spit once, hard, then curse in a low, slurred string. His boots slammed back toward the table, the earlier lazy confidence gone, replaced by a heavier, more purposeful stomp. Out of the corner of my eye, between the table leg and the floor, I saw him reach for the wall, for something leaning there. His hand closed around a dark shape propped against the boards, a stubby cylinder, metal and wood. He lifted it, and the moonlight caught the barrel for just a second as he swung it up. Sawed-off shotgun. The double barrels yawned wide, black and hungry, even from this angle. The wood of the stock was worn smooth where fingers had gripped it 1,000 times. Scratches and dings marred the metal, but the business end was clean. His fingers moved with practiced ease, working the pump. Click, clack. The sound rolled through the room like thunder heard from underwater. Every part of me screamed, "Move, move, move." I didn't have time to think about where. Up, out, away anywhere that wasn't under a table with a corpse and a man holding a shotgun. I twisted, shoved myself toward the gap closest to the window. My shoulder hit a beam, hard enough to send sparks up my arm. I scrabbled forward, trying not to think about what my knees were sliding over. Something crunched under my palm bone or glass. I couldn't tell. "Stay," he growled above me, voice thick with a strange mixture of annoyance and excitement. "Ain't done with you yet." I didn't stay. I launched myself out from under the table like something had grabbed me from behind and hurled me. The room spun as I came up half-crouched, half-stumbling, my eyes blinking against the sudden open space after the claustrophobic underside. For the briefest moment, I saw him fully for the first time. He was taller than I'd expected, broad across the shoulders. His shirt had once been plaid, now mostly a smudge of dark colors and stains. The side of his face was spattered with fresh blood and darker flecks. Tiny shards of glass clung to his stubble. One eye was squinted almost shut, a red line already swelling under it. He grinned when he saw me, not angry, pleased. My gaze flicked from his face to the window beside him. The glass was already cracked, spiderweb fractures radiating from where weather and vandals had done their work. A few jagged shards stuck half in, half out of the frame like teeth. It was closer than the door, closer than the shotgun. I didn't think. I just ran. I sprinted at the window with everything I had left, ignoring the sting of cuts on my hands, the stickiness on my clothes, the burn in my lungs. The boards under my feet screamed in protest as I drove off them, putting my shoulder down like I was about to tackle somebody at the goal line. For a split second, the glass resisted. There was a feeling of pressure, of tension, of the world holding its breath. Then it broke. The sound was sharp and layered a high, tinkling cascade over a deeper, more brutal crack as the frame gave. Shards exploded around me, spinning in the air like deadly confetti. I felt them slice into my arms, my neck, my face. Pain flared hot and bright in a dozen places at once. Then I was weightless. The drop wasn't far one story. Maybe, but it felt like falling down a well. The night air rushed past my ears. My stomach did that horrible flip it does on roller coasters. I hit the ground hard. My right foot took the brunt of it. The impact shot up my leg like a lightning bolt. There was a sickening, wet crack that I heard and felt at the same time. It wasn't like the tidy, sharp snap of a twig. It was thicker, meatier. The sound of something important breaking where it shouldn't. White pain detonated in my ankle, blooming outward in a starburst of agony. My knee buckled. I went down sideways, the rest of me slamming into cold earth and tangled weeds. The breath blasted out of my lungs in a useless, soundless oof. For a few seconds, all I could do was lie there, mouth open, no air going in or out, vision exploding with bright spots. The stars above me blurred and swam. The cabin loomed over my peripheral vision like a black, rotting tooth against the sky. Somewhere overhead, the man reached the broken window. I heard his boots on the floorboards, then on the lower part of the frame. Bits of glass tinkled down around me, raining onto the grass. His face appeared in the shattered rectangle, haloed by splintered wood and broken glass. The barrels of the shotgun jammed out just below his chin, angling downward. He looked down at me, sprawled in the dirt. One leg twisted at an angle that made bile rise in my throat. Then he laughed. Not a big villain in a movie laugh. Just a low, throaty chuckle, deep in his chest, like I'd done something mildly entertaining. Didn't tell you to leave yet. He called down. My fingers dug into the ground, clawing at roots. My ankle screamed every time I shifted. I tried to scramble, to roll, to get behind anything resembling cover, but my body wasn't cooperating fast enough. The shotgun roared. The world turned white for a split second. A searing flash of light and sound. The blast hammered the air, a concussive wave that slapped my eardrums and thudded through my chest. Splinters of wood and chunks of glass exploded from the window frame above me, raining down in a violent storm. Something hot and fast tore through the air, inches from my shoulder. The percussion alone making my arm go briefly numb, for a heartbeat. I thought I'd been hit, and just didn't know it yet. Then, over the ringing in my ears and the fading echo of the shot, I heard him chuckle again, softer this time. He hadn't missed. Not really. He'd aimed to scare, to hurt, to herd. He could have put that blast straight through my back. Instead, he was playing with me. 3.2. The chase through the trees. For a few seconds after the shotgun blast, time didn't feel real. My ears rang with a high, shrill whine that drowned out everything else. The cabin above me was just a jagged black shape against a sky that suddenly seemed too big. The ground under my hands felt both solid and far away, like I was touching it through thick gloves. Then pain crashed back in. My ankle pulsed like it had its own heartbeat, too fast, too strong, out of sync with the rest of me. Every throb was a white-hot spike driven up my leg, radiating out through my knee and hip when I tried to move my foot, even a millimeter. The pain flared so bright it turned my vision white at the edges. There was a wrongness to the way my leg lay on the ground. I didn't want to look at it, but my eyes drifted down anyway. My right foot was twisted at an angle feet aren't supposed to go. The shape of it all wrong where ankle met shin. Even in the dim light, I could see the swelling already building, skin stretching too tight. The fabric of my jeans was torn, dark with blood around the knee and calf from where the window glass had kissed me on the way out. "Get up," I rasped at myself. My voice sounded like somebody else's, thin, ragged, above. The man shifted his weight in the broken window, shards of glass crunching under his boots. The barrels of the shotgun dipped slightly, then rose again as he adjusted his grip. If he fired straight down, there'd be nowhere to go. Adrenaline surged, flooding everything. The edges of the pain blurred, not gone, but smeared into something I could push against. I rolled onto my stomach with a gasp, biting back another scream as my ankle brushed the ground. Fire shot up my leg, and black spots exploded across my vision. For a second, I thought I was going to pass out right there in the grass. "Move," I whispered. Not sure if I was talking to my arms or my whole body. My fingers dug into the dirt and dead leaves. I clawed my way toward the tree line, using my left leg to shove, dragging my right one like dead weight. Each inch felt like a mile. My ribs scraped over rocks, roots jabbing into my chest and stomach. Behind me, I heard him chuckle again, that low, amused sound. The cabin creaked as he shifted his stance. A second shotgun blast ripped the air. This one went wide, intentionally or not, chewing into the ground a few feet to my left. Dirt and wood chips exploded, peppering my side. A piece of bark stung my ear, hot and sharp. I didn't wait for a third. Some deep, animal part of me, a part that didn't care about bones or flesh or what would happen later, took over. I pushed myself up onto one knee, clutched the nearest tree trunk, and hauled myself upright. The moment I put weight on my right foot, the world tried to shut off. Pain detonated from ankle to hip, a violent, electric burst that made my stomach heave. My leg nearly buckled, my vision tunneled. For a second, there was nothing but that pain and the taste of blood in my mouth where I'd bitten my tongue. I leaned hard on the tree, forehead thunking against the bark. I sucked in a breath, then another. Each inhale tasted like leaves, gunpowder, rust. "You can't stay here," some clear, cold voice in the back of my head said. "If you fall." He walks over and finishes it. "Pick a direction. Go." I pushed off the tree and stumbled forward into the underbrush. The first step was a lurch. The second was a stagger. By the third, my body had found a grotesque rhythm, left leg carrying most of the load, right leg just touching down long enough to keep me from falling, sending jolts of agony up my spine each time. Every step was a bolt of white-hot pain, but momentum did something magical and terrible. If I kept moving, it stayed in front of me, always a beat behind. If I stopped, it would catch me. So I didn't stop. Branches whipped at my face and arms, scratching fresh lines into already shredded skin. Leaves slapped against my chest. My breath tore in and out of my throat, ragged and too loud. Behind me, the forest started reacting to our presence. Birds exploded out of the trees, wings beating the air in frantic bursts. A chorus of caws and shrieks erupted from somewhere overhead. Small animals, squirrels, rabbits, whatever lived in that patch of woods bolted away from the clearing, their rustling panic radiating outward. Underneath it all came a sound that made my insides shrivel. Footsteps. He wasn't fast, not like me, not like Mark. But he didn't need to be. His steps were deliberate, unhurried. Each one landed with a solid thud that the roots and undergrowth couldn't quite swallow. He was walking. I was running, and I wasn't getting nearly far enough away. Another blast boomed through the trees. This one echoed weirdly, bouncing off trunks and bouncing back in fragments. The sound chased itself around me, hard to pinpoint. Something ripped through the branches just ahead, leaves shredded, bark torn. The smell of burning wood and gunpowder blew back into my face. He was herding me, left, then right, away from open spaces, deeper into the maze. My mind started to fray around the edges. Thoughts came in jagged pieces. Don't trip. Don't fall. Breathe. Mark. Where is Mark? Don't look back. Don't look back. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard it felt like it might break through. Each inhale scraped my throat raw. I could taste iron blood from somewhere in my mouth or nose. I didn't know. It mixed with the metallic tang in the air. The ghost of all the blood that had been spilled out here before. A low branch caught my shoulder and spun me sideways. I slammed into a tree trunk, bark tearing skin from my cheek. Stars burst behind my eyes. I bounced off and kept going, the world tilting around me, somewhere ahead. A voice cut through the chaos. Hey! Hey, where are you, Mark? It wasn't the casual, joking shout from earlier. There was panic in it now. Real fear. His voice cracked on the last word. Mark, I screamed back, but it came out mangled, breathless, more a strangled yelp than a name. I forced more air into my lungs and tried again. "Mark, run." My voice snapped, high and thin. The effort tore at my chest. I coughed, tasting fresh blood. The forest helped me for once. My scream bounced off trunks, echoed down gullies, ricocheted weirdly. It was impossible to tell exactly where it had come from, but it was loud. Loud enough. I prayed that he'd hear it and go. He didn't. Of course he didn't. "Hold up! Where are you?" he yelled. Closer now. His flashlight beam knifed through the trees ahead of me, wildly searching. It swung left, right, then froze as it caught motion, me crashing through the underbrush like a wounded animal, for a stupid, awful heartbeat. Everything lined up with muscle memory. The light pinned me, caught my face, my chest, the smear of blood and dirt across my hoodie. My brain, still hardwired to the game we'd been playing an eternity ago, thought tagged. Mark actually said it. Reflex, habit, years of the same words. "I see you, got you." He cut himself off mid-sentence. His expression shifted in real time as I stumbled into the full column of light. Shock hit first, eyes widening, mouth falling open just a little. Then confusion, his forehead creasing as his gaze swept down. Then horror, his face draining of color. The beam slid down my body, past my scraped face and torn clothes, to my right leg. My ankle looked worse in full light, swollen grotesquely. The joint already puffed up so much the skin stretched shiny. Blood soaked my sock and shoe, some of it mine, some of it who knew. The angle was wrong enough that even without medical training, it was obvious something in sync was broken, displaced. Holy, he breathed. Dude, what the hell? My body didn't let him finish the thought. I crashed into him chest first, grabbing the front of his hoodie with both hands. The impact nearly took us both down. My right leg folded under me like a bad table, fire lancing up from the ankle. I screamed short, sharp, involuntary. He caught me, staggering, his arms going around my back on instinct. Up close, I could see every detail of him, the beads of sweat on his upper lip, the freckles across his nose, the way his pupils were blown wide in the dark. His breath smelled like cheap beer and mint gum. Totally normal things that had no business existing in the same moment as everything else. "What happened? What did you do?" he babbled. "Did you fall?" You break, his words cut off as his gaze shifted over my shoulder. I felt the change in him before I saw it. The way his muscles went from taut to stone. The way his breath hitched and then stopped. His fingers clenched in the fabric of my hoodie hard enough to pinch skin. His eyes, already wide, stretched further. All the color drained out of his face. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking past me. I didn't turn around. Every horror movie I'd ever watched had trained me for exactly one survival rule: don't look back. Looking back wastes time. Looking back gets you killed. Whatever was behind me, I didn't need to see it to know it was bad. "Run," I gasped, shoving at his chest with what little strength I had. "Mark, run, run." He didn't argue. Whatever he saw back there convinced him faster than anything I could have said. He slung my arm over his shoulders and hooked his own around my waist in one practiced motion, like we'd rehearsed this 100 times in some better universe. His body turned, dragging mine with it, and then we were moving. It wasn't fast, not like the sprints we used to do for fun. It was a ragged, stumbling, three-legged lurch. Each step a negotiation between gravity, pain, and momentum. My bad leg dangled, toes scraping the ground every few strides, sending fresh flares of agony up to my hip. But we were going forward, away from the cabin, away from the man, behind us. Through the pounding of blood in my ears, I heard something new, whistling. It was soft at first, almost swallowed by the forest sounds. A thin, tuneless line of notes, off-key and lazy. Not a song. Not really. Just a sequence of rising and falling pitches that didn't belong to any melody I knew. It floated through the trees, oddly cheerful in its wrongness. He was whistling. The man behind us was close enough now that the sound carried between the trunks, weaving around our crashing footsteps. It wasn't frantic. It wasn't angry. It sounded like someone walking down a grocery aisle, or a guy flipping burgers at a cookout, or a man taking his time on a stroll he knew by heart. Except we were the entertainment. The tune warped as it bounced off the trees, doubling back on itself so I couldn't tell exactly how far behind he was. Sometimes it sounded right on top of us, brushing the napes of our necks. Sometimes it seemed to recede, only to grow louder again a second later. Mark heard it too. I felt him shudder beside me. Is he? He panted, breath sawing in and out. Is he whistling? Shut up and run. I rasped. My throat burned with every word. Don't listen to it. Just go. Branches whipped at our faces. The flashlight beam jittered wildly, swinging over tree trunks and roots and patches of ground. We barely had time to process before we were on top of them. Once. Mark stumbled on a hidden rock, and we both lurched sideways, slamming into a trunk. Bark scraped skin from my shoulder. He grunted and kept going. The whistling followed, not growing distant, not fading. Just there. Relentless. Off-key. As if this was all a game, and he was the only one who knew the rules. 3.3. Truck, sirens, and official stories. I don't know how long we ran like that. Time got chopped up into pieces, the thud of Mark's shoulder under my arm, the burning ache in my ribs, the lightning bolt pulses from my ankle every time my bad foot brushed the ground, the whistle weaving in and out of the trees behind us. At some point, the forest changed. The trees began to thin, spacing out. The underbrush grew less tangled. The ground under our feet turned from soft, mossy loam to packed dirt and scattered gravel. The sound of our crashing footsteps stopped ricocheting off tree trunks and started drifting into open air. We broke out onto the dirt road so suddenly, it felt like falling out of a moving car. 1 second, there were branches slapping my face, leaves clawing at my clothes. The next, we were stumbling into a strip of open space, the world widening on both sides. The forest ended there in a jagged line of trunks and brush, like the mouth of something spitting us out. The sound hit me first, after the muffled, cramped acoustics of the woods. The open air felt vast. Crickets sang in a steady chorus along the roadside, somewhere far off. A dog barked. The faint hum of the highway drifted in like a memory tires on asphalt, engines rising and falling in pitch. Ahead, parked crooked at the edge of the tree line, sat Mark's dad's pickup. I don't think I've ever loved an inanimate object more in my life. The old Ford's faded blue paint looked almost silver in the patchy moonlight. One headlight had condensation fogged inside the glass, The other was clean. Dirt crusted the wheel wells. The passenger door had a dent from where Mark had misjudged a mailbox backing out one winter. The sight of it hit me in the chest. Civilization, safety, or at least the idea of it. Truck. I gasped, pointing like an idiot in case he somehow missed the 2-ton vehicle 10 feet in front of us. I see it. Mark panted, voice shredding on the edges. He half dragged, half carried me the last few yards. By the time we reached the passenger side, my right leg might as well have been a sack of broken glass. Every brush of fabric, every jostle sent new flares of pain shooting up my spine. I was shaking so hard I could hear my teeth clicking together. Mark yanked the door open with a metallic creak. The dome light flicked on, bathing the interior in a sickly yellow glow that felt, weirdly, like the warmest thing I'd seen all night. Okay, he muttered, voice rabbiting too fast as he maneuvered me in. 1, 2, sorry, 3. He boosted me up into the seat, more brute force than finesse. My bad leg swung and clipped the door frame on the way. I almost blacked out from the pain. Black ate at the edges of my vision, creeping inward in hungry fingers. Stay with me, man. Stay with me, he said, slamming the door shut. My own reflection flashed in the side mirror for a second, pale face streaked with dirt and blood, eyes blown wide, hair matted with dust and whatever else I'd collected in that house. I looked like something that had been dragged out of a grave. Mark sprinted around the front of the truck, boots slipping briefly in the loose gravel. He yanked open the driver's side door and dove in, fumbling the keys out of his pocket. Their metal jingle sounded absurdly normal. My heart hammered against my ribs. Still tuned to the rhythm of that whistle, I twisted in the seat, every movement a negotiation with agony, and looked back toward the tree line. The woods loomed there, a dark wall. For a second, all I saw were trunks and branches and the ink-black gaps between them. Then he was there, just inside the shadow line, half swallowed by the trees, stood the man with the shotgun. He didn't move, didn't raise the weapon. He just stood with it slung over one shoulder, one hand resting easy on the stock, head tilted slightly like he was considering us. The moonlight caught his face just enough that I could see the pale smear of his skin, the darker smear where blood from the broken jar had dried on his cheek. His eyes were two small, reflective points. He could have stepped out into the open. He could have walked down that slight slope, into the full view of the road. He could have lifted the gun, taken one careful shot, and ended everything. He didn't. He just watched. The keys scraped metal as Mark stabbed at the ignition. The truck gave a small, pitiful cough, engine turning over but not catching. The dashboard lights flickered, then died. My stomach dropped. "Come on," Mark hissed, slamming the key back to start. Come on, don't do this, not now." Behind us, the man didn't move, didn't rush. The patiently tilted head didn't change angle. The second try, the engine turned over longer, sputtering like an old man clearing his throat. For a horrible, suspended moment, it hovered on the edge of life and death. Then it caught. The engine roared to uneven life, rattling the frame. The dashboard glowed, somewhere under the hood. A belt squealed, then settled into a low whine. Mark slapped the gear shift into reverse so hard I thought he'd snap it off and stomped on the gas. The truck lurched backward, tires spinning in the loose dirt before finding purchase. My shoulder slammed into the door. Pain flared in half a dozen cuts. My ankle screamed. Through the side window, I saw the tree line slide sideways. The man with the shotgun shrank by inches, then feet. The dark around him swallowing details until he was just a silhouette, man-shaped absence with a long, crooked shadow jutting from his shoulder. He still hadn't stepped forward. As we swung around in a rough arc to point the truck toward the road back to town, the last glimpse I had was of him lifting one hand, just a little, not in a wave. Too stiff for that, more like a lazy, unbothered salute. Then the cabin and the clearing and the whole rotten mouth of the woods disappeared in our rear view, replaced by the bouncing glow of the truck's headlights on the dirt road ahead. The contrast hit my senses like a slap. The forest fell away behind us, taking its strangled acoustics with it. The truck's engine filled the cab with a low, constant roar. Gravel popped under the tires. Crickets resumed their song along the roadside, indifferent. The far-off highway hum grew louder with every second. I slumped against the seat, every muscle finally allowed to shake. My ankle throbbed in time with the flashing pain behind my eyes. Blood was drying sticky on my skin, making my clothes cling uncomfortably. Bits of glass ground between my jeans and the upholstery. Every bump in the road sent fresh shocks of agony up my leg. Mark's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly, his knuckles were white. His breathing was ragged, but steadying. In the dashboard light, his face looked wrong, his boyish features rearranged into something harder, tighter. "What happened?" he blurted, eyes flicking between the road and me. "What was that? Who was that? Your leg? What the fuck?" Man, I opened my mouth. No words came. How was I supposed to condense what had just happened into anything human? "Hey." "Yeah." I went into the murder cabin, crawled under a table full of body parts, met the guy who decorates with jars of teeth, and he tried to shoot me in the back. I closed my mouth again. "Hospital," I managed after a moment, the words scraping my throat. Just get to the hospital." He nodded, jaw clenching. We hit the turn for the main road, and he took it too fast. The rear of the truck fishtailed briefly before the tires caught. Headlights from a passing car flashed over us, then were gone. In the distance, the sodium orange glow of town grew brighter. It felt like an eternity and 5 minutes at the same time before we screeched into the ER drop-off lane. The next few minutes blurred into a rush of light and sound and hands. ER doors sliding open with a soft shh. Fluorescent lights stabbing down from above. Too bright, too white. The smell of antiseptic and overcooked coffee replacing pine and rot. Voices, so many voices. "Can you walk?" "What happened is that all his blood, get him a chair." Someone slid an arm under my shoulders and another under my nas and lifted. My ankle shrieked at the movement. White-hot pain spiking up my side. I screamed again, the sound tearing out of me before I could stop it. A nurse winced but didn't slow down. They dropped me onto a gurney, the thin mattress barely cushioning the hard metal beneath. Wheels rattled. Ceiling tiles flickered past overhead in stuttering sequence. The steady beep, beep, beep of a heart monitor somewhere nearby timed itself to my racing pulse. The world narrowed to bright rectangles, the lights, the edges of code curtains, the polished metal of instrument trays. Hands cut my jeans away from my leg. Cool air hit the swelling, and I almost threw up. "Compound," one doctor asked. "No break in the skin." Another answered. "Closed fracture. Bad displacement. Get an X-ray." Fingers prodded my ankle, sending fresh shocks of agony up my leg. I flinched away, every muscle tensing. "Easy, easy," a calm voice said near my head. "You're okay. You're here. We've got you." It didn't line up with anything I'd just seen, but I clung to it anyway. Someone cleaned the cuts on my arms and face. The sting of antiseptic was almost a comfort pain, with a reason and an end. Stitch kits clinked. Metal instruments chimed softly as they bumped each other. Somewhere beyond the curtain, a phone rang at the nurse's station. An intercom crackled to life, announcing a doctor's name I didn't catch. The squeak of rubber-soled shoes on linoleum passed by, then faded. They checked my pupils with a penlight, told me to follow their finger, asked if I felt dizzy, if I'd hit my head, if I remember my name, the date, where I was. Cabin. I heard myself say at one point, not even sure what question I was answering. What cabin, the nurse prompted gently. "Miller's," I whispered. Her expression flickered for just a second, something like recognition, or annoyance, or fear. Then it smoothed back into professional calm. "Let the doctors focus on your leg for now," she said, patting my shoulder. At some point during the controlled chaos, my parents arrived. I heard my mom before I saw her. Her voice is normally soft, the kind that never has to fight to be heard. That night, it cut through the ER noise on a quivering edge. "Where is he? Where's my son?" Then she was at my side, her hand finding mine, fingers sliding between my own. Her grip was so tight it hurt a little. Tears had carved bright tracks down her cheeks, and her mascara had smudged under her eyes. She looked smaller than I'd ever seen her. My dad stood at the foot of the bed, jaw clenched so hard a vein pulsed in his temple. His eyes bounced from my face to my leg to the bandages on my arms, cataloging damage. His fists were balled at his sides. "What the hell happened?" he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. I opened my mouth, but before I could answer, another pair of people edged into the curtained area, Mark and his parents. Mark looked like someone had smeared the night on him. Dirt, blood, and tears streaked his face. His hoodie was ripped along one sleeve. His eyes were red-rimmed, not just from running, but from crying, or almost crying, and trying not to in front of adults. He hovered near the curtain, shoulders hunched, as if he didn't quite feel allowed to fully come in. "Sir," he said to my dad, voice small in a way I'd never heard. "It's my fault. I'm so sorry. I took him out there, and we were just messing around. And this guy, my father snapped, turning on him." "What guy? What did you do?" Mark swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. There's someone out there," he stammered. "In the woods. At Miller's place." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. My mom's hand tightened on mine. My dad's eyes narrowed. "Miller's," he repeated. "I told you not to go past the creek. I told you." "We didn't," Mark started, but his voice broke. He looked at me, silently begging for backup. "It's not his fault," I croaked, talking hurt, but I forced the words out. "It was me. I went in. I found something." What my mom whispered. "What did you find?" Before I could answer, a new voice cut in from just outside the curtain. Maybe we can help clear some of that up." A man in a uniform stepped in, parting the curtain with 2 fingers. He wore the tan and brown of our small-town police department, badge slightly scuffed, radio clipped to his shoulder. His hair was receding at the temples. He looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Behind him, jotting something in a small notebook, came another man. No uniform this time, just a plain button-up shirt, tie loosened, badge on a chain hanging around his neck. His eyes were sharp and tired. "Officer Daniels," the first one said, gesturing to himself. "And this is Detective Harrow. We're just here to ask a few questions, if you're up for it." My dad bristled. "He's in pain." He snapped. "Can't this wait?" "We won't keep him long," the detective said, voice even. "But if there's someone out there with a gun, sir, we don't have the luxury of time. That shut my father up. If only for the moment. I told them, or tried to." The words came in fits and starts, tripping over each other. I told them about the game, about Mark counting, about me going farther than usual, about the cabin in the clearing, the living room, the kitchen, the upstairs hallway, the room. When I got to the table, my throat closed up. The jars, the bones, the hooks, the smell, the man, crawling under the table, his eyes, his breath, his voice. "You're breathing too loud." Boy. I left some details out. The feeling of my hand in the chest cavity, the exact shape of the skull fragment. I couldn't make my mouth form those pieces, but I told them enough. More than enough. Detective Harrow's pen scratched steadily across his notebook. His expression didn't change much as I talked. If anything, the more I said, the more his eyes seemed to flatten, going from sharp to something almost resigned. Officer Daniels shifted his weight from foot to foot, chewing the inside of his cheek. At certain points in my story, when I mentioned the hooks, the walk-in freezer smell, the jars of teeth, his gaze flicked, almost involuntarily, to Harrow. It was quick. If I hadn't been staring at them like my life depended on how they reacted, I might have missed it. "So there's a man out there," Harrow summarized when I finally ran out of words. My voice scraped down to nothing. "Armed. At the old Miller cabin." "Yes," I said. "He shot at me. Twice. He's been doing things there. For a long time." Mark, who'd hovered near the curtain the whole time, stepped in closer. "I saw him too," he said. "Not like he did, but I saw him at the edge of the trees, and I heard the gun. I heard it. He's not making it up." Harrow nodded slowly, jotting something down. "All right," he said. "We'll check it out first thing." "First thing," my father repeated, incredulous. "There's a maniac with a gun in the woods behind our houses, and you're talking about first thing?" Daniels lifted his hands in a calming gesture. "We've dispatched a car to secure the area," he said. "We're not ignoring this, sir. But it's dark. Those woods are tricky, and we don't want to send people in blind if we can avoid it. We'll have more resources in the morning." "That thing's been out there for years," my dad muttered bitterly. "What's one more night?" "Right, that got me." "Years," I croaked. "What do you mean?" "Years." He looked like he wished he hadn't said it. His eyes flickered toward the officers, then away. Stories, he said shortly. Old crap. Rumors about that land since before you were born. Harrow's gaze flicked to him, assessing, then back to me. Get some rest, the detective said. We'll be in touch once we've had a look around. You did the right thing coming in. He said it like he meant it. But there was something in his eyes that didn't match his tone. Something tired. Like this wasn't the first time he'd heard a story that sounded too bad to be true and not quite easy enough to dismiss. They stepped back through the curtain. My parents leaned in closer, blocking my view for a minute. My mom smoothed my hair back from my forehead with shaking fingers. My dad squeezed my shoulder, rough thumbs careful around the IV line. After a while, they stepped away to talk to a nurse about paperwork, about insurance, about whatever it is parents talk about when they're trying not to think about their kid nearly dying. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the dull ache of whatever they'd shot into my IV, beginning to soften the sharper spikes of pain. The curtain wasn't all the way closed, just enough privacy to pretend. Beyond the gap, the ER buzzed on phones ringing, monitors beeping, wheels squeaking, and voices, always voices. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I was too tired for that, too wrung out. But the words drifted close enough and sharp enough that they pierced the fog anyway. Two men, just outside. One voice I recognized as Officer Daniels. The other was lower, more gravelly, probably Harrow. Miller's place again. Daniels said quietly. There was something like exasperation in his tone, or fear, or both. Yeah, Harrow replied. Thought that thing burned down 10 years ago. There was a pause, the squeak of a shoe pivoting. Guess we thought wrong, the detective added. They moved away then, their footsteps fading into the general ER noise. I lay very still, staring at the blank, humming fluorescent panel above my bed, their words echoing around the inside of my skull. Miller's place again. Burned down 10 years ago. I squeezed my eyes shut, but it didn't help, because I knew exactly what I'd seen in those woods, and whatever the record said, that cabin was standing for 1. Investigations and denials. The drugs they put me on in the hospital made everything feel like it was happening behind glass. Pain was still there, my ankle a constant. Dull roar beneath the meds, but it was wrapped in cotton now. People came and went in waves. Nurses, doctors, techs with portable X-ray machines. My parents, Mark. Time blurred into chunks divided by pills and injections and the slow drip of saline bags. They set my ankle twice. The first time, I screamed. The second time, I didn't have the voice left to. They put it in a cast up to my knee and told me I'd be off it for months, maybe longer. Torn ligaments, broken bone. You're lucky, one of them said, and I still don't know what they meant by that. On the third morning, Detective Harrow came back. By then they'd moved me from the chaos of the ER to a quieter room on the second floor. Fewer beeping machines, more bored daytime TV. My window looked out over the parking lot and a sliver of the highway beyond. I watched cars slide by sometimes and tried to imagine that the people in them were driving somewhere normal, whose biggest problem was bad coffee or traffic. Harrow knocked once on the open door as if asking permission to enter my life again. Hey, champ, he said, stepping in. You up for a little follow-up? He had a file tucked under one arm and a cardboard coffee cup in his other hand. His tie was tighter today, shirt sleeves buttoned at the wrists. He looked more official, less tired. Maybe that was just my perception. My mom stood up from the chair in the corner. She'd been reading a magazine without turning the pages for the past half hour. "Do we need to be here for this?" she asked, eyes flicking between him and me. Her voice was calm, but her fingers were twisting the hem of her shirt. "If you'd like," Harrow said. "Nothing formal, just clarifying. Your son's statements are important." She sat back down, but on the edge of the seat now, like she was ready to spring up at any second. He pulled the visitor's chair closer to my bed, turned it backwards, and sat with his arms resting on the backrest. The file landed on his knee with a soft thump. The coffee cup went on the rolling bedside table, leaving a faint ring of moisture. "How you feeling?" he asked. "Like someone tried to fold me in half and didn't finish the job," I said. My throat was still rough, but at least the words came. He huffed a small, not quite laugh. "Could have been worse," he said. "Broken bones heal." His eyes said not everyone gets that chance, but he didn't say it out loud. He flipped the file open and took out a few glossy photographs, edges curved from whatever printer they'd used. He held them up so only I could see at first. "These look familiar to you." The first photo was of trees, pine trunks, brush. Taken during the day, sunlight slanted through the branches, turning the ground into a patchwork of brightness and shadow. In the middle distance, something darker and more angular broke the natural shapes, charred boards, collapsed beams. He moved to the next. This one showed it more clearly, the remains of a structure in a clearing, what was left of a foundation, blackened timbers. A partial wall leaned inward. The roof was gone. The interior opened to the sky. Soot smeared everything. The ground around it was littered with chunks of burnt wood and rusted metal. It was a cabin that had been on fire at some point, but it wasn't the cabin I'd been in. Everything I remembered: the sagging roof, the intact rooms, the intact table. The hooks in the ceiling wasn't there. This was a skeleton picked mostly clean. "We found this about where you described," Harrow said. "Old hunting cabin on the Miller property, burned out some time ago. Based on growth patterns on the trees and the level of degradation, we're thinking 10 years, maybe more." He tapped the bottom corner of the photo with a blunt fingertip. No second floor anymore, just the main level. No usable interior. My mouth went dry. "That's not it," I said. "That's not what I saw." He tilted his head, like he'd expected that answer. "Memory under stress can be tricky," he said. "You were injured, in shock. Dark woods, adrenaline. The brain stitches things together, makes sense where it can, fills in blanks where it can't. I didn't imagine it. I snapped before I could stop myself. I didn't make up a second floor, a room, the table, My voice broke on the last word. The jars, the bones, the way my hand had slid into that open body. I swallowed hard. He slid another photo across. This one was a close-up of something on the ground among the ruins. Bones. The angle made it hard to see scale, but they looked large leg bones, ribs, a skull, or what was left of one, lay half buried in ash. The jaw was missing. Long teeth showed in the broken upper row. "Deer," he said. Before I could speak, "Couple hogs, too, near as we can tell. Some idiots have been using the spot as a butchering site, maybe for years. Could be old, could be new. That's what happens when folks get too comfortable with no trespassing signs." I stared at the photo, bile rising. "They weren't all animals," I said quietly. "Not what I saw. Not in jars." He gave a small, sympathetic grimace. "We didn't find any jars," he said. "Not like what you described. No table like that. There was a workbench, burned to hell, hooks in a beam. Sure pretty standard for dressing game. We collected what we found. Bones are going to a lab. But preliminarily, nothing jumps out as human." He said it too smoothly, the kind of smooth that came from practice. "What about the guy I pushed, the man with the shotgun?" You can't tell me I imagined that. Mark heard him. He saw him. He shot at me. Twice. He glanced at the page clipped inside the file, flipped back. Found something. "We found some shells." He said, "Old casings. Hard to date. No fresh footprints we could reliably identify. Half the kids in this county tromp around those woods every summer. No sign of residents. No personal effects that would point to someone living out there." He looked up at me again. "I'm not saying you didn't see someone," he added. "You're not the first person to report a squatter out on that land. Drifters cut through. Sometimes they hunt illegally. Sometimes they drink too much and play Rambo with bottles on a fence post. Doesn't mean we've got a full-fledged situation like you're describing. You didn't see that room," I said. My hands were shaking. I gripped the thin hospital blanket to hide it. "You didn't see what he did there." There was a long beat of silence. Behind Harrow, my mom shifted in her chair. I could feel her eyes on me, on him, bouncing back and forth, trying to read between lines neither of us wanted to say. "We went over that property pretty thoroughly," he said finally. "From where the old foundation is out to the creek. Brought dogs. Brought men who know how to read the ground. They didn't find any structures that matched your description. So I dreamed it," I asked. "I hallucinated an entire building. Trauma can do that," he said. "Fear, pain, adrenaline, all of that can distort what we perceive. You were in danger. You fell out a window, busted your ankle. You lost blood. Memory isn't a tape recorder. It's..." He made a vague gesture with his hand, searching for the right word. "It's a story our brain tells itself after the fact. So the story my brain told me just happened to include a man who shoots at kids with a shotgun." I said, heat creeping up my neck. "And you just happened to find shell casings out there. And Mark just happened to be terrified, too, as if on cue." Mark appeared in the doorway. He hovered there, hand on the frame, looking unsure if he was allowed in. Someone must have told him the detective was here. Harrow glanced back at him. "Come on in." "Mark," he said, "we're just talking." Mark shuffled forward, eyes flicking from the photos to my face and back. He looked even more washed out in daylight than he had the night before. There were dark crescents under his eyes, and the set of his jaw was tighter than I'd ever seen it. "You still sticking with your story?" Harrow asked him lightly, like they were talking about a fishing trip. Mark swallowed. "I saw him," he said, "at the tree line, gun on his shoulder. I heard the shots. I heard..." He hesitated, eyes flicking to me. I heard something else too. The whistling. That's not the kind of thing you just make up. Harrow nodded slowly. But you didn't go inside the structure. He said, you told us you stayed in the woods until you saw your friend come out. Mark shifted his weight. No, he said. I didn't go inside. You didn't see the room he's describing. Harrow pressed gently. The table. The jars. Mark shook his head once. Tightly, I saw enough. He muttered. Harrow spread his hands, as if to say, there you go. You see my problem. He said to me, we've got 2 kids, both very shaken, both with pieces of a story. One saw a cabin that burned down years ago as if it was still standing. One saw a figure in the trees. We found an old ruin with some animal bones and a bunch of empty beer cans. It adds up to something, but not necessarily the extreme version you're thinking. Extreme. That was the word he used instead of insane. Are you calling them liars? My mom cut in suddenly. Her voice had gone sharp in a way I wasn't used to, because I've known my son his whole life. And I've known Mark since kindergarten. And neither of them are liars. No one's saying they're lying. Harrow replied smoothly. I'm saying they're traumatized, and that brains under trauma aren't perfect witnesses. That's all. We are grateful they got out. You should be too. He looked at me more directly now. Listen, he said. I'm not here to scare you more than you already are, but I do need you to be careful about what you tell your friends, what you post online, that kind of thing. We don't need a panic about some woods butcher on Miller's land when what we've got is a trashed hunting spot and maybe a trespasser with a weapon we haven't caught yet. Maybe. The word tasted foul. So your official story is what I asked. We got spooked by some old ruins and a drunk hunter. We imagined the rest. Our official story, he said, closing the file with a soft snap, is that 2 boys went farther into the woods than they should have. One of them got seriously hurt, and they're lucky to be alive. We're going to increase patrols near the creek. We're going to tell folks to give that area a wide berth. And we're going to look into any credible tips we get about people squatting out there. He stood up, the chair squeaking on the linoleum. Take the win, he added, almost softly. You're here. You're breathing. Let us handle the rest. It sounded like a threat dressed as reassurance. Don't stir things up. Don't make this messier. Don't make us admit there's more going on than we want to deal with. He left then, nodding to my mom, clapping Mark lightly on the shoulder in a way that said, we're done here. The room felt emptier when he was gone, but also heavier. My mom moved to sit on the edge of the bed, smoothing the blanket over my legs. You know what you saw, she said. Low. That's what matters, I nodded, but it didn't help much. Knowing and being believed are 2 different weights. Later that night, after visiting hours, after the nurses had dimmed the lights and the TV in the corner was murmuring some sitcom laugh track to itself, my dad came back alone. He pulled the chair close, sat down, and rested his elbows on his knees. For a long time he didn't say anything, just stared at his hands. You remember when you were little, he said finally. And I used to tell you not to go past the creek, yeah, I replied. My voice sounded loud in the quiet room. I told you it was because of old fences, potholes, hunters, yeah. He nodded once, like confirming something only he could see. That wasn't the whole reason, he said. He leaned back, eyes flicking up to the dark window, then back down. "There was a girl," he said. "This was God. Before you were born. Senior year for me. She went missing one fall. Last seen heading out with some friends. Same woods. Same general area. They never found her." My mouth went dry. "Not even." I started, "Not even that." He cut in. "No body. No clothes. No nothing. Just gone." People talked. You know how small towns are. They said she ran off. They said she hitchhiked to Portland. They said a lot of things, but the whispers always came back to that cabin, Miller's place. He swallowed. Couple months later, that cabin caught fire. He went on. Burned hot and fast. They said it was lightning. Some said kids, some said Miller did it himself before he disappeared. Whatever the case, most folks took it as closure. Bad place gone. Story over. He glanced at me, eyes heavy, so when I heard you say you'd been inside Miller's cabin, upstairs, looking at tables and rooms that shouldn't exist anymore. He broke off, shaking his head. It did burn. He said, "I saw the smoke from our driveway. It was a ruin when I was your age. Same as the pictures he showed you." He leaned in just a fraction. "But you're not the first kid to come back from those woods talking about a cabin that shouldn't be there." The words hung between us like a draft. "Whatever you saw," he said quietly. "Either someone rebuilt it out there where they shouldn't have." He let the unfinished thought hang, or it never really went away. 4.2. The fire and animals only. They discharged me from the hospital with a cast, a bottle of pills, and a stack of paperwork that all basically said, "Don't walk, don't run, don't be an idiot." What they didn't give me was anything to do about the part that really felt broken. The days after the cabin blurred together. I drifted between the couch and my bed, leg elevated on a tower of pillows, every movement reduced to a slow, awkward shuffle on crutches. My mom kept the TV on a lot, news, game shows, whatever, as if enough noise might drown out what I'd heard in the woods. It didn't. When the house got quiet at night, the sounds from that place seeped back in, the wet shulk of my hand sinking into that chest cavity, the plink, plink of some unknown liquid dripping into metal, the click-clack of the shotgun pump, and under all of it, threaded like a bad melody, that tuneless whistle. I tried not to sleep. When I did, the cabin came with me. Sometimes the dreams were exact replays. I'd be under the table again, cheek pressed to the floor, watching those boots step into view. Other times they warped, pieces from different moments spliced together in ways that made no sense. I'd look out the window and see the ER hallway. I'd open a cabinet in our kitchen and find jars of teeth. I'd hear my dad whistling in the garage and turn around to see the man from the cabin standing there instead, eyes just slightly misaligned. I started snapping awake at every small nocturnal noise, the house settling, the fridge cycling, a tree branch scraping the siding. My heart would jackrabbit into my throat. My hand clamped around the nearest thing, a pillow, the TV remote. Once my own cast, like it might help. It got bad enough that one morning, my mom turned off the TV and set the remote down like she was disarming a bomb. "You need a distraction," she said. "Here." She went into the hall closet and came back with an old cardboard box. The top was taped, but the tape had dried out, peeling away at the edges. She set it on the coffee table and pushed it toward me. "Your dad's old junk," she said. "Yearbooks, newspaper clippings. He used to scrapbook. Believe it or not, might give you something else to think about besides all that." All that being the phrase we'd started using instead of the man. The cabin, the blood. She left me with the box and went to start dinner. I picked at the brittle tape until it gave, then flipped the flaps back. Inside was a mess of paper photo envelopes, folded pages, yellowing printouts. Old headlines peeked out between stacks. Homecoming game 1989/local student wins county essay contest. Near the bottom, I found it. A clipping from the local paper. The edges browned and curling. The date in the corner was from the year my dad had said that girl went missing. The headline read, "Brush fire destroys old shack near Miller property." The article itself was small, squeezed between an ad for a used car lot and a piece about the county fair. It said firefighters had responded to reports of smoke in the woods. By the time they reached the scene, an unoccupied outbuilding was already fully engulfed. They managed to contain the blaze before it spread further. No injuries, no signs of foul play. A quote from the fire chief suggested it was likely started by squatters or lightning. The last line said the structure had been an old hunter's shack, long fallen out of use. That was it. No mention of a missing girl. No mention of kids saying they saw things. Just a tidy little story about a little fire. I stared at that clipping for a long time, my thumb rubbing unconsciously over the word unoccupied until the newsprint smudged. It was like the article was about the same place and a totally different place at once. The forest in the tiny black and white photo could have been anywhere in Oregon. The shack was more suggestion than detail. Maybe that was the point. When I finally made it back to school, crutches, cast, and all the story had already mutated. News travels fast in small towns, and nobody is better at creative retelling than teenagers who weren't there. Some of them treated me like a minor celebrity. I'd roll up to my locker and hear whispers ripple out in a wave. "That's him. Dude, he almost died. I heard he got shot." By third period, I'd overheard half a dozen versions of what had happened. In one, I'd wrestled the shotgun away from the guy and shot him with his own gun. In another, I'd jumped from the second floor on purpose to escape a ring of candles and cult members. Someone else claimed I'd found a pit full of bodies out there, and the cops were covering it up. In none of the stories did they get the details right. They added things I wished were true, like me being brave or heroic, and left out the parts that actually stuck, like the sound my ankle made when it broke. Jenny and Kyle found me at lunch, their trays mostly untouched. Jenny slid into the seat across from me. Eyeliner thicker than usual, mouth set in a tight line. "You look like crap," she said. "Thanks," I replied. "You always know how to make a guy feel special." "Seriously," Kyle added. Quieter. "How bad is it?" "Your leg. Broken," I said. "Torn stuff. No sports for a while. Not that I was playing anything." Jenny picked at the edge of her paper cup. "We heard shit," she said. "Everyone's telling a different version. I want yours." I told them the cleaned-up version, the one I could say out loud in a school cafeteria without vomiting. I talked about the cabin, the man with the shotgun, running, the fall. I didn't talk about the jars on the shelf. I didn't mention what my hand had sunk into. Jenny listened with her eyebrows drawn together, jaw tight. Kyle's hands were clasped around his soda cup so hard, the plastic bowed inward. When I finished, there was a brief, uncomfortable silence. Cops say they didn't find anything, Kyle said eventually. Like, nothing. Just burnt stuff from forever ago. Cops say a lot of things. Jenny muttered. They said maybe it was just stress. He went on carefully. That you kind of filled in the blanks. You think I imagined it, I asked. He flinched. No, he said quickly. No. I think something happened. I don't know. Jenny looked me dead in the eye. I believe you saw something, she said. I believe you got hurt running away from someone who wanted to kill you. I believe this town is really fucking good at pretending bad things don't happen here. She stabbed her fork into her untouched salad. Whatever that place is, I'm not going near it, she added, and neither are you, either of you. Promise me. We promised. I meant it. Then, a week after I went back to school, Detective Harrow came to the house. It felt different this time, more formal. He came in uniform instead of rolled sleeves and coffee cup. He sat in our living room, notebook on his knee, hat in his hands. My parents sat on the couch together. I sat in the armchair, leg propped up, a blanket over the cast even though I wasn't cold. The TV was off. The whole room felt like it was holding its breath. Harrow cleared his throat. I wanted to give you an update, he said. On the investigation. That word felt like sandpaper in my ears. We sent all the remains we collected out there for analysis. He went on, bones, tissue, that sort of thing. My stomach twisted, and my mom asked. All of it came back as non-human. He said, deer, primarily, some hog, a few smaller mammals. No human remains were identified. He said it gently, like this was supposed to be good news. What about the hooks, I asked. The table, the setup? Inconclusive, he said. Plenty of hunters rig their spaces in ways that look unsettling to people who don't do that kind of thing. Teenagers have been partying out there for years. Spray paint, smashed bottles, makeshift altars, you name it. When you layer old hunting equipment with new trash, it can look worse than it is. Worse than it is. My hand clenched around the arm of the chair. I could almost feel the give of dead flesh again, the slide of bone under my fingers, and the man my dad asked. His tone was clipped, the one with the gun. You find him. Harrow's jaw tightened just a hair. No one matched the description when we canvassed, he said. We've had reports in the past of squatters in the area. Sometimes hunters cut through where they shouldn't. Could be someone passing through. Could be someone you startled who startled you back. He shot at my son, my mom said flatly. Twice. Yes, ma'am, he said. And that's why we're taking it seriously. But we don't have a name, and we don't have direct physical evidence tying anyone to what your son experienced. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. Given the stress he was under, he added, and the injury he sustained, it's also possible some of what he remembers wasn't strictly literal. There it was again. Stress, trauma, story brain. He's not crazy, my mom snapped. I'm not saying he is. Harrow replied. I'm saying the mind does strange things when it thinks it's dying. Hallucinations aren't uncommon in cases like this. He closed the notebook. Officially, he said, we're recording this as an accidental injury sustained while trespassing on unsafe property. We're recommending the county post clearer signs near the creek and that folks keep kids out of those woods, especially at night. Accidental. My dad repeated, like he was tasting the word and finding it bitter. Harrow stood, putting his hat back on. You should be grateful he's alive. He said, I know I am. Whatever else happened out there, he made it out. That's more than some people get. After he left, the house felt too quiet. The clock over the fireplace ticked loud enough to make me want to throw it. My dad didn't sit back down. He paced instead, hands on his hips, head bowed. You okay, my mom asked him. He let out a humorless laugh. Not even a little, he said. Later, when she'd gone to bed and the house had gone dark except for the lamp by my chair, he came back into the living room and sat on the edge of the coffee table, facing me. You remember what I told you about that girl? He said, the one who went missing when I was your age. Yeah, I said softly. He nodded, eyes distant. There was more. He said, stuff I didn't tell you first time. He rubbed a hand over his face, the skin around his eyes creasing. Couple guys I knew back then. He went on, said they saw something out there. Not the night she disappeared, but around that time. They were drunk, screwing around by the creek. Said they saw light in the trees where there shouldn't have been. Heard gunshots. Heard laughing. He swallowed. One of them claimed he snuck closer. He said he saw inside the shack before it burned. Talked about a table, hooks in the ceiling, a lot of blood. My mouth went dry. What did the cops say? I asked, even though I already knew. Animals, he said. Always animals. When that place burned, they found bones in the ashes. Said they were deer, hog, the usual. No human remains. No sign anybody lived there. Same story they just gave you. He looked at me steadily. Those boys were told they were drunk, imagining things, making each other scared. He said, they were told to be grateful nothing worse happened, to let it go. Did they? I asked. He gave a small, sad smile. They all left town as soon as they could. He said, make of that what you want. He leaned back, elbows on his knees. I don't know what's out there, he said quietly. I don't know if it's one sick bastard who's been at it longer than makes sense, or somebody new who likes an old story, or something else. He shook his head once, but I know this. He added, you're not the first kid to walk out of those woods talking about a man and a table and hooks, and every time, somehow. By the time the adults get there, he spread his hands. Animals only, 4.3. Life moves on. Mostly people like to say, bodies heal faster when you're young. Maybe that's true. My ankle did what bones are supposed to do at knit. Slowly, stubbornly, with the help of casts and braces and a physical therapist who smelled like menthol and coffee and never accepted it. Hurts as a reason to stop. What nobody really warns you about is that while your body is busy healing, your whole life quietly rearranges itself around the break. That fall and winter became a blur of small humiliations, crutches on wet sidewalks, slipping and almost eating shit in front of the entire bus loop, teachers insisting I sit this one out during fire drills while everyone else filed outside, friends offering to carry my backpack, my lunch tray, my books, like I was made of glass. I missed out on the usual dumb stuff: pickup basketball, hiking trips, even just walking around town without thinking about how far it was and if there'd be somewhere to sit. My world shrank to school, house, hospital, repeat. Physical therapy started a few weeks after the cast came off. The clinic was in a low strip mall near the highway, wedged between a nail salon and a vacuum repair shop. Inside, it smelled like rubber mats, sweat, and disinfectant. Inspirational posters with mountain landscapes and words like perseverance and strength lined the walls. My therapist, a woman named Carol, was one of those perky types who refused to let your self-pity survive in her vicinity. Again, she'd say. When my legs shook halfway through a set of exercises, "It hurts," I'd tell her. "Good," she'd reply. "Means it's working." She didn't want to hear about the cabin. Nobody there did. They wanted angles and degrees and numbers, range of motion, pain levels, healing times, things they could graph and predict. At home, life slotted itself back into something resembling normal, at least on the surface. My mom hovered less as months passed. Though she still flinched whenever the word woods came up on TV, my dad went back to work. But sometimes I'd catch him staring out the back window at the tree line, jaw set, fingers drumming on the counter. We didn't talk about Miller's cabin much after that night in the living room. It became one of those topics that had invisible warning tape around it. Everyone knew it was there. Everyone pretended it wasn't unless absolutely forced. At school, the story burned hot for a while and then cooled, the way all stories do when something new comes along. Eventually, I stopped being the guy who almost died in the woods and went back to being just me, with a limp. Our little friend group shifted in ways that probably would have happened anyway, but the cabin accelerated things, or maybe it just changed how those changes felt. Mark and I stayed close. You don't outrun something like that together, and then just go back to high fives and video games like nothing happened. But there was always this space between us now, a quiet, heavy thing that sat in our conversations. We could talk about homework, music, girls, college applications. We could bitch about teachers and laugh at stupid videos, but the second a conversation even brushed near that night woods, hunting, anything that smelled like pine for too long, we both shut down. If someone else brought it up, we shut them down too. Tell them about the crazy murderer. Some kid would say at lunch, nudging me with an elbow. Come on. Man. The one with the jars. Nothing to tell. I'd say, stabbing my food. I broke my ankle. Cops didn't find shit. End of story. Mark would look down at his tray, jaw clenched, and say nothing. Jenny and Kyle were different. Jenny tried. At first, she'd ask how my leg was, if I was sleeping okay, if I wanted to accidentally push Harrow's car into a lake the next time we saw it. Her jokes were sharp, almost aggressive, but we drifted anyway. She started dating some guy from band. I saw her in the halls with him, their heads close together, her laughing in that big, easy way she had. I was happy for her, I guess. It just felt like she was moving forward on a road I'd fallen through a hole in. Kyle went quiet. Not just with me, with everyone. He started working more hours at his dad's hardware store, talking about saving for college in this relentless, almost panicked way. Eventually, he and Jenny broke up. I heard about it third hand. We still hung out sometimes, all four of us. But the group chat stopped buzzing like it used to. Plans got harder to make. People had jobs, relationships, new priorities. Life went on. I went on too, technically, but something fundamental in me had shifted in a way I couldn't quite articulate back then. I got more careful. That was the easiest part to notice. I triple-checked locks before bed. I hated leaving windows cracked at night. Even in summer, I walked around dark corners slower, listening for sounds I couldn't name. I developed this thing about dark rooms with wooden floors. It sounds weirdly specific, but that's how trauma works. It imprints on textures, smells, the tactile details nobody else notices. Old buildings, gymnasiums, cabins at summer camps. Even certain classrooms bothered me in a way they never had before. The echo of footsteps on boards, the way the walls creaked when the HVAC kicked on, the smell of old varnish and dust. If a room had that combination, aged wood. Dim light, a faint undertone of must, I found reasons to leave it. I kept lights on more than I needed to. The hallway, the kitchen, even my bedroom, sometimes. My parents chalked it up to teenage stubbornness. They didn't see me wake up choking on my own breath because I dreamed I was under that table again. The underside of the wood pressing into my back. That voice in my ear. Background noise became my crutch when the physical ones went away. I slept with the TV on, late-night infomercials, reruns of shows I'd seen 100 times, cable news quietly arguing about things I didn't understand, yet anything that filled the silence. Silence made room for sounds that weren't really there. Jars clinking, hooks creaking, whistling. My ankle eventually got strong enough that I could walk without a limp if I paid attention. I could even run. A little, if I warmed up first. I never got back to what I might have been, athletically speaking. But I wasn't broken anymore. At least not in ways everyone could see. High school did what high school does, it ended. There were prom pictures where I smiled in rental tuxedos and tried not to think about how close that leg had come to not being attached. There were late-night cram sessions for exams, arguments with my parents about curfews, the usual petty dramas. We took senior photos in front of the school. We wore stupid hats and tossed them in the air. People cried and hugged and promised to stay in touch forever. I filled out college applications, wrote essays about overcoming adversity that mentioned my injury, but not the room upstairs. Guidance counselors nodded approvingly at my resilience. On the surface, it was all very normal. Underneath, I always felt like there was a hairline fracture running through the middle of my life. Not big enough to snap everything in half, but deep enough that I could feel it when the pressure changed. Looking back, that fracture is probably why I left Oregon the first chance I got. Colorado sounded far enough away without being impossible. I told everyone I loved the mountains, that I wanted to hike and ski and experience real winters. It was only halfway a lie. Really, I just wanted distance. Trees that weren't those trees. A new set of woods with new stories. I met Emily a few years after that grad school. Group project. The usual. She grew up in Denver. Thought my small-town stories were charming, in a sad kind of way. When I told her I wasn't big on camping, she laughed and said, "We'll fix that." I laughed too and hoped she never tried. We bought a house, we got jobs, Valhis. We got used to traffic instead of crickets. The cabin became not exactly a memory, but something I kept locked in a box at the back of my mind. I knew it was there. I knew where the box was. I just didn't take it out if I didn't have to. Years passed. Then one night, not long before the age I am now, I was in our kitchen in Colorado, late again. Of course, Emily already in bed, house dark, except for the soft glow from my phone on the counter and the under-cabinet light. I'd forgotten to turn off. I was scrolling through news on autopilot. Work was slow, my brain was noisy. I wasn't really reading, just skimming headlines. Somewhere between a video about a car recall and a story on wildfires in another state, a thumbnail caught my eye. Not the title at first, the image. Trees, a clearing, orange light flickering between trunks. The headline under it read, "Brush fire contained near site of old hunting cabin outside. Town name." My town. My stomach dropped through the floor. I tapped the video. The local news station logo spun. And then there it was, footage shot from the side of the road. Shaky nighttime camera work picking up the glow of flames deep in the trees. Fire trucks parked at odd angles. Hoses snaking into the dark. Smoke billowed up, lit from below in hellish orange. A reporter's voiceover floated over the images. Officials say the small brush fire broke out in the wooded area near the site of a long-abandoned hunting cabin on the Miller property. The words blurred for a second. Near the site. Old hunting cabin. Firefighters were able to contain the blaze before it spread. The reporter went on. No structures were damaged, and authorities suspect either lightning or human activity as the cause. No evidence of foul play has been found. Lightning. Squatters. No foul play. The same phrases, shuffled. The same story, told again. They cut to a daylight shot from earlier that day, charred ground, blackened stumps, the hint of something more angular and man-made deeper in. Just a suggestion. Just enough. I watched the clip twice, 3 times. My heart beat too fast. Fingers cold on the countertop. I wasn't there. I was hundreds of miles away in a different state, in a different life. But I knew that patch of trees, the slope of that clearing, the way the smoke curled up through those branches. It was the same place, or close enough that my bones recognized it. The caption at the bottom of the screen changed for a moment. Second fire reported in same area in 2 decades. Second, except I knew about 3. The one my dad saw. The one the paper wrote about when I was a kid. And now this one. Maybe more. If you counted all the times kids came back from those woods talking about the cabin like it was brand new, and the times the adults went out there and found only ashes and deer bones. How many times can one cabin burn down? I stood there in my safe Colorado kitchen, the fridge humming, the clock ticking, the highway a distant whisper, watching smoke rise from trees that shouldn't have been my problem anymore. And for the first time in a long time, I realized something I'd been trying not to think. Whatever is out there at Miller's place, it's very good at surviving the fire. 1. The news clip. The night it really comes back doesn't start with anything ominous. It's a Tuesday. Emily's already in sweatpants, hair up in a messy bun, her laptop open on the coffee table with a spreadsheet glowing on the screen. The TV is on but low, tuned to one of those local news channels that all look the same blue graphics. 2 bright anchors, the same loop of weather, sports, and mild tragedy. The dishwasher hums in the kitchen, a steady white noise rumble. Our upstairs neighbor's dog barks twice, half-heartedly, then goes quiet. The furnace kicks on with a soft whoomp, warm air breathing through the vents. I'm on the couch next to her, half watching, half scrolling my phone. Work email, social media, some dumb meme about office life, normal stuff, developing story out of Oregon tonight. The anchor says, voice dipping into that serious register they use when something bad has happened, but they don't have all the details yet. I don't look up right away. Oregon is a big state, and I've gotten good, over the years, at not flinching every time I hear it. Authorities in a small town outside of Salem are asking for the public's help in locating a missing woman. The word small town catches me more than Oregon does. I glance up without really meaning to. They cut from the anchor to a reporter standing in front of a backdrop that makes my stomach twist before my brain fully registers it. Trees, wet pavement, police tape strung between two trunks. It could be any patch of forest in the Pacific Northwest, I tell myself. 26-year-old Hannah Reed was last seen Saturday morning, the reporter says. She told friends she was planning a solo day hike near. They flash her photo on the screen. The world contracts to that rectangle of light. She's smiling. Of course she's smiling. That's how missing people always look in these things, frozen in some happy, flattering moment. As if the image itself is trying to argue with what you know happened later. She's wearing a light jacket, backpack straps over both shoulders, her hair pulled back under a knit beanie, trailhead in the background. Green, alive, and around her neck, catching the sun in exactly the wrong way, is a silver necklace with a small maple leaf charm. I don't breathe for a second. It's not the same necklace. It can't be. That would be insane. There must be a million leaf charms in the world, but the shape is burned into me. The size, the way the stem is angled and how each point of the leaf is a little too sharp, stylized. It's the same kind of charm, the same feel. And seeing it there, resting clean and pretty against Hannah Reed's collarbone, drags me backwards in time so hard I almost hear something in my head crack. For a moment, the living room blurs, the couch under me, the TV. Emily's presence, they all slip sideways, replaced by a different table in a different room. Rough wood under my hands. Dark stains soaked into the grain, the tiny silver maple leaf half glued into a crack by dried blood. The chain tangled and sticking, like someone had tried to pull it free and failed. I blink and it's gone, replaced again by the studio brightness, the reporter's concerned face, the scrolling ticker at the bottom of the screen. Her car was found at a trailhead parking lot late Saturday evening. But there has been no sign of Reed since. She's saying, search and rescue teams have been combing the area for 3 days now. They cut to footage of people in high-visibility jackets, moving through underbrush, orange helmets bobbing between trunks. A dog on a harness sniffs the ground, tail low. A map graphic pops up in the corner, highlighting a region that looks uncomfortably close to where my hometown would be. The area includes dense forest and private timberland. The reporter continues. Searchers say the terrain has been difficult. Earlier today, crews discovered the remains of an old burned structure nearby, but law enforcement says there is no indication at this time that it is connected to Reed's disappearance. My ears ring. Old burned structure. No indication. I don't actually hear the rest of the sentence. The words wash over me, blending with the dishwasher's rumble and the quiet clack of Emily's typing. My heart has started pounding, not the usual anxious flutter I sometimes get when the dark is too thick. This is heavier, deeper. Each beat lands like a fist. echoing up into my throat. Anyone with information is urged to contact. Emily's voice cuts in, close and real. "Hey," she says, nudging my leg with her toes. "You okay?" I realize I've been sitting absolutely still, phone hanging loose in my hand, eyes fixed on the screen like I'm trying to will myself into it. "Yeah," I say automatically. My voice comes out thin. "Yeah, just tired." She studies my face for a second, eyes searching. "You look like you're gonna throw up," she says, half joking, half concerned. "Long day." I deflect. "Too much coffee." "Not enough." "Everything else." She hesitates, then nods. "Want me to turn this off?" she asks, gesturing at the TV. I should say yes. "That's fine." I lie. "I'm fine." She shrugs and goes back to her laptop, shoulders relaxing. The news moves onto the weather, an animated map, a cartoon sun peeking out from behind a cloud. My body is still in our living room in Colorado, but my mind is hundreds of miles away, standing in a clearing that smells like dirt and smoke and old blood. I ride out the rest of the broadcast on autopilot. When it ends, I mumble something about being wiped and head to bed earlier than usual. Emily gives me a quick kiss, tells me she'll be in later. I brush my teeth, that minty grit on my tongue doing nothing to wash out the taste of stale coffee, and rot memory keeps trying to feed me. I stare at myself in the bathroom mirror longer than I need to, watching my own eyes move in my skull, making sure they still line up. In bed. I don't turn the TV on this time. I lie in the dark, the ceiling a vague gray plane above me, and listen to the building breathe. Pipes, distant elevator ding, a car door outside, Emily's faint typing through the wall. Sleep doesn't come. When I finally give up, it's sometime after midnight. The apartment is quiet. Emily has fallen asleep on the couch with her laptop closed, the blue standby light pulsing gently. I drape a blanket over her and slip her phone out from under her hand so it doesn't end up on the floor. My own phone is on the kitchen counter where I left it. I pick it up, thumbprint unlocking without thought. The screen stabs my eyes with light in the dim room. I type her name into the search bar. Hannah Reed, Oregon, missing. The internet obliges instantly. Articles stack up, most of them just variations on the same handful of facts. Missing 36 hours, car located, last phone ping, boyfriend interviewed, family pleading for information. I click on one from a local paper back home. The layout is the same as it's always been: ads for hardware stores and diners crowding the margins. The main text in a narrow, gray column. Halfway down the article, there it is. Search teams also noted the presence of what appears to be an old burned structure in the nearby woods, possibly a remnant of a hunting cabin that was previously destroyed in a brush fire years ago. Authorities say there is currently no evidence connecting this structure to Reed's disappearance. Old burned structure, hunting cabin, previously destroyed in a brush fire. They say it like it's a trivia fact, an interesting footnote. I scroll further. Near the bottom, almost as an afterthought, is a line: while investigators say they are exploring all possibilities, they decline to comment on any potential connections to past disappearances in the area. My thumb hovers over the screen. Past disappearances. My pulse ticks up again. I keep scrolling, even though I know I shouldn't. The article ends. But below it is the thing I know better than to read and always read anyway, the comments. Most of them are useless. Prayers, thoughts, people blaming the boyfriend, the police, the victim. The usual ugly soup. One catches my eye. Kids used to talk about a guy out at Miller's cabin. Thought it was just stories. Maybe it wasn't. The username is some throwaway string of letters and numbers. No picture, just that one line buried halfway down. Already downvoted by someone who doesn't like conspiracy theories in the comments. But it might as well be written in 8-foot letters across my kitchen wall. My thumb shakes a little as I scroll past it, then back up, reading it again, as if the words might rearrange into something else. They don't. I lock my phone and set it face down on the counter, the darkness rushing back in. The dishwasher has finished its cycle. The kitchen is quiet, except for the faint hum of the fridge. In the silence, my ears start serving up phantoms again. The clink of glass, the soft creak of hooks, the almost cheerful, off-key sound of someone whistling in the dark. It's still happening. I think. The cabin, the man, all of it. And for the first time since I left Oregon, I understand something in my gut that makes my legs go weak. Even with one of them already half useless, some stories don't end just because you stop telling them. 5. 2. Calling Mark. The apartment feels wrong after I put my phone down. Nothing has changed. Objectively. The same dishes are stacked in the drying rack. The same mail sits unopened on the counter. The same stupid magnet shaped like a mountain goat holds up Emily's dentist reminder. But the air feels thinner. I stand there for a long time, palms flat on the cool laminate, trying to will my heartbeat back down. It doesn't listen. I could go back to bed. I could lie down next to my wife, feel her warmth, listen to her breathing, and pretend the world is still small and manageable. Instead, I pick up my phone again. My contacts list is a graveyard of people I used to know. Names scroll past coworkers from jobs I've left. Numbers labeled Kyle, Math, Jenny Old, Coach. People I haven't spoken to in years. And then, near the top where I never quite let myself delete it, his name. Mark one stare at it, thumb hovering. The last time we talked was, what? A Christmas text 3 years ago. A meme about middle-aged back pain. Before that, a quick catch-up call when he moved to Seattle. He has his own life. I have mine. We've been orbiting each other at a distance, connected by nothing but shared history and the occasional happy birthday. Old man message. I should leave it alone. What am I going to say? Anyway. Hey, remember our childhood serial killer? Guess he's still taking applications. My thumb taps before I can talk myself out of it. The phone rings, once, twice, 3 times. Each chime sinks deeper into my stomach. I almost hang up on the 4th. That socially acceptable window where you can pretend it was an accident. Hello. His voice hits me like a time warp. Older. Yeah. Rougher around the edges. But still him underneath same cadence. Same lazy emphasis on certain words. My chest tightens. Hey, I say. My mouth is suddenly dry. It's me. There's a pause just long enough to sting. No shit, he says. Dude. I can hear him exhale. A mix of surprise and something else. How long has it been, he asks. A while, I say. Too long. We do the dance first. Because that's what you do. The small talk. The "so how's life?" The highlights reel. He's in Seattle now. Works IT for some company whose name I immediately forget. He complains about his commute, about the rain, about rent. There's a girlfriend who might be it, but he sounds both hopeful and terrified when he says it. I tell him about Colorado, about Emily, about my boring office job, about the way my ankle still clicks when the weather changes. We laugh in the right places. It almost feels normal. Almost. The silence sneaks up on us after one of those little laugh bursts. It stretches just a beat too long. We both feel it, so, he says finally. What made you call? Not that you can't just call. You can always just call. But, you didn't. For a while, I swallow. Did you see the news, I ask? My voice is softer than I intended. Another pause. Longer this time. The kind where you hear the line hum, faint and alive. You mean Hannah, he says. He knows her name. Yeah, I say. Hannah. Yeah, he says again, exhaling. Somebody from home texted me the link. Hey, remember them woods you losers used to play in? Guess they're still cursed. Real comforting. I let out a short, humorless breath that wants to be a laugh. Did you notice anything, I ask? Like what he says. But he already knows. I can hear it. The necklace, I say. The word hangs there like a hook. There's a rustle on his end. Fabric. Maybe. A hand over his mouth. I imagine him sitting on some crappy apartment couch like mine. Lights off. TV glow painting his face. Yeah. He says finally. Yeah. I noticed. My grip on the phone tightens. I keep thinking it's just fashion. I say, like, maple leaves are a thing, right? People wear them. It doesn't mean anything. Sure, he says. Just like guys in the woods with shotguns are just hunters. The joke falls between us. Dead. We both go quiet again. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head. I say, the words surprise me by how easily they come. For years, not everything. I know my ankle wasn't imaginary. But the room, the table, the jars. Him. Yeah, he says. Voice low. I know. We were kids. I go on. Brains are stupid. Trauma, shock, whatever. They said it. We started to believe it. Did we, he asks. There's no sarcasm in it. Just a flat question. I think about those nights I woke up certain I'd heard whistling under my window. The way I still can't stand the smell of old wood and mildew. The way I almost blacked out in a hardware store once because the butcher block tables reminded me too much of no. I admit, not really. He breathes out, a shaky sound. Me neither. He says, I tried. God. I tried. Shrinks. Pills. The whole package. Stress response. Repressed memory. Symbolic imagery. They've got phrases for all of it. Does saying it like that help, I ask? Not when I can still see his face. He says quietly. My chest tightens. I didn't know you saw him that clearly. I say, that night, In the woods. I mean, I thought you just saw me running, saw something behind me. I let you think that. He admits. Felt easier that way. He inhales slowly, like he's bracing himself. I saw him, he says, at the edge of the clearing, when you came out. Not long. A second. Maybe 2. It was enough. Describe him, I say, before I can stop myself. I don't know why I'm asking. I already know, but I need to hear it from him. Need to know we saw the same monster. There's a moment where I think he might refuse. Then eyes didn't line up right. He says, one a little off-center, white parts all yellowed, like he hadn't slept in a few decades. Scar from his mouth up to his cheek made it look like he was half smiling even when he wasn't. My free hand curls into a fist against the counter. Yeah, I say. My voice comes out hoarse. That's him. Shotgun on his shoulder. Mark adds, short barrels, old, the kind of thing redneck uncles brag about bringing everywhere, just in case. And the way he walked, I say, like he had all the time in the world. A humorless huff of agreement travels down the line. Yeah, he says. We sit in that for a minute. In the shared space of we both saw him, we both remember him, and no one else believes it the way we do. Sometimes, he says after a while, I think about what he said to you. Under the table, ice crawls up my spine. You remember that I ask. I remember you telling me, he says, over and over. When we crashed at my place after, you just kept saying it. You're breathing too loud, boy. I hear that in my head in your voice and his, layered on top of each other. A beat. Do you still? He trails off, like he's afraid to finish. Yeah, I say. I still hear it. Sometimes. The kitchen feels smaller, the shadows heavier. He clears his throat, shifting gears. You know what's messed up, he says. I live downtown now, 3rd floor walk-up, streetlights, traffic, drunks yelling outside, buses at all hours, city noises. You know, yeah, I say. Every once in a while, he goes on. I'll be sitting on my couch, playing something, not thinking about anything, and I'll hear whistling through the window. My grip on the phone tightens again. Could be anybody, I say automatically. Some drunk, some guy walking his dog. Sure. He says, except it's never a melody. It's just notes. Wrong ones. Wandering up and down. Same way every time. Same timing. Same shitty. Off-key. Shape. My mouth is dry again. How often, I ask? Not often enough to blame on one neighbor, he says. Not rare enough to ignore. He laughs. A quick, brittle sound. Thought moving cities would help. He adds, new state, new scenery, but sound travels, I guess. The silence sits between us like a third person. An insane idea starts to take shape in my head before I unstop it. It slinks in on the back of the comment thread. The news clip. The necklace. What are you thinking? He asks suddenly. I didn't realize I'd gone that quiet. Nothing. I lie. He snorts. "You're a terrible liar," he says. "Always have been." "Spill it," I exhale, long and shaky. Part of me thinks I start, then stop, saying it makes it real. Thinks what he pushes. Thinks we should go back. I say. The words hang there, unbelievable even as they leave my mouth. I stare at the pattern in the countertop, the little flecks of fake stone, like they might rearrange into something less stupid. He doesn't laugh. Not right away. Back home, he asks, "To the woods. It's insane," I say quickly. Forget I said anything. I have a job, a mortgage, a wife. I'm not 19 anymore. I shouldn't even, he says, cutting in. It's insane. There's a rustle on his end, like he's standing up, pacing. Thing is, he adds, I was thinking the same thing before you called. That throws me. You were, I ask. Got that link earlier tonight. He says, saw the necklace. Read the part about the burned cabin. Saw some asshole in the comments talking about Miller's place like it's a campfire story. He exhales harshly. I can't keep pretending it's all stories when people keep disappearing around that same fucking patch of trees. He says, we were kids. We ran. We survived. And then we left. And somebody else moved into the funhouse. It's not our job, I say. But even to my ears, it sounds weak. Whose job is it? He shoots back. Harrow's the sheriff. They've had, 30 years? How many fires is that now? How many times can one cabin burn down before somebody admits they're not putting it out? I rub a hand over my face. Even if we went back, I say, what then? Walk into the woods, knock on the front door, ask if he's still taking teeth. Call the cops with what? A vibe. Hey, there's a guy out there who scared us once and now he's in our dreams. They barely believed us when my leg was literally broken. He's quiet for a moment. I don't know, he says, but I know I'm tired of waiting for a notification that says remains identified and realizing I did nothing, that we did nothing. Emily shifts in the other room, a soft rustle as she rolls over on the couch. For a second, my two lives sit side by side in my head, the one with her. Bills and brunch and IKEA furniture, and the one with him. Flashlights and trees and a night we never really walked out of. There's something else, Mark says, voice lower now. Something I never told you. My stomach tightens. Okay, I say. Couple months after it happened. He says, I started having this nightmare. Not the usual one. Not you running. Not the gun. Different. He pauses, like he's listening to the memory as he speaks. In it. I'm back in the woods, he says. Except it's not night. Not quite. It's that weird, almost dark where the sky's still kind of blue, but the trees are black, and the cabin is there. Not burned, not ruined, just standing. Lights on inside. Yellow light. Like from your kitchen at home. My skin crawls. I can hear things. He goes on. Not clear. Thumps. Something metal clinking. That drip sound you kept talking about. There's this smell. I know you can't smell in dreams, but I do. rot and bleach. Worst parts of a hospital and a slaughterhouse had a baby. He laughs weakly at his own imagery, then stops. I walk up to the window. He says, "Every time, I don't want to, but my legs move anyway." I look in, and he's there. The guy. Same everything. Eyes. Scar. Gun leaning against the wall. Except he's not looking at me at first. He's looking down at the table, doing something. Can't quite see what. I grip the phone so hard my fingers ache. Then he stops. Mark says, like he hears something, slowly turns his head, looks right at me, straight at me, and he smiles. Big this time, wider than his face should allow. My pulse hammers against my throat, and then I ask, barely above a whisper, and then he says my name. Mark replies, my full name, first, middle, last. In that voice you described, like he's been practicing it. Mark, full name. Like a roll call. The kitchen feels colder. I swallow. Throat tight. I almost ask if he's sure. I don't. I wake up every time at that part. He says, heart going nuts, sweating, the usual. He goes silent for a second. When he speaks again, his voice is thinner. About a week after the first one of those, he says, I wake up in the middle of the night. No dream, just awake. Feel weird, off. You know that feeling where your brain's like, hey, something's wrong, but you can't place it. Yeah, I say. My own brain is doing that right now. I'm lying there. He continues, and I hear my apartment door handle move. Just once, a little rattle. Not hard. Not like someone trying to break it. More like checking, testing. Every part of me goes still. I sit up. He says, listen, it doesn't happen again. I start telling myself it was nothing. Pipes, wind, whatever. Then I hear it. What I ask, even though I know, whistling. He says, the word hangs between us, dragging every hair on my arms upright. Same tune. He adds, if you can call it a tune, same wrong little pattern, right there, on the other side of the door. My mouth is dry as sand. What did you do, I ask. What do you think, he says. I stayed very fucking quiet. Sat there on my bed, phone in my hand, 911 half dialed, and listened until it stopped. How long, I ask. He considers. Couple minutes, he says. Could have been 30 seconds. Could have been an hour. Time does the funhouse thing when you're terrified. He exhales. I moved out the next month. He adds, new place, different building, different neighborhood. Told everyone it was about rent. Did it help, I ask. He's quiet for a long time. Not really. He says, we don't talk for a moment. The silence this time isn't empty. It's full, packed with old fears, new ones. The realization that distance and time are just illusions. Geography doesn't mean much when whatever you're running from isn't strictly playing by the same rules. So, he says eventually, now you know why I didn't laugh when you said go back. I close my eyes. In my mind, the maple leaf on Hannah Reid's necklace and the one half glued to that table in my memory overlap perfectly, like someone clicked merge layers on two images. "How soon can you get time off work?" he asks quietly. I open my eyes and stare at the dark window over the sink, my own reflection faint in the glass. Behind it, somewhere far beyond what I can see, a stretch of Oregon woods sits in the dark, maybe burned, maybe standing, maybe both. "I have a life now," I say, but it sounds less like an excuse and more like a plea. "So did she." He replies, "Hiking gear. Stupid little necklace. Probably a fridge full of leftovers. Didn't stop her from going missing near Miller's." The fridge hums. The building creaks. My heart pounds. "I hate you," I say, without heat. "Yeah," he says, "me too." I let out a long breath. "Let me talk to Emily," I say. "See what I can spin. Family visit, nostalgia trip, midlife crisis. I don't know." "Okay," he says. "I'll start looking at flights." We don't say goodbye right away. We linger on the line, listening to each other breathe. Two grown men who should know better than to go looking for the thing that almost killed them. But we were kids when we ran. We're not kids anymore. 5.3. Back home again. Lying to your spouse is supposed to feel dramatic. In reality, it feels like standing on a chair to change a light bulb and realizing just as you start twisting that the chair is wobbling and you're the one making it move. "I think I should go home for a few days," I tell Emily over dinner. We're eating takeout Thai on the couch, TV murmuring in the background. Normal Tuesday stuff. My fork pauses over my plate for a second too long. She notices. She always notices. Home, she asks. "Oregon, yeah," I say. "It's been a while. My parents are, getting older. Thought I should check in." It's not a complete lie. My parents are getting older. But that's not why I'm going. She studies my face, chewing slowly. "Did something happen?" she asks. I could say yes. Could use Hannah's story as the excuse. The official one. "Hey, this girl went missing. It reminds me of that time I almost died. Thought I'd go process that in person. But that's only one brick in the wall. Nothing specific." I say instead, "Just feels like time, I guess." She doesn't buy that entirely. I can tell. There's a little crease between her eyebrows that shows up when she's not satisfied with an answer, but doesn't want to push too hard. "How long?" she asks. "Long weekend," I say quickly. "Fly in Friday, back Monday night. You'll barely have time to miss me." She snorts softly. "Oh, I'll manage," she says. I can finally watch all my trash reality shows in peace. We smile at each other. It's easy, familiar. That's what makes the lie feel worse. "You sure you don't want me to come?" she adds, a beat later. "I could meet everyone. See where you grew up. Might be fun." The idea of her anywhere near those woods makes my throat close up. "Next time," I say. Too fast. This one, I kind of want it to just be me and them. Old times. Her eyes flicker. She hears the wobble in my voice but mistakes it for something else. "Yeah," she says softly. "I get it. Family stuff." She reaches over, squeezes my hand. I squeeze back. Guilt presses against my ribs, a dull, steady ache. I tell myself I'll tell her everything when I get back, assuming I come back. The flight is uneventful in that meaningless, liminal way flights always are. I stare out the window as the mountains flatten into patchwork fields, then rise again into the dark smudge of evergreens. The closer we get, the more my ankle throbs, phantom pain sinking with the engine's hum. Landing in Oregon always smells the same when they crack the cabin door, wet concrete, jet fuel, a faint edge of pine if the wind is right. It hits me like a too familiar cologne from someone I'd hoped never to see again. My parents pick me up at the airport. They both look shorter than I remember. Or maybe I just feel taller in contrast to the last time I saw this place through teenage eyes. Mom cries. Of course, hugging me too long in the baggage claim, her perfume battling the smell of airport pretzels. Dad claps a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm but lingering. The drive back to town takes an hour. Subdivisions have crawled further along the highway since I left identical clusters of beige houses, big box stores, a couple new fast food places. But once we turn off onto the smaller roads, the landscape snaps back into something I recognize. Same sagging billboards advertising farm equipment and churches. Same gas station we used to loiter at. Their signs neon still flickering. Same Dairy Queen, somehow immune to time and beyond everything. At the edge of my vision, whenever the road dips or curves, the same line of dark trees. The woods at the edge of town look smaller than they used to. Some of the outer lots have been chewed up by development cul-de-sacs nosing into old fields. A strip mall that clearly lost a fight with the recession and sits mostly empty now. But the main body of the forest is still there. A solid, black-green wall, like a tide that retreated just enough to remind you how far it could come back in. I try not to stare. I fail. "How's Colorado?" my dad asks. Maybe on purpose. "You still liking it out there?" "It's good," I say. Dry, sunny, so much sky you feel like you might fall into it. "Bet you don't miss this rain," he says, as a fresh wave of drizzle spats against the windshield. "No," I say. "Not really." We do the family things the first day. Coffee at the kitchen table, catching up on town gossip. Who married who left, who didn't. We avoid the words woods, Miller, cabin, like a shared superstition. I text Mark the second night. Me in town. Mark. Already damn. Me diner tomorrow 11 Mark, yeah. Same one, me where else? The diner hasn't changed. The vinyl on the seats is more cracked. The jukebox in the corner is dead now. Just a relic with dust on it. The pictures on the walls, black and white photos of the town, when it had more trees and fewer traffic lights, are more faded. But they're the same ones I stared at 100 afternoons. The bell over the door jingles when I walk in, and every head turns automatically. Small town reflex. Their eyes skim over me. Assessing local or stranger, I recognize half of them. Or think I do. Age has rearranged faces into older versions of the kids I used to bump shoulders with in hallways. He's in a booth near the back, facing the door. Of course he is. For a second, I only see the silhouette, the slope of his shoulders, the way he sits with his back against the wall, like he wants the room in front of him. Then he looks up. Mark has aged in the ways you'd expect. More stubble, less baby fat, lines at the corners of his eyes that weren't there before, a faint silver streak at his temple he probably complains about and secretly likes. But there's something else, too. A tightness around his mouth. A certain alertness in his eyes that doesn't fully go away, even when he smiles. "Hey, man," he says. getting up halfway out of the booth before we both realize we never planned if this was a hug situation. We end up doing that half hug, half shoulder bump thing, clapping each other's backs like we're trying to prove something about masculinity and not how close we came to dying together. He smells like coffee and aftershave and a hint of nicotine he probably thinks gum covers. "You look old," I say. "So do you," he answers. "I thought Colorado was supposed to keep you fresh. You look like you do taxes for fun." "I do," I say. "It's a kink." We laugh. Too loud and too long for how funny that really is. The tension needs somewhere to go. We slide into the booth. The waitress comes over, recognizes us, makes polite noises about how long it's been, how we've grown. We order coffee and breakfast food we won't finish for a little while. We talk about everything except why we're both here. Jobs, traffic, rent, parents, the weather, that one teacher we had who finally retired. It's a cover conversation, a thin sheet draped over a shape everyone can see. Eventually, the sheet slips. "So," Mark says, wrapping his hands around his mug. "We really doing this, His eyes flick to the window, where the reflection of the diner overlays the parking lot, the street, and beyond them, the faint suggestion of the tree line in the distance. "I don't know what this is," I say, "but I flew across 2 states, so I guess, yeah, we're really doing something." He nods. We go in daylight. He says, "No Rambo shit. No sneaking out at midnight like we're 16. We walk in. We look. We leave. No games," I say. He huffs. Flashlight tag lost its charm. "Yeah," he says. He reaches down to the seat beside him and thumps a bag I hadn't noticed. I came prepared this time. He adds, real flashlights, extra batteries, camera, rope. "Rope?" I ask. He shrugs, "In case one of us falls into a hole," he says. "Or we need to tie something. Or, I don't know." Every horror movie I've ever seen. I yell at the idiots for not bringing rope. I'm not going out like that. I can't argue with the logic, even if all of it sounds like the beginning of a bad idea. "This is stupid," I say. "Oh, incredibly." He agrees. Top-tier idiocy. But he trails off, staring into his coffee. "You feel it too, right? Like you never actually walked out. Like we left something unfinished back there." "I do. The maple leaf necklace, Hannah's photo, the comment about Miller's cabin, the whistling at his door, the way my ankle still twinges when I think about stairs." "Yeah," I say quietly. "I feel it." We sit with that for a second. "If we go out there and find nothing," I say, "if it's just blackened ground and some beer cans and old deer bones, can we be done, like actually done?" He considers. "Maybe," he says. "Or maybe we just move the box to a different shelf. But yeah, I think seeing it would help. And if we find something," I ask. He doesn't answer right away. "Then at least we'll know we're not crazy," he says finally. "And maybe we can take a picture before it burns down again." He tries to make it a joke. It doesn't quite land. We pay. Tip too much out of habit, and slide out of the booth. The bell over the diner door jingles as we step outside into the gray daylight. The air smells like rain and fried food and the faint, resinous note of pine that's always lurking in the background here. As we head toward the parking lot, Someone calls out behind us. "You." We both turn. An older man sits on one of the counter stools by the window, coffee in hand. I recognize him after a second, the owner of the hardware store where Kyle used to work. His hair has gone from black to almost entirely white, but his posture is the same. Shoulders squared like he's still ready to lift lumber. "Hey, Mr. Klein," Mark says, offering a half wave. Klein squints for a moment. Then his gaze shifts to me. "And look at that," he says. "Dynamic duo back in town. Thought you boys escaped for good. Just visiting," I say. He nods slowly, eyes flicking between us with an assessing weight that makes me feel 16 again. "You boys staying away from Miller's land this time?" he asks. Voice light, but with something under it. My mouth goes dry. I open it. "Close it." Mark steps in. "Yeah," he says. "We're just grabbing food. Catching up. That's all." Klein snorts softly into his coffee, eyes drifting toward the window, toward the line of trees visible down the street. He says. Then, just as we turn to go, he mutters something under his breath. It's quiet, almost swallowed by the clatter of dishes, the low murmur of conversation, the hiss of the grill. But the words reach us anyway, threading through the ambient noise like they're meant only for us. "Didn't get him last time," he says. "Doesn't mean he's gone." I don't know if he's talking about the man with the shotgun, or something that's been out there a lot longer than him. 6.1. Into the woods again. Morning doesn't help as much as I thought it would. The sun is up when Mark pulls into my parents' driveway, but it's one of those Oregon mornings where the light feels half-hearted, diffused through low clouds. Everything washed in gray, the kind of light that flattens shadows but doesn't quite banish them. His truck looks newer than his dad's old Ford, but it has the same attitude. Mud on the tires, a dent on the rear bumper that's clearly his fault. There's a coil of rope and a battered backpack in the bed, along with a small plastic toolbox that rattles when he hits a bump. He honks once, more out of habit than necessity. I'm already at the door with my jacket on. Got everything my mom asks for the third time. Her eyes keep flicking to my ankle, as if it might spontaneously break again. "Yeah," I say. "We're just going to drive around, maybe walk a bit. That's all." She's too polite to say bullshit, but it hangs in the air between us anyway. My dad stands behind her, arms folded. "Stay away from the creek," he says. I mean it. I don't answer. If I promise, I'll be lying. If I don't, we'll have an argument we don't have time for. I squeeze my mom's shoulder instead and step out into the cool air. Mark leans over and pops the passenger door open from the inside. It creaks in a way that makes my stomach lurch. "You ready?" he asks. "Nope," I say, hoisting myself in. "Drive." We don't talk much at first. The engine fills the silence, a steady, low rumble as we roll out of the neighborhood and onto the main road. Gravel crunches under the tires where asphalt gives way to older surfaces. The wipers squeak occasionally, pushing aside a light mist that never quite turns into rain. We pass the gas station where we used to buy too much soda and not enough gas. The DQ sign. The Walmart. Each landmark feels like an anchor tied to a younger version of me, tugging as we go by. Then the houses thin out, the road narrows, trees creep closer. "You sure you remember how to get there?" I ask. He snorts. "Yeah," he says. "Some things don't leave." We turn onto a smaller road, the kind with more potholes than paint. A faded county access-only sign leans at an angle near the ditch, its warning undermined by a half-dozen beer cans at its base. I recognize the bend in the creek before I see it. The water flashes between the trunks in brief, silver glimpses of familiar, looping shape. We used to launch plastic boats here, race sticks, throw rocks just to hear the splash. There, I say, pointing before I can stop myself. Yeah, Mark says quietly. I know. He pulls off onto a rough patch of packed dirt we used to call a parking lot. It's narrower now. Weeds reclaiming the edges, but it's the same rectangle of ground. Someone's tacked up new no trespassing signs on a couple of nearby trees. The white plastic has already yellowed, the black letters pocked and chipped. One of them has a bullet hole dead center, ragged edges browned by rust. Subtle, I murmur. Mark kills the engine. The sudden absence of its growl makes the quiet outside seem louder. We sit there for a moment, neither of us moving, listening to the tick-tick-tick of cooling metal. Last chance to pretend we got lost and go home. He says, "We're already home," I reply. He sighs. "Yeah," he says. "That's the problem." We get out. The air smells like wet earth and cedar and the faint metallic tang of the creek. Birds chatter somewhere above, invisible in the branches. A crow complains loudly from a nearby tree, offended by our presence. Mark shoulders the backpack, loops the coil of rope over one arm, and checks the flashlight strapped to his hip. Daylight, he reminds himself aloud, like it's an incantation. Middle of the day. No surprises. Sure, I say, because nothing bad ever happens in daylight. He shoots me a look. "Shut up," he says. "You're not helping." We push into the trees. The path is less obvious than it used to be. Years of fewer kids running back and forth. More undergrowth claiming space, but the bones of it are still there, a faint depression in the soil. The way one patch of ground is more worn than the others, we follow it. At first, it's almost nostalgic. There's the fallen log we used to balance on like a tightrope, daring each other not to look down. It's more rotten now, bark sloughing off in chunks, but the shape is the same. We step over it instead of climbing on. There's the big rock shaped vaguely like a sleeping dog, half covered in moss. Jenny once painted a crooked smiley face on it with stolen nail polish. The red has faded to a ghostly rust stain. We cross the creek at the shallower bend, hopping from stone to stone. My ankle twinges when I land on it wrong. A warning pulse. I adjust my step. As we go deeper, the sounds of the town fall away. No more distant hum of the highway. No more random car engines or dogs barking. Just the soft shush of wind in the branches. The trickle of water. The occasional snap of a twig under our boots. Every creak of a branch makes my shoulders tense. Every time a bird flaps out of a bush, my heart jumps, then crashes back down when I realize what it is. "Breathing okay?" Mark asks at one point, not quite joking. "Define okay," I say. Not hyperventilating, not fainting, not puking. "Then yeah," I say. Barely. We don't talk much after that. It takes energy to move through this kind of space, to listen and step and remember and try not to remember all at once. The trees start to thin out. The ground underfoot changes less roots. More charred patches where nothing grows right. The smell shifts too, gaining a faint, old, smoky undertone beneath the damp earth. I think we're close. Mark says. He's right. We break out into a clearing that's both familiar and wrong. When I was 17, there was a cabin here, a full, hulking shape among the trees, roof sagging, windows like empty eyes. Now there's ruins. Blackened foundation stones sketch out a rough rectangle on the ground. Charcoal-colored beams lie collapsed in a tangled heap, half buried under years of leaves and needles. Twisted strips of metal poke out of the ash, maybe roofing, maybe something else. The center of the clearing is mostly bare dirt, darker than the surrounding soil. Along the edges, scrubby plants have started to reclaim the space, brave green shoots pushing through the scars. It looks like the photos the detective showed me. It looks like a place that burned a long time ago and then just sat. My stomach drops anyway. Is this it? Mark asks, even though we both know. This is where they say it burned. I reply, but it's not. He trails off, gesturing vaguely. No upstairs, I say. No walls. No table. We stand at the edge of the ruin, towing the boundary between intact forest floor and scorched ground. How's it feel? He asks. Wrong. I say, like a copy of a place I actually remember. He nods slowly. Yeah, he says, like somebody tried to redraw it from memory and got the proportions all messed up. We step into the clearing. The dirt is dry underfoot, despite the damp everywhere else. It crunches a little when we walk, the way ash sometimes does when it clumps. I crouch near what might have been a corner of the foundation. The stones are blackened, cracked by heat. Something melted once along their edge has hardened into a warped, shiny puddle. Think this is where the front door was? I ask. He squints, tilting his head. Maybe, he says. But in my head, the clearing was bigger. Same, I say, and the cabin closer to the tree line. We walk the perimeter, tracing an invisible layout over the charred bones. I try to match what I see to where I remember things being. The window I dove through would have been there, or maybe there. The room upstairs would have been above. This patch, it doesn't line up cleanly. It's like someone rotated the whole scene a few degrees when I wasn't looking. Could there have been another one? I ask quietly. Another cabin, different spot. He chews his lip, thinking. Maybe, he says. Miller had a lot of land, sheds, outbuildings. Hunters build weird shit. But why would we both remember this clearing if it was somewhere else we reached the far side of the foundation? Near where the trees press closest. Something about the ground here looks off. The rest of the clearing has that broadly even, fire-scorched look, ash and dirt mixed, disturbed mostly by time and animals. But in one spot, a few feet from the stones, the soil is different. It's looser, slightly mounded, like someone dug there, then put everything back. Not quite the way it was. See that? I ask. Mark follows my gaze. Yeah, he says. Looks fresh. Not today fresh, but recent. I scan the area automatically for shovels, tracks, anything. There's nothing obvious. There's just that subtle swell, like the earth is holding its breath. He picks up a sturdy-looking fallen branch, tests its strength with a quick bend. We're really doing this? I ask. He gives me a look. We came all this way, he says. I'm not letting a suspicious patch of dirt stare at me all day. He jabs the stick into the mound. The soil yields more easily than the packed dirt around it. He scrapes, pulls, pushes. A clump comes loose, crumbling away to reveal darker, moist earth beneath. The smell of turned soil rises, rich and loamy. He goes at it for a few minutes, working up a light sweat despite the cool air. I watch, heart ticking faster with each scoop. Something hard clinks against the branch. He freezes. Did you hear that? He asks. Yeah, I say. He crouches, drops the stick, and starts digging with his hands. Dirt packs under his nails. His breath hitches when his fingers close around something solid. It comes out of the ground with a sucking sound, roots clinging, dirt falling away in clods. At first, it's just a shape, rust brown, crooked. Then he brushes more soil off, and it resolves into a brutal outline I know too well. It's a hook. Not a little hardware store cup hook. A meat hook. Thick, curved metal, tapered to a dull point corroded by time. There's a loop at one end where a chain or rope probably ran through once. Rust mottles the surface, but in the grooves near the base, something darker still clings, stained into the metal in streaks that aren't quite the color of rust, the color of something that was once red and wet and hot. I swallow. It's just a hook, I say, hearing the tremor in my own voice. Yeah, he says, just a hook like all the other hooks you told me about. He turns it over in his hands. Could be from butchering deer, he adds, as if to balance things. Hunters hang carcasses, right? Nothing satanic about it. Yeah, I say, except they buried it. We both look at the hole. The dirt down there is darker, tamped in places like someone pressed it flat with their palms. There's something else in the bottom wood. Maybe a chunk about the size of a brick. I grab the stick and nudge it up toward the surface. It shifts, flakes crumbling off, and then comes free enough for Mark to grab it. He lifts it out gently. It's a piece of beam, or plank, or something structural. The outer surface is scorched, blackened. When he cracks it a bit with his thumbs, the inside is a different color, dark. Yes, but not burned all the way through. It looks soaked, like whatever hit that wood sank in deep and never really left. Mark holds it closer to his face, squinting. Smell that, he says. I lean in reluctantly. Under the damp earth and the ghost of old smoke, there's another scent, faint, but there, metallic, sour, familiar. Blood. Old blood. Locked into grain. Brought back to the air by our meddling. This doesn't look like it's been sitting here since the 80s, he says. Or even since high school. This wood is, I don't know. It feels newer. Or it's been moved, I say slowly. Hidden. Dug up. Put back. The clearing feels different suddenly. Less like a ruin and more like a crime scene someone half cleaned. My skin prickles. Maybe the cabin they found and the cabin we were in aren't exactly the same thing. I say, maybe there was more than one structure, or he rebuilt, or something that shouldn't be here keeps finding ways to exist. Mark finishes. He drops the wood back into the hole like it burns. We stand there, holding a rusted hook and breathing too hard in the middle of daylight, with birds singing overhead and the town not very far away. "You still glad we came?" I ask, voice thin. He looks at the hook, then at me. "Ask me tonight," he says. 6.2. The wrong cabin. We stare at the hook and the stained wood a little too long. Daylight or not, my brain keeps wanting to slide back into that upstairs room, metal against bone, wood under my cheek. The feeling of being something hunted and pinned. Standing here, holding a piece of that world in my hands, makes it too easy. "Okay," Mark says finally, dropping the beam back into the shallow hole like it's a dead animal. "I've had enough of this arts and crafts project." He wipes his palms on his jeans, leaving smears of dark dirt. "We saw the ruin." He goes on. "We found a murdery party favor. We proved something. Want to call it grab a beer and lie to each other about feeling better." He means it halfway, maybe more than halfway. But there's something else humming under my skin now, a sense that we've only been walking along the edge of whatever this is, and the real shape is still just out of sight. "What if this isn't it?" I ask. He looks at me, brow furrowed. "What if what isn't it?" he says. "This," I say, gesturing around at the burned foundation, the charred dirt. "What if this is just the version the adults are willing to see? The one the reports are about? The shack that burned? What if the place we were in isn't exactly here?" He glances toward the tree line on the far side of the clearing. "There's a fun thought," he says. "So you're saying the murder cabin has a summer home, or it moved," I say. "Or we did. I don't know." Silence washes over us, the kind that's full of rustling leaves and creaking branches and the occasional bird call. Normal forest noise. Nothing like that night. "Come on," he says, after a beat. "We're here. Let's at least see what's past this." He jerks his head toward the trees beyond the ruin. A part of me wants to yank him back toward the truck, toward town, toward anything that doesn't smell like old smoke and secrets. Another part knows if we leave now, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what was 50 yards further into the trees. How far, I ask, until it feels stupid, he says. Then 50 yards past that, it's not funny, but I huff a laugh anyway. We skirt the edge of the burned area and re-enter the woods on the far side. The ground here is softer, less scarred. Low bushes and ferns fight for space. Fallen branches crisscross like half-hearted tripwires. There's no clear trail, but there are hints. Places where the undergrowth is thinner, a faint depression in the soil here and there, like feet have passed this way. Not often, but more than never. Deer path, Mark suggests. Maybe, I say. Deer with big-ass boots. We follow it. The further we go, the stranger it feels, not because of what we see, but because of what fades. At first, the forest sounds are normal. Bird calls from different directions, a woodpecker rattling on a distant trunk, the soft, steady hush of the breeze. Then, gradually, layers start dropping away. The birds go quiet, one species at a time. The woodpecker stops mid-phrase, like someone hit pause. Even the wind seems to lose interest. The branches above us slowing their sway, then almost stilling within a few minutes. The only sounds left are our footsteps and our breathing. The change is subtle and total. It's like walking into a soundproofed room, no obvious barrier, just a sudden awareness of how loud you are. Because everything else isn't. My ears pop. I stop for a second, swallowing to clear the pressure. It doesn't go away. You feel that? I ask quietly. Yeah, Mark says. His voice sounds wrong in the hush, too sharp, like when a storm's about to roll in and your head knows before the sky does. There's no storm on the horizon. The light through the canopy is the same flat gray, but the air feels heavier, like the forest is holding its breath. We keep moving. The trees grow closer together here, branches interlocking overhead to block more of the sky. The ground slopes slightly downward, then up again, creating a shallow bowl we walk down into and climb out of. Somewhere in the middle, I realize I can't hear the creek anymore. Can't hear traffic. Can't hear anything beyond this pocket of woods. It's just us, and whatever decided to turn the volume down. How far have we gone, I ask. A quarter mile, Mark guesses. Maybe less. Hard to tell. It feels longer. The faint trail we've been following bends to the right. The brush gets denser, snagging at our clothes, resisting us like fingers. Branches scrape my jacket with dry shh sounds that seem too loud in the muffled air. Then, all at once, the trees loosen. We push through one last curtain of branches and almost stumble forward as the resistance disappears. We're in a clearing, smaller than the burned one, more enclosed. The trees ring it tightly, their trunks forming a close circle. Moss creeps higher up their bark here, thick and plush, like the ground has been damp longer. And in the center of the clearing, sitting on a patch of ground that looks unsettlingly untouched by time, is a cabin. My body recognizes it before my brain gets its act together. My legs go a little weak. My stomach drops. My heart slams against my ribs with a familiar, choking rhythm. It's not exactly the same as I remember. That would almost be easier to dismiss as hallucination, but it's close enough that all the differences feel like the kind you get when you dream about your house. Everything is slightly off, but it's still your house. The roof sags on one side, shingles missing in ragged patches. The front steps are warped. One board split down the middle like someone stomped it too hard years ago. The windows, what little I can see of them, are boarded from the inside. Planks crossed haphazardly. The door is there, same off-center position, same crooked frame. But this time, there's a heavy chain looped through the handle and around a rusting iron staple in the frame, secured with a padlock the size of my fist. The wood is gray and weathered. Moss fingers creep up the lower logs. Cobwebs net the eaves. It looks old, abandoned, but not dead. The structure is intact. This is no ruin. Behind me, I hear Mark breathe out a low, involuntary "Fuck." We stand at the edge of the clearing, neither of us willing to step closer yet. It feels like the space itself might notice. Tell me you're seeing that. I say, I'm seeing it, he says, and I kind of wish I weren't. My brain scrambles to reconcile all the information it's getting. The cops' photos, the burned foundation, years of officials saying it burned. It's gone. And this, could they have rebuilt it, I ask? Like some hunter, some weirdo, decided to reconstruct the old place out here. He shakes his head slowly. Who, he says. On whose dime for what? And why would they hide this one and point everyone toward the barbecue pit down the hill? We take a step forward. The air in the clearing feels thicker somehow. Not colder, exactly, but denser. Every inhale feels like I'm pulling something weightier than oxygen into my lungs. I can hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Mark's breathing, too, a little faster now. A faint creak as the cabin settles, wood shifting against wood somewhere inside. Still no birds, no bugs buzzing, just us and the groan of old timber. The ground leading up to the front door looks undisturbed at first glance, just dirt. A few weeds, fallen leaves. But as we get closer, patterns emerge. Footprints. Not many. Not a trail. Just a handful of impressions in the soil, softened by time and weather, but still visible if you know what you're looking for. Boot prints. Big. The tread is half gone, but the shape is there. A heel, a ball, a rounded toe. They lead straight to the front steps. The cops must have missed this, Mark says, voice low, or went the other way. I say, they stick to the ruin. They never come this far. Problem solved. We stop at the bottom of the steps, up close. The door looks worse. The wood is scarred, gouged in places. The chain is newer. Maybe. The padlock is scuffed, but not ancient. Somebody cared enough at some point to lock this, like that would keep anything in. I mutter. Mark swallows audibly. Or out, he says. He shines his flashlight up. Not because we need it, we don't. It's still day, but because having a beam between him and the cabin feels like it might help. The light glides over the doorframe. Wait, he says. Look, there, carved into the frame on both sides of the door, are small vertical scratches. I hadn't noticed them at first. They're filled with grime, the same gray-brown as the surrounding wood. But the grooves are too straight, too deliberate to be natural damage. They cluster in groups, 4 lines, then a diagonal slash, 4 more, another slash, over and over. Tally marks, I say. He leans in, counting under his breath. 5, 10, 15. He stops, frowns, backs up a little to take in the full span. They go higher than I'd thought, above eye level, up toward where the frame meets the header, not all in neat rows, some added later, squeezed into spaces, angled to fit. Keep going. I say, 20. He says, 21, 2, 3. I count quietly with him, my own gaze tracking the marks. By the time he reaches the last one, the highest, faint, carved into slightly fresher wood, we're both quiet. 31, he says. Images flick through my mind like a flip book. Headlines from late-night doom scrolling. Missing hiker. Teen last seen near Miller Creek. Hunter vanishes. Camper never returns. Those were just the ones the news thought were worth posting. I remember sitting in my Colorado kitchen reading a list once. Some true crime blog trying to piece connections together. The author had counted, summarized, roughly 30 missing person reports within a certain radius over the last 10, 15 years. The number isn't exact in my memory, but it's in that orbit. Does that line up? Mark asks, not looking at me. Close enough, I say. He reaches out, hesitates, then touches one of the older tally marks with his fingertip. The groove is deep enough to catch his nail. Could be anything, he says. Hunt count. Visits. Days since last accident board. The joke falls flat. Or it's keeping score, I say quietly. A faint creak comes from inside the cabin, as if someone shifted their weight on an old floorboard. We both freeze. The forest holds its breath with us. It's bright out. We're two grown men with a truck not that far away, in a world with cell phones and law enforcement and rational explanations. But standing there, staring at those carved lines beside a door chained shut, listening to the cabin settle in a silence so complete it swallows birdsong, it feels exactly like being 17 again, on the edge of something that doesn't care if the sun is up or not. 6.3. Inside again. We stand in front of the chained door for a long time, doing nothing. It's ridiculous. How much weight a few links of metal can carry when they're the only thing between you and the worst place you've ever been. We don't have to go in, I say. It's the first time I've said it out loud, up until now. Everything has been momentum and implication and half jokes. Saying it makes it real, there is a choice. Mark doesn't answer right away. He stares at the lock, jaw tight, like he's trying to solve a math problem he hates. "Yeah, we do," he says finally. "No, we really don't." I insist. "We saw it. We know it's here. We found the hook. We could take pictures, send them in anonymously. Let someone with body armor handle the interior tour. Like that's worked so well for 30 years. He shoots back. His eyes flick up to the tally marks, then back to me. I'm not getting on a plane and going back to my nice little one-bedroom with this still in my head as a Schrodinger's murder house. He says, either it's just old wood and stains and our brains, or it's something worse. But I need to know. I hate that he's saying exactly what I've been thinking. How many horror movies start with that sentence, I ask? How many end with, "and then we ignored it and everything was fine," he counters. I look at the door, up close. The chain doesn't look that strong. It's thick enough. Sure, but there's rust along the links, crusted in the crevices. The padlock is big, but old, one of those heavy ones that look impressive until you realize metal fatigue is a thing. "You brought a rope," I say. "You didn't happen to bring bolt cutters?" Two, he gives me a look. "I brought something better." He says, "My dad's tire iron." We backtrack to the tree line where he dropped the backpack earlier and dig around until he produces a long, solid piece of metal with a lug wrench on one end and a flattened, wedge-like curve on the other. "Very subtle," I say. "Figure the forest won't call the cops," he replies. We move back to the door. Standing this close, I can feel the cabin more than see it. The wood radiates a faint coolness, like stone does in shadow. There's a smell, too dry rot, dust, a hint of something under it that my brain keeps wanting to label and can't quite commit to. He wedges the flat end of the iron between the chain and the staple in the frame, testing angles. "You ready?" he asks. "No," I say. "Do it." He puts his weight into it. The first strain of metal on metal is a high, teeth-on-edge squeal that seems too loud in the muffled clearing. The chain jerks. The padlock jumps. Rust flakes off in tiny orange-brown bursts. He grunts, adjusts, leverages again. Muscles bunch in his forearms, veins standing out. The staple in the wood creaks ominously. Then, suddenly, something gives. There's a sharp, brutal clank as metal snaps chain or staple. I can't tell, and the padlock slams against the door with a hollow bang. The sound goes out into the clearing, hits the ring of trees, and comes back wrong. The echo is off, slower, like it took a detour first. We both freeze, listening. Nothing answers. No footsteps, no voice, no whistling. Mark exhales shakily. Still daylight. He reminds himself. Still stupid, but daylight. He pulls the chain away. Links dragging against wood with a dry, rattling hiss. The padlock dangles uselessly from the loop of metal. Paint scuffed where it hit. I put my hand on the doorknob. It's cold. Colder than it has any right to be in this kind of weather. The metal feels damp against my skin, like it's been in a basement for 50 years. For a second, I'm 17 again. Fingers on a different knob. Heart jackhammering, knowing there's something behind it that I can't unsee once I open it. On 3, I say, 1, 2. I turn it on 2. The latch catches, sticks, then gives with a grudging click. The door doesn't swing open dramatically. It moves in a few inches, hesitates, then creaks further as I push. The smell hits first, stale air that's been sealed too long, thick with dust, mold, old smoke, and something else. Not fresh rot that's sharper. This is older, baked into the fibers of the building itself. We step inside. The temperature drops a couple degrees. Or maybe it just feels that way because the light changes. The interior is dim, washed in gray from the boarded windows. Beams of daylight sneak through cracks and slats, cutting the air into dusty shafts. The layout is wrong in all the right ways. I remember the first floor in Flash's living room, kitchen, hooks in the ceiling, couch collapsed, graffiti, here, now. There's no furniture, no spray paint. The walls are bare wood, darkened by time and whatever soaked into them. The floorboards creak under our weight in patterns my body recognizes before my mind does. Stove was there, I say, pointing to a discolored patch on the far wall, a rectangle where the boards are darker, the outline of a pipe circle in the ceiling. Yeah, Mark says, and that support beam he points overhead had that crack that looked like a face. It still does. Shape of a lopsided frown, not for an eye. Deeper in. The floor subtly shifts. A section near the corner dips slightly when I step on it. The wood complaining with a familiar whine. Kitchen, I say. Mark nods. No fridge now, he notes. No cabinets. Just ghost of them. He's right. There are faint marks on the walls where shelves must have been. Lighter stripes where wood was protected from the air. The outline of a counter. A rusted pipe sticking up from the floor where the sink once lived. Everywhere I look, there's the absence of things. Marks where furniture stood. Shadows where frames hung. Spots where the dust is thinner. Like something was moved not that long ago. Upstairs, he asks. My ankle throbs in response. A phantom echo of an old break. Yeah, I say. The staircase is narrower than I remember, but that's probably just because I got larger. The boards groan with each step, complaining about the weight of time as much as ours. Halfway up, my scars flare. It doesn't make sense my injury was from a fall out of a window. Not from stairs, but my body doesn't care about logical geography. My calf tightens, my ankle pulses, memory grafted onto muscle. I grip the banister, which leaves a faint smear of dust on my palm. The wood under my hand feels exactly like it did, then grain raised, notch in one spot where a chunk is missing. Deja vu is a weird thing. It's not just I've seen this before. It's I am still here, at the top. The hallway stretches out, short and narrow, 2 doorways. The first room to the left is nothing, just 4 walls, a sagging ceiling, a floor littered with leaves and dirt, raccoon droppings in one corner, a bird's nest in the rafters. No menace, just abandonment. The other door is where my nervous system has been trying not to look the whole time. It sticks when I push it. Swollen wood. I lean in, shoulder against the panel, and it gives with a shudder. The room is smaller than I remember. It's always like that, with places that hurt you. The table is gone. The hooks are gone. The jars. The bones. The stains of the worst of it gone. But the room knows. So, there's a pale rectangle on the floor where the table sat once. Boards slightly less dark, less worn. An island in the middle of the gloom. Around it, faint scuff marks radiate, like something heavy was dragged and pivoted, again and again. On the ceiling, there's a rusted nail driven into a beam, nothing hanging from it now. Beneath it, the wood is discolored in a narrow vertical stripe down the wall, like something dripped there long enough to leave a trail. Someone has tried to erase the worst of it. The walls are painted, or were, flaking white slaps over wood in big, careless strokes. In the places where the paint peels, you can see darker patches underneath shapes that don't match water damage, smears that are the wrong color. Somebody came in here and said, "This needs a coat of paint," Mark mutters. That's almost more fucked up than just leaving it. My throat is tight. My tongue feels thick. I walk slowly, carefully to where the table used to be. My steps fall into the old pattern without my permission. There's a spot where the board dips, just a fraction, in the same place my knee landed when I dove under that night. If you lie on the floor, I say quietly, half to myself, you can still see the doorway from here. The angle is exactly the same. Hard pass. Mark says, voice thin. He swings his flashlight beam across the room, even though we theoretically don't need it. It catches on dust motes, on the nail, on the peeling paint, on the empty space where jars once lined a shelf. Empty doesn't mean clean. My skin is buzzing, like there's static just under it. The air in the room feels charged, holding the echo of things that happened here like a bad recording looped over and over. Do you hear that, I ask suddenly? He stops moving. The beam steadies. Hear what he says. We listen. At first, there's nothing. Just our breathing and the low creak of the cabin settling around us. Then, from somewhere deeper in the structure below us, or behind a wall, or not in any normal place at all, comes the faintest thread of sound. A whistle. Not loud. Not clear. So soft I could almost write it off as my imagination replaying things I don't want. But it's there. A thin, wavering line of off-key notes, wandering up and down with no real tune, the pattern as familiar as my own name. I feel every hair on my arms rise. That, I say, could be wind. Mark says immediately, too quickly. Cracks in the boards, air getting pushed. Could be. I echo. The sound fades, eaten by the old wood. The silence that follows feels thicker. We should go, he says. Yeah, I agree, but my feet don't move. Something catches my eye near the center of the room. close to where the table's ghost square ends. A darker thread in the floorboards. A line that doesn't match the grain. I crouch, knees popping. The board there has a tiny gap along one edge where it meets its neighbor, just enough space for something thin to fall through and wedge. There's a shard of glass stuck there, barely visible, just the corner, glinting dully under a film of dust. My heart kicks harder. Hang on, I say. I slide my fingernail into the gap and pry. The wood resists, then relents with a faint, splintering sound. The glass piece works its way up, scraping the sides, and finally pops free into my palm. It's small, maybe the size of a postage stamp. The edge is curved slightly, like it was once part of something round. One side is smooth, the other has a jagged break. Dried, brown residue crusts along the inside curve. My stomach flips, jar, I say softly. From one of the jars. There could have been 1,000,000 jars, Mark says, but his voice has lost any conviction. There's a scrap of paper stuck to the outside of the shard, fused on by old sticky something. It's too small to read clearly. Just part of a printed label, half of a number, a couple of letters. I turn it over, spine prickling. Something else is stuck to the corner. For a second, my brain refuses to identify it. It's so out of place in this room, this town, this whole timeline, that my mind does a double take. A tiny silver shape, tarnished but still recognizable, caught in the residue, as if it fell into the jar and got glued in place when whatever was inside dried. A maple leaf, sharp points, angled stem, a charm. The chain is broken, just a short length still attached, the rest missing. But the leaf itself is intact, pressed flat against the glass by however many years of pressure. My hands start to shake. What is it? Mark asks, moving closer. I open my fingers slowly, palm up. He looks. All the color drains from his face. Shit, he whispers. I don't need to say it. We both know. Not just a maple leaf, not just any charm. Her maple leaf. Hannah Reed's, not on her neck. Smiling on a trailhead in a news photo. Not safe in some jewelry box. Here, on this floor. In this room. In this cabin that isn't supposed to exist. Recently enough that the fraction of label on the glass hasn't fully rotted away. Recently enough that the metal hasn't been eaten entirely by rust. She was here, I say. The words feel wrong in my mouth, like speaking them might summon something. The cabin creaks softly around us, as if shifting its weight to listen. Somewhere, impossibly far and uncomfortably close. A faint whistle starts up again. 7.1. Nightfall trap for a few seconds after I say, she was here. Time just stops. It's like the cabin, the forest. Even the dust in the air is holding completely still, waiting to see what we do with that sentence. Mark is the first to move. He reaches out, his fingers hovering over my palm like he wants to touch the charm but is afraid it'll burn him. Careful, he mutters. You'll cut yourself. I realize I've been clenching my hand tight around the shard. My palm stings where the glass edge bites into skin. A tiny smear of red wells up, mixing with the dried brown on the fragment. I almost laugh. Of course I'm adding fresh blood to the sample. It's what this place does. It collects. We have to go, I say. my voice sounding wrong in my own ears. We have to take this and go. Right now. Yeah, he says shakily. Yeah, we're done. I'm good. I've seen enough to last another 30 years. I curl the charm and glass into a fist, careful not to let it cut deeper. My brain is already racing ahead. We get back to the truck. We drive straight into town, straight to the sheriff's office. Dump this on somebody's desk. Let them say animals only to a missing woman's jewelry pulled out of a ghost floorboard. We should call from here, Mark says suddenly. Right now. 911. Report this. Make them come out and tell them what I snap on. That we broke into a cabin that doesn't officially exist and found evidence that proves they've been wrong for decades. You think they're gonna rush a squad car out because two guys who cried wolf once are doing it again on private land. They're not supposed to be on, he grimaces. Point taken. He says, we leave. I say, we get out of the woods. Then we call, with pictures. With this, I lift my fist an inch, and with a story that doesn't start with, so the murder cabin respawned, he gives a short, tight nod. Okay, he says. Yeah, out first. We step out of the upstairs room. The hallway feels narrower on the way back. The staircase steeper. My hand slides along the banister, picking up a new coat of dust. I move faster than my ankle likes. Each step a small protest. At the bottom, the main room feels darker than it did before, even though no time should have passed. Really. Light from the boarded windows has shifted, gone from flat gray to something warmer and lower. It hits me then. How long have we been here, I ask. Mark glances at his watch, then frowns and taps the face. Battery must be dying, he says. It's stuck, says 3:30. My phone, when I drag it out of my pocket, tells a different story. 6:47 p.m. That's not possible, I murmur. We left before noon. It was, what, maybe 40 minutes to get out here. We've been in the cabin an hour, tops. He digs his phone out, checks it. His expression tightens. 6:48, he says. Sunsets at what? 7:30 these days. Earlier under the trees, I say. He steps to the doorway and peers out. The clearing is steeped in that weird pre-dusk light, now everything a little more gold. The shadows a little longer. The sky beyond the canopy has shifted from flat white to a bruised kind of blue. We need to go, he says quietly. We step out of the cabin and back into the tight ring of trees around the clearing. The air out here feels a few degrees colder, or maybe it's just the way the light is thinning, the warmth bleeding out sideways with the sun. The forest is still wrong. There should be an evening ramp-up of noise birds settling, insects starting their night shift. Instead, there's that same heavy hush we walked into earlier. Our footsteps sound too loud, our breathing too harsh. Which way, I ask. We follow our tracks, he says. The ground here isn't great tracking material, but we were two full-grown men stomping through ferns and brush. There are bent stems, scuffed patches of dirt, a broken twig here and there. We retrace our path with only a little guessing. At the edge of the weird pressure bubble, the air pops in my ears again, like I'm coming off a plane. Sound opens up a fraction. I can hear the creak in the distance again, faint but real. Better, Mark mutters. We keep moving. My body remembers this trail, Even if it's changed, the angle of the slope, the way you have to step around that trio of closely clustered trunks, the root that grabs at your boot if you're not watching. The light between the trees is dimmer now. Shadows from the trunks stretch longer, reaching across our path like fingers. "We're fine," Mark says, maybe to himself. "We've walked this 100 times. Truck's not that far. We walk." A branch snaps under his boot with a sharp crack that makes us both flinch. "Sorry," he mutters. "Not your fault the forest has anxiety," I say, but my voice is too tight to sell the joke. We walk. After a while, I become very aware of my own heartbeat. It's thudding faster than it should be for the pace we're keeping. A heavy drum against my ribs. Each inhale feels just a little too shallow. I tell myself it's the exertion, the old injury, the static in my head. Not the way the light is bleeding out of the sky. I start, but stop. I don't need to finish. He hears it too. The whistle. Soft at first, barely there. A thin filament of sound threading between the trees. Same pattern, same wrong notes. Up, down, meandering. Not a song, but a habit. Muscle memory of the lips. It comes from behind us. No, not behind. To the side. No. Above it slides around. Hard to pin, like it's using the trunks like speakers. We both stop dead. "It's just the wind," Mark says immediately. "Too fast, too high." "There is no wind," I say. We listen. For a moment. It almost fades. And I think maybe I did imagine it. Then it returns. Clearer now. Closer. The first time I heard it, I was running for my life through these woods with a broken ankle. Adrenaline doing more to move me than my muscles. The sound then had felt mocking. A soundtrack to someone else's fun. Now, it feels patient. "He's not supposed to be real," I whisper, which is the stupidest sentence I've ever said out loud. Mark's face has gone several shades paler. He's old. He says, he shouldn't even be alive. That was 15 years ago. 30, if you count from your dad's stories. You're assuming he started with us. I say, or that he's even a he. The whistle doesn't care about our taxonomy debates. It swells for a bar, then dips, then pauses, like whoever is making it is stopping to listen for something. Us. "We need to move," Mark says, voice low and urgent. We start walking again, faster this time. My ankle twinges, but there's a level of fear that overrides pain. I'm back in that pattern, good foot, bad foot, good foot. Bad using momentum to cheat gravity. Branches claw at our jackets. Leaves slap against our faces. The ground underfoot is a patchwork of roots and soft spots. It's more treacherous in the dimming light, but we don't slow down. The whistle follows. It doesn't rush. It doesn't pant like we do. It just stays, close enough to hear, far enough to stay out of sight. Every now and then, a note wavers, as if the whistler is smiling while doing it. "This way," Mark says, veering slightly left. I remember this bend. I trust him. I have to. The trees look the same in every direction now. Trunks, shadows, glimpses of sky turning from gray-blue to something darker. The only landmarks are the ones in our heads. We push through a stand of thinner saplings, their trunks whipping back to slap the air behind us. On the other side, I freeze. I say, because right there, in front of us, are footprints. Our footprints. I know they're ours because I recognize the tread pattern from the burn site, the half-worn sole of my boots, the particular angular shape of his. They cross the ground from right to left, at an angle that suggests an earlier version of us walked past here, going a different way. Did we just... I start... He shakes his head. No. He says, we were over there before. He points off to the right. Maybe we looped. I say, took a wider curve, came back across our own path. Okay, Christopher Columbus. He says, when did we loop? Where I've been following the creek's sound. We haven't turned around. I open my mouth to argue and realize I can't pinpoint a single place we actually made a full turn. We've curved, sure, dodged around deadfall, but my internal map says we've been steadily heading toward the road. The tracks in front of us say otherwise. Maybe they're old. I say, from earlier. Different angle, same spot. They're on top of broken branches we stepped on this time, he points out. And the mud in that one, he points to a partial imprint, where the soil is darker and still drying, is not old. The whistle drifts through the trees again, closer. A low, tuneless loop of notes, like someone whistling to themselves while checking the perimeter of their property, like someone who's been doing this so long. It's the only song they know. I don't like this, I say. No shit, he replies. He turns, slowly, squinting at the trees around us, trying to orient himself. There, he says finally, jabbing a finger toward what might be north. We go that way, straight, no deviations. We'll hit the creek. If we hit the creek, we can follow it to the parking spot. Worst case, we walk the bank until we hit a road. And if he's between us and the water, I ask, he looks at me, eyes dark. Then at least we'll know where he is, he says. The forest around us is dimmer now. The gray has slid toward blue, toward the color the sky takes on right before it gives up its last claim on the day. We step over our own tracks and head into what feels less like familiar woods and more like a maze someone else designed, long before we thought about coming back. The whistle swells behind us, then fades, then returns, always at that same just close enough distance. It feels less like someone following, more like someone herding. 7, 2. The hunter's voice, we push toward the sound of the creek like it's gravity. Branches whip at our faces. Roots grab at our boots. The light between the trees is more suggestion now than reality. The sky is somewhere up there, but all I can see are layers of darkening trunks. The whistle tracks us, far enough away to pretend it's not, close enough that pretending takes work. Then, mid-phrase, it stops. The silence that follows is worse. My lungs seize up on an inhale. The forest feels like it's crouching. Don't stop, Mark mutters. Keep moving. We push forward another 10 yards, 20. Each step sounds like gunfire in the hush, twigs snapping, leaves crunching. My ankle twinges with every uneven patch of ground. Then a voice rolls through the trees. Didn't expect you boys to come back. It's not loud. It doesn't need to be. It comes in from the left, I think. But the echo bends it, bounces it off trunks until it's everywhere at once. Low, rasping, with that same wet undertone I heard the first time in the cabin. Older, maybe, rougher, but unmistakable. Thought I was done hearing that voice anywhere but in my head. Thought you were smarter than that. It adds. I stop dead. Mark grabs my sleeve, fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. Move, he hisses. Where is he? I whisper. Wrong question, Mark says. The question is, where aren't we? The voice doesn't speak again right away. That might be the worst part. We listen, straining, but all we get are our own 2 loud breaths and the tiny sounds our bodies make when we're scared, swallowing, shifting, the rasp of fabric. Then, somewhere to our right this time, a twig snaps under something heavier than we are. A boot. We pivot, half stumbling, through the trees. For a fraction of a second, we see him. Just a slice the brim of a hat, the slope of a shoulder, a long dark shape slung casual along it that can only be a gun. The silhouette moves between 2 trunks, there and gone in less than a breath. My heart kicks hard enough that black flickers at the edges of my vision. Run, I say, my voice raw. We run. It's not the smart kind of run. The controlled jog of people who know where they're going. It's the panicked, downhill, trip over your own feet kind. The woods punish us for it. Branches rake across my face. Something catches my jacket and tears the fabric with a loud, ripping sound. My ankle nearly gives out on a hidden dip. I catch myself on a tree. Bark grinding skin off my palm. Behind us, the heavy footfalls keep pace. He's not sprinting. He doesn't have to. He knows this terrain like he knows his own living room. Every tree, every root, every dip. We're crashing blind. He's strolling. Every few seconds, there's a faint metallic clack as he adjusts the shotgun in his hands. Not racking it yet, just keeping it comfortable. You boys got older, he calls after us. The sound comes from behind and slightly above, like he's on a rise. Thought you might have learned to stay gone. The acoustics screw with my head. One syllable seems to come from the left, the next from the right. I can't triangulate him. It feels like the woods are throwing his voice back and forth. Happy to help. Shut up. Mark pants. I don't know if he's saying it to me, the man, or the trees. We veer around a deadfall, a tangle of branches that looks like the forest tried to build its own barbed wire. My foot slips on the damp leaves. I feel my ankle twist dangerously. Pain flares, white and hot. Mark grabs my arm, hauls me upright with a grunt. Don't you dare! He snaps. You break that again. I'm leaving you to him. He's lying, and we both know it. We keep moving. Another glimpse between trunks ahead this time. Not behind a flash of a face, just a sliver. But enough. A pale cheek mapped with old scars. The jag of that mouth, twisted permanently off kilter. One eye catching the last smear of daylight and reflecting it dull and animal. Then he's gone again. Swallowed sideways by the trees like he has more exits available than we do. How I start. Stop trying to figure it out. Mark cuts in. Just go. My chest is tight. Each breath rasps like my lungs are lined with sandpaper. The air tastes like dirt and damp and copper. We slam through a stand of young firs, their branches slapping us with wet needles. On the other side, Mark yanks me down suddenly. Down he hisses. We drop into a crouch behind a fallen log. My thighs burn, my ankle screams. I clamp a hand over my mouth, forcing my breathing quieter, sucking air in through my nose like I'm trying to sip it instead of gulp. Mark peeks over the log, eyes narrowed. Between the trunks ahead, the woods open briefly into a narrower corridor, like a natural shooting lane. He's not wrong. Standing up there would put us clean in line with whatever's out there. We can't outrun him like this. He whispers, "We're making too much noise. We need to get eyes on him. Make him react for once." "What are you suggesting?" I ask. My voice shakes. He swallows. I draw him. He says, "You cut left and get to the creek. Follow it to the truck. Call for help. Bring them back before I don't know." Before he finishes monologuing or whatever psychos do when they've got time. "Absolutely not," I say. The answer out before the sentence is fully formed. It makes sense. He insists. He likes the chase. He'll go after the one he can see. You were always better at sneaking. You hated sports. You'll probably live longer. This isn't a movie. I snap. You don't get points for noble sacrifice. You get dead. And then I get dead. And he gets another tally on his doorframe. He opens his mouth, shuts it, swallows again. The forest chooses that moment to remind us who's really in charge. From somewhere uncomfortably close, a dozen yards, maybe less, the voice comes again. "Always new meat," he says. His tone is conversational, like he's talking to himself as much as to us. Always the same woods. The words seem to seep out from the bark of the trees. They're quiet. But every syllable lands. My heart is pounding so hard I feel it in my ears. A low roar. It almost covers the sound of his footsteps. But not quite. They're closer now. That weird dragging rhythm I remember from the cabin's upper floor, like one leg is heavier than the other, or one boot has a thicker sole. Thump, drag, thump, drag. He's taking his time. We move. We can't stay behind the log forever. He'll just circle. So we go low, bent almost double, using the downed trunk as cover as long as we can, then breaking off to the left, deeper into thicker undergrowth. It slows us, but it also hides us, at least a little. Every snap of a twig under my boot makes my stomach clench. The forest, which has been weirdly silent, starts offering up sounds now, but they're all ours. Breath, footsteps, fabric snagging on bark, our own little symphony of terror, which he can hear just as well as we can. Off to our right, there's a flash of movement. His shoulder, I think, for half a second. A dark mass between two trees. I catch a hint of hat brim and the gleam of metal. Then he steps back behind a trunk, disappearing completely, like the woods folded around him. "Jesus," Mark whispers. A low chuckle rolls through the trees. It's not the loud, theatrical laugh of movie villains. It's small, under the breath, with a wet edge, like his throat isn't built for mirth anymore. The sound makes my skin crawl. "Keep going," I say. We're not stopping again unless it's because we hit a road or a wall. We crash on. The ground starts to slope downward, not steep, but enough that my center of balance shifts. Loose dirt skids under my boots. Branches catch my shoulders, tugging. Then the earth gives way under my foot. Not completely, just enough that the soil collapses a few inches, sending me lurching forward. I throw my hands out, hit the far edge of something, and catch myself before I tumble. What the I start? We both look down. We've stumbled onto the edge of a shallow pit. It's not big, maybe 6 feet long, 4 feet wide, 2 feet deep, but it's wrong. The sides are too straight to be natural, the angles too sharp. Bits of rotten planks cling to the edges, like there used to be a covering over it that rotted away. The bottom is a mess. Bones. Some are old, bleached almost white, edges softened by time. Others are newer, still holding a tinge of yellow, bits of tendon clinging in dry threads. They're layered, jumbled, long bones, jointed ones, ribs. These aren't all animal bones. I don't need training to see that. Femurs with the wrong proportions, a pelvis that's distinctly human, phalanges that are very clearly finger bones, a skull fragment near one corner. The curve and thickness all wrong for deer. Among them, rusted metal glints darkly, an old animal trap, half buried in bone and dirt, the kind with heavy jaws and brutal teeth, now frozen open with corrosion. A chain snakes from it, disappearing into the wall up of the pit. The metal is streaked with old, dark stains. The rust and the remains share a color palette that makes my stomach lurch. I gag, hand flying to my mouth. Mark swears softly. Jesus. He breathes. Jesus Christ. The forest seems to pull back for a second, giving us space to look. Time doesn't. It pushes us forward. Move, I say, my voice strangled. Get away from this. Now. We scramble up and over, careful not to step inside. The dirt is loose, it crumbles under our hands. For a second, my boot slides, nearly carrying me into the pit. I catch myself on a root, ankle screaming, and yank free with a grunt. We're barely clear of the edge when the voice comes again. This time, it's close enough that I can hear the wetness in his breath. You're standing on history. Boys, he calls. The words come from somewhere behind us and to the left, maybe 15, 20 yards away, close enough that if I turned fast and squinted, I might catch another glimpse. I don't turn. I grab Mark's jacket and pull. We run. The woods close in around us, and for the first time since we stepped Buckwike under these trees, I understand, viscerally, that we're not in the place we grew up anymore. We're in his 7.3. Escape and the cold ending. We run, after the pit. There's no more debate, no more half-jokes. Whatever part of me was still hoping this was some elaborate haunted house setup for our benefit is gone, stripped away like the top layer of my skin. The ground slopes downward again, steeper this time. My boots skid on damp leaves, my ankle screaming with every misstep. I don't care. At some point, you stop measuring pain because the only scale that matters is alive versus not. Do you hear it? Mark gasps. For a second, I think he means the whistling, but it's gone now, replaced by something else. A low, distant hum. Not the creek, not wind. Road noise. Cars. I choke. That way. Through the trees ahead, between the trunks, there's the faintest suggestion of something not forest. A horizontal smear of pale, intermittent light. Headlights, flaring and vanishing as vehicles pass. We're close. Closer than we have any right to be. Given how long the woods felt like an endless loop 5 minutes ago. Behind us, a thicker crack of wood echoes like someone stepped on a bigger branch and didn't bother to avoid the noise. Thump, drag, Thump. Drag. He's not hurrying. Why would he? From his perspective, this is the best part. We push harder. Branches whip past, some catching my face, leaving hot lines that sting a second later. My lungs are burning. I can taste iron, whether from exertion or the cut on my hand or my own terror. I don't know. The faint glow between the trees resolves into something more concrete, a strip of gray. Then the suggestion of a guardrail. Then the flicker of yellow lines as headlights sweep past. We're almost. I start. He steps out from behind a tree, 20 yards ahead. The forest compresses to a single point. There he is. Not a silhouette this time. Not a half view between trunks. Full on. Standing in the path like he's been waiting. Like he knew exactly where we'd aim ourselves. He's older. Yeah. The way my dad is older. Lines deeper, skin more weathered. But age sits on him like another coat. Not like weight. The core is unchanged. Same hat, or one just like it. Brim pulled low. Same heavy jacket. Stained with things that never fully washed out. Same shotgun, resting across his hands like an extension of his arms. And that face, the scar that cuts from the corner of his mouth up toward his cheek, pulling one side into a perpetual half-smile. The misaligned eyes, one slightly higher, one slightly more sunken, both the color of weak tea gone cold. They meet mine. Recognition flickers there. Not just the general predatory, prey kind. Something more specific. Well now, he says. He grins. And this time it's wide, full, teeth yellowed and uneven. Look at you, he says. All grown up. My body locks. It's like every muscle gets conflicting orders run. Freeze, attack, collapse, and chooses malfunction instead. Time pulls the trick where it stretches and shrinks at once. Everything is happening too fast. And also I have time to count the scratches on the shotgun stock. He lifts the gun. Not fast, not slow, just inevitable. The barrels rise until they're leveled at us. At me, my brain. Uselessly, notes that there's dirt on the muzzle, like he dropped it in a field once and never really wiped it clean. Run. Mark breathes. There's nowhere to run to. Behind us is more woods and a pit of bones. Ahead is him. Some feral chunk of my brain picks a third option sideways. I slam into Mark, shoving him toward a gap between trees to the right, just as the shotgun barks. The sound is an explosion in the enclosed space. A concussive blast that punches the air out of my chest. Birds that hadn't made a sound all day launch from hidden perches in a flurry of wings. Bark explodes from the trunk next to where my head was. For a second, there's nothing but white in my vision and a tinny whine in my ears. Then the world slams back in my shoulder, hitting rough bark. Mark swearing, the smell of burnt powder overlaying the ever-present rot. Go, I yell, though I can barely hear my own voice. We tear sideways through the undergrowth. Another sound bleeds in a long, blaring horn. It cuts through everything else, absurdly mundane and completely alien to this space. The kind of noise you hear in traffic, not in a kill box. Road. Mark gasps. He sees us. We crash through the last line of trees and stumble out into a strip of ditch grass and gravel, just as a car screams by on the 2-lane road. Headlights hit us full on, bleaching us out. For a split second, We're two animals in a spotlight. The driver slams the brakes. Tires shriek. Rubber burns. The car fishtails, then regains traction, skidding to a stop 10 feet past us. I go to my knees on the shoulder, palms hitting gravel hard enough to embed little stones in my skin. My chest heaves. Every breath feels like dragging razor wire into my lungs. The car door flies open. "What the hell is wrong with you?" a man's voice shouts. "You trying to die out here?" He's out of the car and on us in seconds. A middle-aged guy in a reflective work vest, jaw clenched in fury and fear. I stammer. Mark bends over, hands on his knees, gasping. He points at the tree line, trying to shape words. "In the woods." He chokes. There's a man gun. I twist around, finger already lifting to point, ready to say, "There. Right there." He's right. The tree line stares back at us. Dark. Still. No figure. No movement. No glint of metal. No whistling. Just trees. Shadows pooling between them. The undergrowth hiding whatever it wants. "Sir, you need to calm down," the driver says, more sharply now. He glances at the trees, then back at us. If this is some kind of drunk stunt, he shot at us. I snap. Something like anger slicing through the fear. There's a cabin. Up there. There are bones. Okay, he says. Hands up like he's dealing with wild animals. "Look, I'll call the sheriff. All right, you guys, look like you've been through something. Just don't run out in front of any more cars." He goes back to his vehicle, grabs his phone. The adrenaline that got us here is starting to ebb, leaving me shaking. My ankle throbs in earnest now. My shoulder aches where I hit the tree. My cut palm stings. Little flecks of gravel embedded in the bloody groove. In my fist, still clenched so tight, it's starting to cramp. The glass shard digs deeper into my skin. I open my hand slowly. The maple leaf charm glints faintly in the car's hazard lights, even smeared with my blood. It's recognizable. We hand it over at the hospital first, because that's where we go again. Different building, different staff, same fluorescent lights and smell of antiseptic. A deputy meets us there, notebook out, expression trying to balance skepticism with concern. We tell the story, or enough of it that he writes things down instead of calling for a psych consult. Cabin, pit, bones, shotgun, a man, the necklace. He eyes the charm, the glass, the dried brown on it, and the fresh red. "Where exactly did you find this?" he asks. "In a cabin," I say. "Upstairs, in the floor, on Miller's land." He chews his pen cap, frowning. "That cabin burned," he says. "Years ago." "No," I say. "A cabin burned. This is another one, or the same one, or whatever. It doesn't matter what you write on the report. It's there." He exchanges a look with someone I don't know. It's the same look I've seen all my life in this town, just on different faces. Time passes in a blur of statements and questions and the subtle condescension of people who think they're dealing with hysteria. They send units out. They send dogs. They send a couple of people from the city who wear jackets with letters on them and talk quietly in corners. They find disturbed ground. They find old bones. Some are clearly animal. Some, less obviously so. They use words like under investigation and forensic analysis and possible historic site. They put up tape, then take it down. They close the area off temporarily, then quietly open it again a few weeks later with new no trespassing signs and a line in the paper about unsafe structures and environmental risk. The maple leaf charm goes into an evidence bag. Nobody promises me it will bring Hannah home. The official report, the one that eventually makes its way into small articles and public statements, says the investigation is ongoing, that there is insufficient evidence at this time to suggest an active, targeted threat to the community. Insufficient evidence. Bones in a pit. A cabin that shouldn't be there. A necklace pulled out of a floorboard. Not enough. They recommend people stick to marked trails. They say they'll increase patrols during hunting season. They talk about bears and unstable ground. We leave town. My parents hug me like they did the first time I limped out of those woods. My dad doesn't say I told you so. He doesn't have to. His silence is heavy enough. On the drive to the airport, the tree line watches. I expect on some level I hate myself for not to make it out, for the truck to blow a tire, or for a logging rig to cross the line, or for something with that dragging gait to step into the road one more time. We get to the airport. We get on our flights. We land in our cities. Life, as it likes to do, resumes its shape. I go back to my office, to spreadsheets and meetings and small, civilized frustrations. Emily asks how my parents are, what we did, if anything weird happened. I tell her some version of the truth with the edges sanded off, the way we do when we want to be believed more than we want to be honest. At night, when the house is dark and she's asleep down the hall, I lie awake and listen. The house makes noises. All houses do. The heat clicks on, ducts expanding with a soft ping. The fridge cycles with a low hum. The building settles, sometimes. A floorboard creaks in the hallway. Old wood, old nails, dry air, gravity. That's what I tell myself, sometimes. There's a soft bump at the bedroom window. Branches. Always branches. Even when there aren't any that close. Once in a while, rarely, thank God. But not so rarely I can forget it's something else. A thin, tuneless whistle. So faint I could almost write it off as the TV from the apartment below. Or a drunk on the street. Or some weird ringing in my ears as far as from being tired. Same pattern. Same wrong little loop of notes. Wandering around like it's looking for something to latch onto. I don't look out the window when I hear it. You shouldn't either. I finished telling you all of this in my kitchen, lit only by the glow of my laptop screen. It's late. Emily is asleep. The world outside is quiet. There's one part I haven't mentioned yet. I don't know why. Maybe because saying it out loud makes everything else feel less like a bad dream and more like the opening chapter of something that doesn't end. On the day Mark and I left town him north, me east, we both got the same text. Blocked number, no contact name, just a gray bubble popping up on our screens within minutes of each other. Good game. See you boys around. There was a photo attached. Grainy. Dark. Taken from across a street at night. The light caught the edge of a porch, a front window, a familiar outline of a house. My house, not my parents', not my childhood home. The little two-story in Colorado with the cracked driveway and the maple tree out front and the bedroom where my wife was asleep. We reported it, of course. Screenshots, call logs, Our respective local cops shrugged and put it in a file. Spoofed number. Prank. Probably someone from back home messing with you. Maybe. Maybe not. I can move again. I can change locks. I can leave every light on. But the woods follow you.